Maximojo Adventures presents Adventures of Maximojo, A Warp in Time, written and narrated by Julianne Bien. Prologue. It was late winter in a cabin up in the mountains. Claire, almost 11 years old, was wrapped in a blanket, curled up on the couch beside the fire. In flannel pajamas, she sipped her mug of hot chocolate. The snow and ice pelted down on the window. "Grandpa, I'm bored," she said, gazing at the logs burn and crackle as the wind whistled. The aromas of her favorite dinner, lasagna and apple pie, lingered in the air. Golden flames lit up her face as she looked above the fireplace at a shelf. "Well, Claire, let's see what I have here," said Grandpa, who wore a plaid shirt and a woolly sweater. He reached up and ran his fingers across a stack of games and books. "Look what I found! I forgot this one was here. This story changed my life when I was about your age, and it was written long before then. My grandfather read it to me in this very room." He pulled it out, and the other books tumbled into an old stuffed animal. His childhood friend wobbled and fell off the shelf. "Oh, Grandpa, who is this? This dog looks so real," Claire said as she picked him up. Drawn by his inquisitive face and flashy goggles, she touched his crystal collar with her finger, and it sparked. "Just a little static electricity on a stormy night," Grandpa said. "But it's as if he just came alive," she said. "Maybe so. That's Maximojo. Well, a replica of him. And this is one of his adventures," Grandpa said, patting the book as he sat down beside her. "This story means a lot to me." She held Maximojo in her arms. "Please read it, Grandpa. Is it a fun story?" Fun, let's see. I believe it's more than that, Claire. Maximojo is a space hero and has a friend called Glitta. She may look like a light wand, but she's really a space fairy with special powers, too. He opened the cover and turned to the first page. "The only place to begin is at the beginning." Claire moved in close, and he began. Chapter 1. The Adventure Begins. Look way up in the midnight sky, beyond the twinkle of a star and deep into the darkness. There you will find many worlds with their own rainbows and their own dreams. In this universe of ours, among the planets and the stars, somewhere in outer space, lives a special dog and his friend. This is how their story began. A long time ago, there was a puppy who was pulled away from his mother during an upgrade in space. The upgrades took place so everything could keep up with a growing universe. But a glitch happened when the planets lined up with the sun for the change to occur. Space buckled and opened up, and the puppy's mother slipped into the hole just before it sealed shut. She had entered another world, and he was left all alone. One day, he found a tiny solar flare, who was lost too. They became friends, and he took care of this bit of glitter until she turned into a lively and clever space fairy with a wand-like figure. He named her Glitta, and she called him Maximojo, as she somehow knew his mojo, his purpose in life, was special. The two never lost hope that they would find Maximojo's mother. Together, their adventures began, and they became known as the Cosmic Duo. They had the power to speak the language of every being in the universe. Maximojo grew into a heroic dog with a white coat and a black patch on his foreleg. He wore a solar-powered crystal collar that glistened in the dark, a gift from Glitta for rescuing her as a tiny solar flare. And with a sniffer like his, nothing could stop his curiosity. He did his best to ensure order in space. Maximojo's missions are adventure stories. In his spare time, he loved to play and have fun. The universe was his playground. But, as usual, he sneaked into a dangerous realm, hoping no one would notice. But they did. "Just try to get past us. We can make lots of turmoil around here," the asteroid said, watching a space dog spiral into their zone. "The more mess in the cosmos, the better." "You asteroids are huge rocks," Maximojo said, as he spun around to confront the biggest one. "Why make a mess around these incredible stellar swings and solar slides? I love to play on them. There's lots of empty space to frolic in. Take your rocky friends behind that planet so I can do some space surfing here." He put on his space goggles so he could take a really fast ride. "Mojo, maybe it's not a good idea to surf in uncharted territory," Glitta said, shaking her index finger. "Need to practice my Mojo moves in steep and curvy spaceways. Just this once," he said. Glitta waved a wing over his face to tease him. Maximojo's eyes lit up when he saw her shining smile. He beckoned to her and said, "Grab on." The rocks began to pile up as a solar wind stormed in. "They're closing in on us," Glitta said. Her tiny hands grasped his space backpack as she spread her wings. Glitta revved up her streamlined body, filled with radiant energy. Together, they rocketed away. "Stop! What are stellar swings and solar slides? Is this a real make-believe world?" Claire said. To Maximojo and Glitta, it's a real world among the planets and the stars. Space is their playground, and these are their games. "Oh, that makes sense. Read more, Grandpa." She and the stuffed animal gave a nod. The cosmic duo picked up speed, Maximojo's long tail propelling them quickly. They swooped under the rock cluster, avoiding a crash, and spun around at the sound of sirens. Glitta pulled her wings in. "Maximojo and Glitta, I've been tracking you on the navigator. It appears you have entered a no-play zone again," the voice echoed in space. The Galactic Council, stationed in another world, had been alerted to their activities. "Have you forgotten about the Cosmic Code of Conduct? Everyone has their place around here. Why the mischief?" The voice made Maximojo's fur ripple. "I was just being dog-like adventurous. I need to practice my moves for your missions," he said in a howl of innocence. As usual, the cosmic duo felt a familiar tug and whoosh! They were being hauled into another part of the universe. "Watch out, Mojo!" Glitta lit up in radiant colors as she let go of the pack. Maximojo tumbled over her, nose first. His tail rose above his ears as both their faces were suctioned into the window of a black hole. They looked into the empty spot, hoping to get a look at their superiors, but saw nothing. No one has ever actually seen the council. "Mojo here. Anyone there?" he blinked. "Maximojo, I know you enjoy having fun on your time off, but try not to make trouble with the asteroids or lure the solar winds into a tornado. They've been building up force for some time, which can be useful to us," the commander of the Galactic Council said. "You've both been assigned to a serious mission. Everything must go according to plan. We've just sent the details to your polymatrixer. We have an expanding universe to take care of." Maximojo reached over into his pack to make sure his device was still there. "It will be a success. You can always count on us," Glitta said, her lips still pressed on the hole. "Those rocks lured me into a chase," he said. "There's a lot of room for all of us. What gives them the right to gang up and be bullies?" The stars twinkled in hope. "Look, space just buckled over there." Maximojo waved his device. It's the exact spot for us to enter into the next galaxy to do our duty. We must get there before it seals up," he panted excitedly, fogging up his goggles. The commander replied, "Indeed you are right. Clearance approved. The clock is ticking." With a boom, the spacecraft went back into the other world. Glitta sparkled and said, "Mojo, let's rock it." His collar flashed, and she held on tight. "I'll try to keep him out of trouble, but his curiosity is what makes him so special," Glitta said to herself, her words carrying on forever. The cosmic duo spun off into space, and their adventure began. Claire put her mug on the table. "Grandpa, were you mischievous when you were my age? And did you have Mojo too? Some sort of power that helped you find your special mission in life?" He looked up at her. "I hope so. Curiosity is a good thing, and we should all have Mojo. It helps us find out who we are. But try not to get into too much trouble discovering it. Now, about this mission." Claire and Maximojo curled up under his arm to read together. Chapter 2. The Mission. From far away, the Galactic Council observed every move they made. "This is a dangerous mission. We'll need to keep a close watch on Maximojo, as his curious ways could change the future for all of us," the commander told the others. "The cosmic duo should arrive at the stargate of the other galaxy just about now. Update received on the polymatrixer. Location confirmed." With a single bang, the spacecraft sped off. He had an idea. The space dog keyed, "Got it," on the device. "Looks like we need to get everything ready for a new timekeeper. It'll keep better track of everything around here. Space just wouldn't be home without a cosmic clock," he said. "Remember when the last timekeeper was replaced by a speedier clock?" Glitta said. She put her hands on the back of his collar as she floated above his pack. "I sure do. Time sure goes by fast around here. Ready?" he said. Glitta pumped up her energy supply, and they zoomed along, whirling from one galaxy into the next. The duo's home star, Plaxo, faded into the distance. "Watch out for slippery slime, Mojo," Glitta said. "That's why volcanoes erupt over here, so I can slide fast," he said, skidding off lava patches towards their destination, Planet Zalturn, located in a galaxy where the timekeeping upgrade would occur. Out of nowhere, asteroids of all sizes began crashing together to trap the duo. These rocks are territorial and dislike space heroes, as well as their adventures. "Leaving so soon?" a tough one said. "Sneaking up on me again? You've got the no-play zone all to yourself now," Maximojo said. "Make way for the unstoppable duo," he thought with a snort. "Yes, let them try to catch me. They make for a fun obstacle course." Glitta knew the signal and narrowed her wingspan. Maximojo sprang over the cluster with a twist of his body. "Watch out," Glitta said in surprise, as sparkles burst out of the top of her head. "Pause first." The dog swerved under the fast-moving stones. "Be careful not to turn into dust with all your banging around. Until next time," he said. The asteroids hurtled after the duo, echoing, "We'll make sure you mess up sooner or later. We're a bunch of rocks on the move. Nothing can stop us." "Can't you see we're on official business?" Glitta said. "You're out of orbit and disturbing order in the solar system. Isn't there a sun you can revolve around?" Her face lit up as she sent out a light beam to scatter the rocks. "Cosmic clearance achieved, Mojo." She rocketed him straight up and into open space. "Oof," groaned an asteroid. "That space ferry sure has flashy moves. I'll bump them into a spin once and for all. There's always the chance of a random crash around here." Frustrated, The big one knocked the others around as the legendary heroes sped off. "Looks like a storm is moving in," Glitta said. She looked back at the solar winds, gathering a huge dust mass on its path. "Those bully winds found out about our locale," Maximojo said. "There's a lot of space stuff trying to sweep us off track. Go around that star," Glitta said, taking in its power to charge up. The dust storm scattered as they hid behind a moon. "It's this way, Glitta." Maximojo pumped his tail fast. Glitta saw a velvety ripple buckle up just ahead of them. "We're here," she said. Maximojo forced his hind legs down and came to a stop. Glitta puttered along to release excess energy from her wings. "It's a tear in space, all right. Time warped," Maximojo said. "The troubled galaxy should be on the other side of it." "There's not even a particle to light up," Glitta said, her light dimming. "This can happen when a retiring clock begins to lose track of time," Maximojo said, as he slid a foreleg into the empty crack. "The Stargate must be here somewhere." He thought about his mother's last words to him. Never give up hope. He rubbed the patch of black fur on his foreleg. It had grown there from her last touch before she let go and slipped through a time warp. He knew she was still out there somewhere. "The mission sure is a supernova, Glitta. Everything must go according to plan, or it will be a huge embarrassment for the Cosmic Federation. Bigger than that Big Bang blunder. No wonder our superiors hauled us in first. They wanted to be sure I'm on top of things." Glitta lit up her smile. A holographic map appeared before his eyes, outlined by the device. "It appears we're at the right spot. This sniffer knows there's another way in." Maximojo's paw poked into the map. "The entrance should be just about—" His collar flashed as the Stargate came into view, a door into another world. "It's just a spiraling black hole, Mojo. We've been tricked." "But this must be it. Zalturn is a planet hidden from the rest of its galaxy. There's an adventure at the tip of my nose. Get ready to plunge. Now hold on tight." "Sparkafras, here we go again." Glitta glittered excitedly as he jumped into the world of mystery. Back in another part of the galaxy, the asteroids were throwing themselves around for target practice. "Those two will cross our paths on their way home," a rock declared, as it caught a few of its own floating pieces. "We have all the time in the cosmos to knock around and wait." However, the asteroids didn't know time was running out. The galaxy was getting ready for a new timekeeper called Collapsus, whose hourglass shape was filled with secret calculating stuff. This clock would keep track of everything in this part of the universe. It would record the past, present, and future. Collapsus was racing through space when it noticed the old timepiece had begun to fall apart. "It's a mess around here," Collapsus said as it swung around the hurtling rocks. "That's space life. The action never stops." It was the memories of every wish Collapsus floated past, waiting to come true, that gave the clock a sense of duty. "All your wishes are safe with me," the clock said to itself as it made its way to the assigned spot to begin its new position. Maximojo and Glitta were on a slippery slope as space stuff, sticky liquid gunk, and planetary debris poured in. They slid out of the end just before the opening sealed up. Glitta's wings beat fast as she got used to the air. She shook her body, creating a fountain of energy that burst into little rainbows everywhere. "Mojo, that's just what I needed. Now where do we begin?" she said as her hair sparkled. Maximojo lifted himself up off the ground and stood upright. He put his goggles in his pack. They had landed on a cold, dark side of Planet Zalturn. "Looks like we need to brighten up the place," he said, reviewing the update on his device. We were to arrive at dawn, but by the looks of it, it's still night. Now to put my stellar skills to work." He pushed a few keys to stir up the magnetic field around Zalturn, which jolted the planet to rotate on its axis. "Are you sure it's okay for me to cast a few rays here?" the sun said as it rose in the horizon. "It's been a long time since this side has seen my sunshine." "Looks like it's essential according to this data. But you'll need to be at this angle in line with that moon," Maximojo said. He looked up and tilted to the side, waving his forelegs so the sun knew what to do. "Move over just a little more and ease up on your gases," Glitta said. Soon the sun began to light up the land. "Solaricious! Splendidly bright," it said, beaming as it let go of excess sun rays. "It seems you've got it under control now," Maximojo said as his collar glistened in the sunlight. He felt the warmth on his coat, and Glitta flickered as she explored the land. "Grandpa, wait! That's not what I learned in school," Claire said. "First the asteroids, and then the solar winds, and now the sun is talking to Maximojo?" She touched the crystal collar of the replica of the dog, hoping for a spark. Grandpa said, "And the stars and the moon have feelings too. Just imagine. Everything in the universe has a purpose, like you and me. Anything is possible in Maximojo's world." She snuggled in close. "Go on, Grandpa. You're the best storyteller." "We sure took in a mess with us," Maximojo said. "Space is dumping a lot of rubble everywhere, so it can make room for the retiring timekeeper's big move out of space." He noticed something shiny on the ground. He bent down to inspect it. The space coin sprang up and bounced off his nose. The coin flew toward a mountain that vanished into the distance. Maximojo touched his collar to send out a sonic wave to identify the peak's origin. The ground rumbled beneath him. "There's going to be trouble. We may have disturbed something, Mojo," said Glitta. "Something or someone. Our success depends on us keeping everything in order." Maximojo keyed the device. A land map came into focus on the screen and changed into a hologram floating above the ground. The polymatrixer rattled and lit up. "Confirm your finding," the commander of the Galactic Council said on the device. "It's some sort of vanishing mountain, its origin unknown. From where we are and looking at the map, it looks like it's not far from the kingdom of Kavalon and a forest," Maximojo said. He also reported finding the coin. His superior said, "We've heard of similar sightings in space, ancient forces that disguise themselves as coins. These cosmic pirates are on a search for a kingdom to take over. They can also shapeshift, so watch out for unusual figures. Sometimes they hide inside a planet and disturb its orbital spin. That coin must be captured. The success of your mission depends on it." There was a long pause. 3 more will be joining your team as backup. They will be with other animals in the cornfield who are excited to meet you. As well, the Cosmic Federation had an urgent request from a Master McFee. After seeing him, you'll meet up with a group of space fairies at his estate. They're known as the Starrings. Next, go back to the kingdom of Kavalon. There, Captain Daltoid Swaggelot and his wife, Clarenette, await your presence at the palace. You'll know what to do when you meet them. We'll keep you informed of any updates. And Maximojo, no mischief." The device turned off with "Council out." "Backup? That's a first. We've never let the Council down in any of its galaxies," he said. "There must be something serious lurking under this nose." "And under that mountain," Glitta said. "I'll be right back." She flew off to inspect the supporting magnetic field around the planet and to locate the center point of its orbital spin. When Glitta returned, she just flickered around him. It looks like that rumbling sound is coming from somewhere deep under the surface. Hardly typical activity for a planet in this galaxy. Let's see if I can zoom in on it, he said. The polymatrixer is unable to identify its source either. It's out of our frequency range. A vibration surged through Maximojo, throwing him into some shrubs. He looked at Glitta as she plucked out the thorns from his fur. "Glittles, ouch!" Maximojo said, as he jumped on his hind legs and threw his pack over his shoulders. That last one stung. With each step he took, the landscape revealed itself in breathtaking colors. Pink and blue flowers began to blossom in the sunlight among the meteorites. Impressed, he leaned against a tree and thought, "When both my ears twitch, a surprise awaits me." Maximojo closed his eyes. Shaded by the branches that fanned out into a canopy, he began to dream. Memories of heroic adventures and quantum quests and making friends came rushing to him. After he had rescued Glitta in the fringes of outer space, his life took a turn. He yearned to take chances and help other lost creatures. The Galactic Council was monitoring space inhabitant activities in his home galaxy when they noticed an average-sized space dog with white fur and a black spot on his foreleg. His long tail and big ear flaps flew every which way in space. But what made him stand out more than the average dog was the space fairy clinging onto his crystal collar as they dodged speedy space stuff just to have fun. The council knew this determined stellar surfer with fast moves could be relied on when trouble lurked among the planets and the stars. They saw in Maximojo courage, and soon he took on any mission, unlike other cosmic canines who preferred to settle on land, incognito. With so many galactic duties, he became legendary, always trying to do the right thing by keeping order in a dangerous universe made up of many worlds and mysterious black holes. And Glitta was always a solar flare at heart and gave him a spark of inspiration that brought him luck. Maximojo felt he and Glitta could do anything together, being the cosmic duo and all. All it takes is a little imagination, Maximojo said, drifting deeper. Wake up! Glitta gently bonked him with her teardrops, which formed into glow balls and burst into sparkles everywhere. But his eyelids only fluttered as he dreamed of what was going to happen on this new adventure. His wishes were becoming a reality, traveling at lightning speed toward him. Hold that thought, Mojo. I'll be right back. Glitta zoomed over the treetops and beyond the rainbow to quiet the incoming rush of possibilities. Just in time, she said, twinkling over him. Maximojo was covered in the stardust that all dreams are made of. Mojo, we're here on Zalturn, Glitta said brightly, waving her wings over his eyes. Maximojo awoke, surprised. He shot up with such a start, he ended up dangling from a branch. Glitta, it was simply stellar. I was holding up a spinning planet in one paw and a star in the other. Then you woke me up. Everyone needs to dream big once in a while, and a little space surfing is good for a dog like me. Did the council really say backup? Starriola, it's exciting, Mojo. Glitta nodded. She tickled him under his forelegs to get him down. He jumped to the ground. Ready? Glitta twinkled in relief. Is Glitta a real twinkling fairy from outer space, Grandpa? Asked Claire. Yes, and a special one, with huge wings to rocket Maximojo around the universe. And she has solar powers from the sun. After all, she's part of the cosmic duo, Claire. Looks like it's bedtime now. Can I bring Maximojo with me? We've become friends. Of course. Now wash up and brush your teeth. He gave her a kiss on the top of her head. The next morning, Claire cleared the breakfast table as Grandpa fed the fire with a few logs. She stared outside at the snow-covered trees. Grandpa, can you reach me now?" He gave a big morning stretch, sat down beside her on the couch, and opened the book. They've landed on Planet Zalturn, so now the adventure really begins. Chapter 3, Planet Zalturn. Maximojo walked upright on his hind legs on the rocky terrain, unlike a planetary dog who walks on all fours. In the heat and with a heavy pack, it took agility and strength to move on land. A strong force shifted the rocks, making it hard for him to keep his balance. "I wonder if the asteroids are up to their tricks again," Maximojo said. "Maybe they're taking aim at the planet." He curled his lips and he tried to howl a warning, but sounded like a tooting horn instead. Glitta stopped in surprise. "I hope you're off the Council's radar right now." She rounded her fingers in front of her mouth and said, "See? Now blow out softly, just like a solar wind whistle." Maximojo's nose twitched to pick up a familiar smell. He let out a perfect howl and some drool. "Is that my favorite snack calling my name?" His sniffer went wild, like that of any dog on land or in space. "This knows space cakes." Maximojo pranced around in search of the treat. "I know they're close by. They smell just like the ones my mother used to bake." He caught sight of a tasty stack of snacks. As he reached out to grab them, an update came in on the device. It read, "There was a universal news flash about your arrival. One of your new team members made you something special. So, not only are we going to get some help, but space cakes too? I think I can get used to backup, Glitta. I can handle this now." Glitta's lace-like wings fanned over the stack. She was just about to take a space cake in her hand, but Maximojo clutched them close to his chest. "These cakes are made of space jelly, cosmic dust, and lava cream filling. They're also solar baked to a crisp," he said, breaking one in half. "They'll weigh you down, which would be risky on our mission. You should stick to cosmic rays and airy wafers to fuel your lightning moves." "Just a little taste," Glitta said. From right under his nose, she soared away with the stash. Instinct took over, and he got down on all fours. "A planetary surf?" she said as he lengthened his stride. "Remember the time you took a bite and it inflated you into an orb? You could have burst into stardust," he said, panting. One cake fell from her hands, and he was covered in creamy filling. She twirled around as he licked his paws in victory. "You may want these for later," Glitta said as she put the cakes in his pack. He was thankful she had given up so soon. "I have a better idea. Ready for a ride to the cornfield, Glitta?" She nodded, and Maximojo prepared for flight. He steadied himself as she held on. In one powerful jump, his hind legs launched the duo high into the air. Glitta's wings expanded to catch a breeze. They reached a good altitude and leveled out. "Someone sure knows how to make the best treats on this side of the universe." Maximojo's ears flapped in the warm air as he pumped his tail fast. Glitta left a colorful trail across the skies as they flew into a valley. The pair glided down into the cornfield. "Prepare for landing," Maximojo said as he lost his footing and slid to a stop. He lifted his head up to look around. "Starriola, oh my, Mojo," she said. "We need to work on our descent. Gravity around here can be forceful." Maximojo stood up and freed her from a cornstalk. Light poured back into her face, which twinkled. "I can see the kingdom close by," Maximojo said, looking across the field. "It's time to meet with our team, Mojo." The sun rose over the valley. It already knew the duo's wishes from their previous adventures. "I've lit the skies for all the animals, and I can see them coming now," the sun said to Maximojo and Glitta. "Easy does it casting your light. Just be careful not to flare," Maximojo replied, shading his eyes. Animals from all over had heard of Maximojo and Glitta, and they all had a favorite adventure story of the cosmic duo. The stories gave hope to all of them to be the best they can be. They believed dreams really do come true. Now, the cosmic duo was more than a part of story time. Animals had journeyed far and wide to greet their childhood heroes. One animal, a cat from the future, was brought back through time to arrive into this world just to see the duo. There were also the sleek aquatic wonders that ruled the seas. With a wave of a fin, a silvery blue lake appeared beside the field, along with a whale and a pod of dolphins who began to splash around. Standing high on a rock, Maximojo opened his arms to welcome everyone. Sunshine lit up the face of the courageous space dog with a mischievous side. The time had come at last to hear the voice of everyone's hero, Maximojo. With one brow raised, he said in a clear voice, "The Galactic Council sent us on this mission. As you know, the Mojo effect enables you to speak the same language as any animal you meet, and your kindness and compassion begins to shine as you become empowered to be who you are. I can already see everyone is now on speaking terms. We're all part of this adventure, as your present timekeeper in this part of the universe is about to be replaced with a more useful clock." "Are we safe here while this happens?" the whale said, floating on the surface of the water. "Of course. Glitta and I are here to make sure the changeover to the new regulator runs smoothly and your planet spins properly in orbit. Something went wrong when the last timekeeper was installed, and only one side of your world was able to face the sun until we arrived. As you can see, with a little stellar work, we've brightened up the place, bringing out the sun. Our records also show a kingdom had vanished from the surface and another kingdom took its place. Its ruler is a sea captain, and the kingdom of Kavalon is where our mission begins. 3 of you have been chosen to join us inside the grounds of the kingdom," Maximojo said. The crowd was excited and eager to find out more. Maximojo took the first step on the journey toward the Golden Gates, which led into a mysterious place. A dog, cat, and horse, chosen by their alliances for backup, walked close to him. The others kept pace. Glitta was a guiding star across the valley and watched everyone from above. They were to arrive as the sun began to set in the sky. A strong rumble shook the ground they walked on. Some of the animals stumbled, but the tremor didn't stop them. Maximojo and Glitta looked up and caught sight of the flying coin they had seen earlier on. The duo looked at each other. "I have a feeling this will be the adventure we'll never forget," Maximojo said. Glitta just flickered. Maximojo reached into his pack for the last space cake. Claire looked up at the clock on the wall. "Do you really believe there's such a thing as a timekeeper named Collapsus?" she giggled. Grandpa put on a serious face. "It's a big place out there in the universe. Some sort of regulator has to oversee its order and keep track of everything and our history, and maybe even our future." "Oh, I see." Claire propped Maximojo up on a pillow. She bit into a chocolate chip cookie and gave the idea more thought. Chapter 4. The Mojo Team. They arrived at the kingdom, a silvery mist adorning the golden gates. As the sun began to set, it threw shadows on the fortress wall. The words Kingdom of Kavalon were lettered in gemstones above the archway and sparkled in the twilight. It was the only door into this hidden world. It made the animals wonder about what was on the other side. They had to form a stepladder to get to the top ledge. An elephant kneeled down for the others to climb up on. "I've always dreamed of an adventure to take me out of my routine," the dog said. The cat was one of the first to look over the wall. "It is simply dreamy," she said. "That's a stable next to the palace," said the horse, looking over the top. He had steadied himself on the elephant as the others climbed up on his back. The palace stood out against the starless sky. Its crystal dome glistened, even at dusk, and could be seen from every corner of the kingdom. The ruler's home had a balcony that overlooked the many gardens and the sea. In the distance stood a forest. Despite the elephant's effort to keep his balance, the tower of animals wobbled when his legs began to shake. He lifted his trunk over the top of the wall to steady himself, but a gust of wind came up behind his knees and caused his legs to bend. Everyone toppled over. Maximojo, who had climbed on top of everyone else, was left dangling from the ledge. The animals landed all around the embarrassed elephant. The cat looked on amused and waited patiently for the others to follow after unlocking the entrance. Maximojo jumped to the ground, and the animals gathered around him. "Kavalon is still a mystery," he said. "Even with our technology, Zalturn managed to hide from the Cosmic Federation's radar until our superiors received an urgent call from a Master McFee, who lives here. He said this world was in danger of being destroyed and asked us for our help. This was the first time the council had heard of McFee, and they were somewhat wary. But the upgrade of the timekeeper was already scheduled, and everything else appeared in order. Our council keeps records of all galactic activities, so not knowing of him was a glitch in the system. After the upgrade, this galaxy will be monitored in accordance with the Cosmic Code of Conduct." Maximojo held up his device and shone a hologram of the land map in midair. "We don't know when this place was built or the origin of its race, but as you can see, it's magnificent. We'll first meet up with a group of Starrings. I have a hunch they're key to the success of our mission and also need our help. They await us at the McFee estate on the outskirts of the kingdom." He looked at the animals. "It's a dangerous mission. Can we rely on you three to be part of our team?" he said. The appointed animals nodded and stepped forward. Woofster the dog for the canines, Meowlen the cat for the felines, and Whinniston the horse for the equines. "Together, we're the Mojo team," Maximojo said. He keyed in the route to the estate and turned to Glitta. "What do you make of this? A red light I can't identify just flashed on screen." From above the ledge, Glitta spotted its exact location. "This marker is not on our original map. It looks like a sewer grate located just outside the city center," she said. "Just a random bleep due to a power surge. Rising and setting on both sides of the globe, the sun has been shining extra brightly. It must have short-circuited the tracking mode. I'll submit this to the universal map makers on our way home," Maximojo said. Glitta shimmied around uncertainly as energy sparked out of her hair. Maximojo felt the crowd grow quiet as they watched the shadows on the fortress wall form into shapes. "Our mission will be smooth as cosmic cream, and moving shadows can appear at dusk during a crescent moon. Nothing to worry about," he said, wondering to himself whether it was true. "Even if you aren't joining us in Kavalon, you all have a purpose now, to discover your own Mojo. It will be a story that will be shared with generations to come." "We never travel without a lake," the whale and dolphin said, splashing around close by, "and we're bubbling to be part of this adventure." Everyone gathered around. "Let's hear from our Mojo team," Maximojo said. He was also curious as to why they were chosen to join them. Woofster the dog stepped forward. He felt this was a chance to prove who he really was. He said, clearing his throat. "I am Woofster. I was raised in the East, and was like most puppies, I suppose. My world was treats and toys until I toughened up. If anyone has street smarts, it's me. Woofster was a shaggy older dog, with one blue eye and the other brown. Being a bit hefty, he shuffled around as he spoke. I learned how to lurk like a pro as a guard dog in a junkyard. I believe I was being groomed for a bigger purpose in life. Good at my job, I never snacked on my shift and knew how to scare off trespassers. He paused, and his ears dropped low, as if he was remembering something sad. One morning, just as the sun rose, I tripped on a broken fence and was injured. From then on, I could no longer chase anyone, and I was locked out of the yard. I fled to the alleyways with the other homeless animals, who begged and stole from their own kind and from the sleeping city dwellers. I fought hard to become the leader of the alley gang. It was a life I wasn't proud of. One day, as I rummaged through the garbage of a woman named Lady DeWitt, I heard her voice and tumbled over the can. I must have been a sad sight because she gave me real food and the chance to start over. It felt like I might have mojo after all. I began to feel like a top dog again, but something still ached in my heart. I used to dream of being a hero, of a life with purpose. I kept seeing Maximojo and Glitta from their adventure stories. One night, an idea came to me. I can do it. I jumped up and twirled my dinner bone as if it was a light wand. I tossed it up in the air, hoping to see some flashing colors, but it just crashed on the floor. Lady DeWitt stood there tapping her foot. I cowered. What have I done? I asked myself and fell asleep. And the next thing I knew, a bag was packed, and I was in a cornfield with all of you. The other animals broke into a cheer. Standing next to the gates, Woofster knew he had found his calling. Meowlen the cat elegantly walked up to the gates. She wore a black coat over her delicate and sleek frame. She uncurled her long tail and sent it up to the skies, where it took on a moonlit hue. Her ice blue eyes sparkled as she spoke. The crowd was drawn in by her voice, which took them into her world. My name is Muchi Exala Oric Wuchi Lipnix Elsie Norgi, but you can call me Meowlen for short, and skip the many titles at the beginning and end of my name. I can change my appearance, she purred, so in the evening I can appear in a snow-white coat, and the next morning in a print calico. She licked a paw. I treasure my freedom and trust my intuition. I've lived many lives and graced many worlds. In one I was a mystic, while in another life I ruled over the land. I had a queendom adorned with gold and jewels. In other worlds, I wore many styles of hats and for every season. I'll be an important part of our team. Being a warrior is one of my strengths. For this reason, the Universal Feline Alliance chose me for this mission. I time-traveled back from a future life to join you, and I am honored, Maximojo and Glitta, to be in your presence. From the look in her eyes, Maximojo knew she had baked the treats. Woofster's jaw dropped as the crowd looked on. He was stunned by her beauty and charm. Meowlen, now draped in a silk shawl, wore an emerald brooch to accent eyes that had turned green. May I? She sat beside Woofster. Welcome to our Mojo team, he said. Whinniston the horse paced back and forth, waiting for his turn. Maximojo gave the signal and he trotted over, flexing his muscles to ripple beneath his chestnut-colored coat. A white star above his eyes was his distinguishing mark. My turn already? My, how time flies around here, he said. His upper lip extended as he spoke. I didn't plan a formal speech, but I'll do my duty to my team. I am Whinniston. He struck a majestic pose and carried on. Growing up in the West, I had the chance to master rodeo moves and show jumping. It gave me the agility to swing around tight corners in tricky situations. One day, a lady named Madame Kindle came to the local fair. She saw I was just what she was looking for as I trotted past in the auction ring. Soon, after I settled into my new home behind an old farmhouse, strange things began to happen. I was hearing messages from the other side of the equine world while I slept. At first, I couldn't believe there were other places I could visit in my dreams. But I somehow knew I would be on an adventure with a space dog. As a child, Madame Kindle would watch her grandmaster sit in front of a ruby tablet, and others would gather around. Or so I'm told from my ancestors on the other side. She would throw a stack of crystal casting sticks upon the tablet, and it scattered into a pattern that told a story. She became a great mystic and learned how to use the power of the crystal stick. Each Kindle child born was given a stick so they never forgot who they were or where they came from. One child was born at the exact time 3 planets lined up with the sun, a triple eclipse. In that moment, a warp in time occurred, and space buckled in, then out, and split open. The child was pulled into another world before it sealed shut. Madame Kindle's sticks predicted a long time ago that on a certain new moon, the lost child would remember the past. The crowd was mesmerized by his story. With a big snort, Whinniston knew he was part of the team and walked over next to the others. All the animals looked up to Maximojo. Glitta twinkled above the crowd. She watched the hope in their eyes, knowing their lives were about to change. Glitta saw flares over the kingdom. "Starriola, oh my stars," she said. The loud crashing of her ladder must have alerted the palace guards. "Sorry I slipped," the elephant said. "But you found your mojo in helping others," Maximojo said, eyeing the closed gates. "I've got it, Maximojo. Till next time." The elephant gave one push and the huge doors opened wide. Meowlen put on some sensible but trendy walking socks. The other animals waved goodbye to their heroes as the Mojo team walked into another world. From the sewer grate came rustling noises and a loud squeal. By the time the guards arrived at the golden gates, Maximojo and his friends were long gone. The cookie plate was empty. "Will the other animals make it back home without their heroes?" Claire said, hugging Maximojo. "I'm sure they'll be fine. They have a good sense of direction, just like you." Grandpa touched the tip of her nose. "Are you ready for some lunch? Let's find out if they get caught by the guards first. Then off to the kingdom of Kavalon we go." Grandpa held the book up so they could read together. Chapter 5. The Kingdom of Kavalon. "Whinniston, when we reach the city, pick up the pace. I hope no one will notice us. We need to get to the other side of the kingdom," Maximojo said from the top of his head. The rest of the team bounced around below on the horse's back. They listened to spacey rock tunes. Glitta was beaming the music into the airways, which were broadcasting live for galactic voyagers. Maximojo rocked to the beat while the others became acquainted with one another. The road started to jam up with travelers. "Everyone's going to the city center tonight," Whinniston said as he turned to avoid a head-on crash. "Whinniston, make a fast right," Maximojo said. He broke into a gallop down a narrow alley. Got it. We have places to go and things to do." He slowed to a walk before entering the city center. It was bustling with action. "Haven't you seen a horse before?" Whinniston snorted at startled onlookers on the sidewalk. He performed some fancy legwork and broke into a fast pace to pass a row of shops in the marketplace. On every corner stood a lamppost, capped with a bright globe that lit up the darkness. Meowlen swung a lilac scarf over her shoulder, revealing a necklace that matched the inscription on the golden gates. She had packed only the finest designer capes and cosmic classics for the mission. "How come you have so many clothes?" The horse turned to her. "Many lifetimes, many wardrobes." The cat jumped onto his neck for a better view of the city and snagged a claw in his mane. Woofster leaned over to untangle her. "Oh, my favorite color, Saturn red, is now chipped," she said, retracting her nails. Woofster grabbed the flowing mane and whirled his other paw in the air, saying, "This is how you do it. Whoa!" The horse reared onto his hind legs and picked up the pace. Woofster turned for a last look at the bustling sight they were leaving behind, like the rest of his memories, and rubbed his hip. "Shopping is always a treat, in any galaxy," Meowlen said, still thinking of her wardrobe, and gave a farewell wave. "Did you say treat?" Maximojo and Woofster said. "Never mind you two. Looks like there's commotion in the city center, and everyone's looking our way. This could change the outcome of our mission, if they come after us," Glitta said, fluttering fast. "We must leave now, Mojo." Like Glitta, Whinniston felt an urge to take charge. "I may not have reached my Mojo potential yet, but when it comes to a race with a finish line, this horse can always be relied on for agility and speed." He bowed to paw the ground. Everyone slid forward. "Whoa, easy does it, big fellow. Remember who's back here," Woofster said. "I'm top dog on this mission, after Maximojo." Glitta flickered, indicating it was safe to go. Meowlen now wore a riding cape and took hold of the mane. "Now to the outskirts of Kavalon, where Master McFee awaits," Maximojo said. Out of nowhere, the air filled with what sounded like sirens and spooked Whinniston. He bolted, forgetting his friends were aboard. "It's only the clock bells in the city square," Meowlen said. But the horse only heard the beating of his hoofs. They left the city in a cloud of dust. Woofster barked with authority. "Heel boy, those rodeo days are long gone. Shorten those strides. This is the adventure I've been waiting for, but we won't make it if we can't hang on. Woo-hoo!" He was thrown off, but caught hold of the horse's tail. "Hang on, Woofster," Maximojo said. He pulled both ears to slow Whinniston as his legs flopped out to the side. Glitta held onto his pack with enfolded wings. "Ahem, this is some ride," Woofster said. He heaved himself back on with a grunt, bumping into the beautiful cat. He looked bashful as he caught her glance and quickly regained his seat on the horse's rump, trying to act carefree. "Just check the horse's footing. The legwork looks in order for the trip." "That was a close call. I knew I still had it in these flanks," Whinniston said. He glanced over his shoulder and slowed his pace. "We beat the sound of danger with my swift moves. We're safe now. You knew who you could count on to get us out of trouble." His legs began to tremble. Back in the city, the sight of animals clinging to a galloping horse had startled the locals. "They arrived and disappeared in a cloud of dust," one citizen said. "Animals all piled on top of a frightened horse," said another. "Strangers sneaking into the city to overtake our land. Alert the ruler," a third said. The crowd began to panic. The guards of the kingdom arrived on the scene and took care of the confused citizens. "We all know things can happen in this heat. Mysterious shadows after dusk have often been seen during a crescent moon," one guard said as he wiped his forehead. "Do you agree that's what's going on, or shall I inform the ruler of your behavior? Break it up." Everyone was convinced the sightings were the result of heavy smog, and the incident was soon forgotten. Strange occurrences have become a way of life in the kingdom. Below the sewer grate nearby, a black rat pushed his face up to the bars. His eyes glowed red under the city lights. He clenched his claws as the horse galloped past. Knowing what was in store for them, he said, "Maximojo and the others are heading to their fate." He pulled out a spy screen from behind an ear and shook it. The rat grinned, exposing a few chipped teeth, as an image lit up on the display. "They look a little shaken up from the ride, except for that cat. What is she wearing?" he said to his gang below him. "I knew it all along. She's not from around here. This will be their last adventure. Only one world exists and will ever exist. Mine, a place where nastiness rules." The rat, known as Rutty, was the leader of a gang that lived beneath the kingdom. "Rutisico, triple fantastico," Rutty said as he jumped onto a ledge that jutted out in the tunnel of the ancient water system. "They've entered our trap. The wondrous ones, defeated by a measly rat. Well, not really measly." He struck a pose and flexed a muscle, admiring his reflection in a puddle. "When their mission fails, the cosmic duo will never be heard of again. This will be my victory." He waved his spy screen. "As for Glitta, that sparkling wand, I'll make sure she lights the mines my way." "Did you see how shiny she is?" said one of the gang, a skunk named Smelka. She shivered beside some sludge in a corner. Remembering Glitta's brightness, she added, "She'll learn fast, or else she'll be in trouble. First I have to find a way to catch her." Rutty whipped his tail in the air and tucked it in his belt. "She'll learn too, like all of you have." He shook a fist at his gang. "I can put the cat to good use, watching over the slaves. Did you see her claws?" Smelka was about to reply when a lizard wiggled out into the open. He lifted up a foot and slapped it down, exposing his sharp claw. "Rutty, I'm the top taskmaster in the mines below," he said, his voice carrying over the horn anchored on his flat head. "I'm the one who makes sure the slaves fill the carts with gems, right to the top. What's all the talk about having one of those creatures join us? Not on my watch. Let's get rid of all of them, just like you said." Lecho was the name of this tough-skinned reptile. "Simmer down, Lecho," Rutty snapped back. Scrapsy, a scorpion, jumped onto the skunk's back and clipped his pincer hard onto her ear. "Get moving," Rutty said. He smacked Scrapsy off Smelka, and the gang took off. The rat scurried into the lead. "We're right behind the horse." They sped up, skimming along the forgotten pipes that ran deep beneath the ground. The gang followed the Mojo team on a parallel path. It took them toward the estate of Master McFee. They reached a secret opening and squeezed out of the ground. "All clear. Move fast," Rutty said. He whacked Lecho just because he was within reach. The lizard scales changed colors with every mood. Lecho was built for duty, with plate-like armor, razor teeth, and slit-like eyes with wide-ranging vision. "Now's my chance," Scrapsy said. He latched his pincers onto the lizard's neck. Scrapsy was a scorpion with huge pincers and a mighty stinger. He tried to sting Lecho whenever he could, but the lizard never even flinched. Frustrated that Lecho never reacted to his attacks, Scrapsy jumped on Smelka to satisfy his need to pinch. "Leave her alone," Rutty said as he swatted him off again. "I told you before, Smelka must be dealt with gently. Those stink bombs are a heavy load to carry around." "Come on, she won't feel a thing. Just one little pinch," Scrapsy said. Smelka lifted her tail slowly, but when Rutty gave her the look, she lowered her stripe. "Don't have it in you to blast one of us?" Scrapsy said. No one in the gang was ever really sure of the other's motives, or their own for that matter. "You don't have it in you to be tough like me," Lecho said, pulling her tail. "Little orphan skunk, abandoned in an alley. Rutty raised you in a pile of ashes. and you were fed toasted crawler crisps until you were big enough to make stink bombs. "Stop calling me that," she blurted out. But Lecho wouldn't let her forget. She thought no one besides Rutty could ever care about her. You would never have been part of Rutty's dark world if he hadn't taken you in. "Lecho, I'm a mean stinker. Rutty says so all the time," she said, dropping her tail as she thought. "Actually, all I do is wait to see his shadow above the grate when he returns from some secret matter after dark." Smelka never really understood the ways of her leader. "Lay off the orphan. Go eat," Rutty called out. He snickered, knowing how much it hurt her to be left alone. Rutty also lived another life with big duties. He transformed himself into a respectable advisor in the kingdom, Rutland Radkin, who worked for Captain Daltoid Swaggelot, the ruler of Kavalon. During the day, Rutland attended to matters in the kingdom. Being well-dressed and tall in stature, with slick-back hair, he twisted his mustache as he walked along the city streets, saying to himself, "No one could be slimier than me. My time to rule has come." At sunset, the clock chimed in the city square, and Rutland became Rutty, the sewer rat, once again. He trolled the alley, planning his next move while the city slept. He'd yank out one of his whiskers to clean his 2 front teeth with it. Rutty had his routine and a plan, but so did Smelka, under her sadness. "Such a mean bunch," Rutty said. His gang waited for his signal. They were so close to the castle. The kettle was whistling on the stove. "They may be a mean gang, but I feel sorry for Smelka the skunk. Does she really have a plan?" Claire asked. "It sounds like it, and it's a dangerous mission for all of them, the Mojo team and Rutty's gang." Grandpa looked a little concerned. He got up to pour himself a cup of tea and a glass of milk for Claire. She picked up a peanut butter and jam square from a stack on the table. With a full mouth, Claire turned the page. Maximojo between them. "The dangerous journey," Grandpa said. Chapter 6. The Dangerous Journey. Soaked in sweat from his ears to his flanks, Whinniston still made it. Slowing the pace without breaking stride, he came to a halt. "Everyone okay?" he said, trying to steady his quivering legs. "I still can move fast when it counts most." "We've made good time traveling at night," Maximojo said. He slid off the horse's muzzle and took off his pack. Glitta twinkled in relief. Woofster rolled off his rump with slow moves. He rubbed his hip and gave out a little woof. "I'm fine. Hard-working dogs never feel a thing. I've got a tough coat." Meowlen's windbreaker almost flew off as she sprang over the horse's side. She landed on her back legs beside Maximojo, the tip of her ears coming up to his middle. "Quite the breeze back there," she said, and unclipped the ruby barrettes holding her fur in place. "You should have seen me during my prime. I could twist and turn, not a good move." Whinniston made his way over to a tree to enjoy a good scratch. "This Cosmic Navigation System's tracker is updating as I speak," Maximojo said to his team. "Watch out for anything unusual. I'm counting on all of you." His brow curls tightened and an ear lifted up as he tried to compute the data in the device. His awkward stance worried Glitta. "He always figures it out. Maybe he's just trying to impress his team," she tried to convince herself. "We're just outside the grounds of McFee's estate," he said, rubbing his chin. "It looks like our maps have been altered, or we somehow crossed over into another time zone. Let's take a short break while I check out the area. We have a long hike inland." He waved Glitta aside. "Do you think the council is hiding something from us? Maybe they're still upset with me stirring up a little trouble." Glitta's wings lit up into brilliant iridescent colors as she spiraled in circles, realizing there was a real concern. "I'll take it from here," Meowlen said as she led the others to a stream. They took a sip and sat beside each other in the shade. Woofster crunched away on some biscuits he had packed for the trip. Whinniston grazed on what he could find on the ground. He had to be ready for the next swift escape. Maximojo's sniffer went back on alert. "Could it possibly be more space cakes?" he said from a distance. Meowlen took out the cakes from her travel bag as he ran over. "I thought you might be hungry," she said, pulling out her own snacks. Glitta flickered as she flew over to see, sprinkling sparkles everywhere. Meowlen shook off the glitter from her sun hat and pulled up her hiking socks. "My uncanny instincts tell me something's up." "I agree. We should all be on alert. Be prepared for a fast change of plans if either Glitta or I give the signal," Maximojo said as Whinniston wandered to the side of a hill. "That's some forest below. You can count on this horse to be cautious of what might lurk in the woods," Whinniston said, looking back. Who gave the signal? Wait for me." He bolted to catch up to the others after Maximojo waved him over. "The path starts here. It appears to wind around that cliff and narrows into a steep trail," Maximojo said, climbing up on the horse's head. "Steady now. I can see the clearing on the other side of the woods. The estate should be just beyond it." "Let's cut through the bushes," Meowlen said as the overcast sky darkened. "Good call, and it's in the right direction," Maximojo said, parting some tall shrubbery among the trees. He motioned to the others to follow, and they began their hike. Whinniston pushed past the branches and huffed. "A little spooky, if you ask me. Not that I can be spooked." He swung his head over. "What's that rustling noise?" "It has to be scary in certain places to keep the undesirables away, Winnie," Meowlen said as her ears perked up. She jumped up in front and revealed a sign hidden behind a budding bush. Moss began to spread fast over the words on the sign. "I'll take charge. One of my lives may be at stake. Stand back. It might lash out at us for disturbing it." Meowlen picked up a rock and threw it at the sign. The moss withdrew into the underbrush, revealing the warning, "Private property, estate of Master McFee. Unauthorized trespassers not welcomed. Turn back now. Ferocious dog on patrol." "No need to be alarmed. This is the right way," Maximojo said, "and we're supposedly welcome." He glanced up at Glitta, who was scouting the area for danger, and thought. It released a strong odor, meaning planetary trouble. It smells like a cosmic substance only found on the fringes of outer space. No wonder Glitta looks anxious. I hope our team doesn't suspect I'm worried. At least not yet. I have my Mojo reputation to keep up. Whinniston turned to the cat, impressed with her throw. "Nice aim. Glad to have you on our team," he said. "I can show you a few good moves. Just steady yourself like this." Meowlen got into position. The horse arched his back into a cat pose and flung his back hoofs up, almost pulling an essential muscle. Maybe another time when we're off duty," he said. Maximojo signaled the group to carry on. They hiked over a long stretch of rugged terrain. Glitta kept a watch over the Mojo team's trail from above. Woofster stopped to sniff around when they arrived at a marked location on the map. "Stand aside. Maximojo, allow me. Duty calls. Stay clear. This might be dangerous." Woofster walked up to the fence. "Barbed wire. Good choice." "Yikes, wolverines!" he yelped, putting his paw in his mouth to ease the sting. He crouched low and crept along its length. He let out a howl and waited for a reply. A sharp yodel broke the silence. A patrol dog came running toward them. "Well, you made it. A little late, are we?" Woofster said, "You should have sniffed us out at the sign. So who's a little late now?" "Yo! Just doing my job. I heard you made quite a scene in the kingdom, the dog said. There was no trouble at all. Just passed through the city. In and out. That's all, Woofster said. Let's start from the top. I'm Patrol Dog Manford. You can call me Manny, with a double N. I'm not just an ordinary mutt. I have a purpose, he said smartly. Manny was a long-legged canine with big eyes, drooping cheeks, and ears that stood on guard. My master and the others are eager to meet all of you, even if you're late. Ahem. Manny, just so you know, I'm official backup for the Mojo team. That's Maximojo, a cosmic canine, and my hero. Meowlen, a finicky cat, but accepting of us dogs. And Whinniston, who's practicing his fancy moves against the tree over there. Oh, and that's Glitta, a space fairy with powers. She's also a fast-talking sparkler, so watch out for her glitter. To keep the record straight, Maximojo and Glitta are from outer space. Woofster looked up to be sure Manny got it. And that's Woofster with a double O, he said, wrinkling his brow. Manny steadied his cheeks. I've seen everything while on duty, Woofster. Let's get a move on. He kept a close watch on the cat. He knew from experience what finicky creatures cats were, and so unpredictable, especially the ones who dressed up. He rubbed his eyes from the glitter and unlatched the gate. It creaked open. Follow me, he told the group, and led them on a dangerous path. He almost lost his balance clearing the way through the shrubbery. Glitta high-beamed anything that looked suspicious. It's best not to disturb anything, Manny said. Thorns broke through the bushes as they walked by, and snake-like vines slid around their feet. Careful of those sliders. They'll trip you up if they have a chance. He swatted off a swarm of stinging insects. Wouldn't want our guests to get stung when I'm on duty. Thunder could be heard in the distance. He picked up his pace as thorny patches with poisonous needles sprouted up around them. Keep quiet, I hear something. Manny felt the awakening of the creepy crawlers and thought, Woofster's yapping about his heroic friend from out there has me wondering if my life's going to change too, just being around Maximojo. He sure had a lot of adventures and conquered a lot of bad space creatures. My pasture at home never grew around me like this, Whinniston said, shaking off something on his legs. Winnie, think of this journey as a quest. Together we'll save this world. Meowlen jumped onto his back. Look out for that hole, and don't trip on those stumps. She tilted her helmet as he reared proudly and moved on. I'm good for a ride too, Woofster said. He broke free of the crawlers and swung himself up on the horse's rump. It feels as if we've crossed into another world from the other side of the fence, Maximojo said, activating his device. It's that energy force we detected from inside the planet, Glitta said as her body began to vibrate. Using her solar power, she steadied her wings and held onto his shoulder. Maximojo alerted the council, saying, It seems we're in an unmarked area of the estate. Is there a mission update? There was no response. Static electricity filled the screen, and the device shut off. Glitta flashed on and off, emitting an official concern signal into outer space. But would the council receive it? Grandpa, that's a mean double-N patrol dog. Woofster sure knows how to stick up for his friends, said Claire. Manny has to be tough to protect Master McFee and his estate. I wonder if he knows about Rutty's gang. They're hiding somewhere close by. Claire played with Maximojo's big ears, which made his nose twitch. Go on. I'm part of the Mojo team now. Chapter 7. The Estate of Master McFee. Manny led the group to the edge of a rocky slope. The castle is just around the cliff, he said. Meowlen tugged Whinniston's mane as he jumped regally over the edge. He lost his footing and skidded down. Woofster falling off. Ahem, doing fine, just swing that big tail my way. Woofster got a firm hold of the horse's tail and flung himself back on. Whinniston dug his hoofs into the sliding rocks, and the Mojo team made their way down together. "Watch out, Mojo," Glitta said, flickering above him. It was too late. Maximojo tripped, landing hard on his side, and the others rushed over. "A land mission has its downside, but I have backup. Whinniston, I need your help," he said. The horse leaned over to help his hero get up. "Watch your step and keep moving," Manny said. "Yo!" He alerted the groundskeepers who knew his secret call. Meowlen's ears flattened and her tail tucked under her as huge moss-covered trees shot up out of the ground to guard the castle. Dark shadows swirled into many shapes. Maximojo, isn't this your cue to do something heroic?" Whinniston said, his upper lip quivering. "Glitta, what about a solar blast to let them know who's boss?" "We've got everything under control," Maximojo said. "Woofster, take cover." Branches swung out at Woofster and said, "How dare you step in my way?" "What's that? Are you talking to me?" Woofster looked around, startled. "Yo, Creeper, it's me, Manny, Double N. Control your branches. You need to leave these guests alone. They're just a little late." He looked over at the spooked horse. "These are the creepers. Never spook them if you know what's good for you." "Good warning. Got to watch out for spooky things," Whinniston said, circling far past their reach. "I suspect McFee's ready for us," Maximojo said, as the upper floor window lit up. "That window comes and goes at the wish of my master. McFee is an advisor to the ruler and knows many secrets, so he hides his presence from possible intruders," Manny said. "And I've seen it all," he thought. Woofster shared a few Maximojo stories on the way. Could that space hero actually outsmart the toughest dog around these parts? And escape too? Yo, creepers will take care of him if he tries. I'm too busy on patrol duty. But that cat and her red nails are another story. Manny ran his paw over a scar on his neck. Seeing Meowlen made him recall an incident in his youth. He had found a lost little creature in an alley. Then the strangest thing happened. He was bullied by a rat to leave her alone. Being innocent at that age, he picked up the striped stray, and she used her claws to show him she was not helpless. She made her choice and went into a sewer grate with the rat. "Yo, look at the moon out of nowhere," Manny said aloud as the ground shifted. Meowlen put on her moonstone hairpiece to mirror the mood. She wore her animal print jumpsuit for this heroic occasion, but it gave her the feeling of being trapped in a cage, a kittenhood nightmare, so she put on stellar business attire instead. Manny waved them over a bridge crossing. He threw a rock into the water and let the group pass first, so he could observe whatever was under its surface. The window turned into stone, then came into view again. Vines curled down along the sides of the castle walls. Glitta shone bright, reflecting the eyes hidden between thorns. "This patrol dog is doing his job. Now hurry it up, Woofster," Manny said. Whinniston nudged his friend along. "Woofster, stay close to me. Manny's a tough dog, but I'm bigger than him." Meowlen agreed as she lay low in his mane. Maximojo walked up to the door as it creaked open. With his team standing behind him, he looked up to a tall, lanky figure standing in the entrance. Master McFee wore his hair combed back behind his ears to frame his chiseled features. His stare was intense. A strong, musty scent seeped into the chilling air outside, making Maximojo's nose twitch and the curls between his ears stand up. Glitta fluttered her wings hard to stay afloat and latched onto his collar. "You must be Master McFee," Maximojo said, running his paw over his head. "Our council received a request of our presence for an urgent matter. This is the Mojo team." "And we've made it in time," Whinniston said. "Your journey must have been a dangerous one, as with all space travel," said McFee. "Asteroids are not the only thing trying to take over the cosmos. We're well guarded here, as you found out. It appears Manny has taken good care of you, as you're finally here on my doorstep. I've waited a long time for this moment. Come in." Manny closed the door behind Woofster, who strutted in last. "No funny business. You can't pull a fast one on this dog," Woofster said quietly. "You've arrived with some backup, I see," McFee said. "The Starrings and an unexpected guest are waiting upstairs." Meowlen said under her breath, "Something fishy's going on." Her fur stood up while she dusted off her tweed jacket and noticed some wall hangings winking at her. "Friends? Family? Intruders? Guests, perhaps?" she said, not knowing what to make of it. "They are out of this world. Coined remains, or should I say memories, of business associates in cosmic trade," said McFee. "These are token reminders of our past dealings in other galaxies together. I understand you have also lived many lives in many places." He snapped his fingers. His duty done, Manny said, "Yo, Master, I'm on my way out." He lifted his tail clear as the door slammed shut. Glitta felt Maximojo's concern rise. She flew over him and bopped him, then said quietly, "Mojo, I can't seem to reach the council. We've never been out of range for this long before. They must be monitoring us somehow. Maybe they have a new sonic device to track us." He muffled his voice under a paw. "This way," McFee said. He led everyone toward the study. "Follow me," Maximojo instructed the team. "Coming, woohoo!" Woofster said. He lost control of his limbs on the shiny floor, swung around the staircase, and slid into Meowlen. "Woofster, are you okay?" she said, helping him up. "Just checking out the territory. I'm a pro, you know. I've got you covered, too," he said. "Hey, you, with the big hairy face, over here," a voice called out at the end of the hallway. "Is someone talking to me?" Whinniston threw his head back. "I'll catch up to the others, being a risk-taking hero and all." He trotted off down the narrow corridor and squeezed past the cages hanging on the wall. Little arms sprang out of the coins inside of them and rattled the bars. Faces now appeared and began to come alive. "You could have said, 'Excuse me,'" one said. The rest echoed a concern over his rude behavior. Whinniston was spooked, and his legs began to cramp in such a tight space. "Outsider, display space matter, flatter us with nice words," a second coin said, as hair sprouted around its edges. "Get with the language rules in our Hall of Fame. We're all captured smugglers and deserve revenge, as well as respect," said a third. "Is there something hidden in your mane? A weapon?" An arm reached out from between the bars. "Give it to me." Another said, "There's an empty cage over there for you." Whinniston swished his tail in their faces, pushing his way by. "Didn't see you, pardon me, must catch up with my heroes. I have a friend who might be impressed with your fancy hairdos. So sorry to have disturbed your rest, but I must go now, on a mission to save the world, you know. It's a secret." Meowlen jumped on him, and he let out a whinny of relief. "Unlike you, they have no class, Whinny," she said. "Shall we?" "I knew you'd sneak up on me." When she dug her heels in, he said, "Easy, those spurs are sharp. I'm done exploring alone." He made a fast right as she tugged on his mane, urging him to catch up with the others upstairs. Everyone was waiting for them in the study. McFee was ready to begin. He looked at Whinniston and said, "It's not wise to wander in a castle that may not always exist. You could get lost in time." Wouldn't want to do that. We're on a schedule," he replied. "Now, Maximojo, these are the Starrings you heard about," McFee said. "They lit up the room when they saw Glitta. They may look familiar to you, as they also began as tiny solar flares," he said to Glitta. "As you know, their energy builds a force field around the planet to keep the gravity stable. This enables everything on Zalturn to exist without spiraling off into space. I rescued them when they were little sparks after their sun exploded. I'm aware of the incoming timekeeper, Kelcius. It will speed up things, making them more efficient, and it's about time. However, these starry-eyed fairies may combust from the pressure, and you, Maximojo, have the power to adapt them to the new skies, just like Glitta." "Why didn't the council advise us of this before, Mojo?" Glitta said in his ear. He whispered, "Glitta, it may be a trap, but we need to show our backup team we've got everything under control. My Mojo instincts never steer me wrong. Maybe crossing the fence line wasn't a good idea. It's not the first time a random event just sneaked into our mission. I wonder if the council really knows what's happening. I'll figure it out. I always do." The others were amazed by the lightning speed of the fairies as they zoomed along the ceiling. Unlike Glitta, they didn't have wings since they were confined to this planet. Their bright faces, atop spiky bodies, were expressive as they performed fiery feats. One snappy flare mirrored the cat's backflip off the horse and made a flaming descent. Whinniston turned to Meowlen. "Maybe after a mission we can team up in a show ring." Woofster's eyes widened. "Is there a spot for me? I've got fancy moves too." Meowlen's ears perked up at the idea. The Starrings floated up to the ceiling and clustered into a star-like pattern as a signal to Glitta. "It's the secret starlit warning of danger. What's going on?" she said, sparking back. "Grandpa, do all planets have Starrings holding them in place in the sky?" asked Claire. "It's a possibility, as space fairies are magical beings everywhere in this universe." "And can you get me a horse like Whinniston?" "That's a big responsibility, Claire. Where would you put him?" "You can build a farmhouse for him, so he feels at home." She moved in close. "Really?" He pinched her chin gently. "Let's find out what happens next to our heroes." Chapter 8. The Starrings. An odd-looking fellow walked up to the Mojo team. He had been watching the Starrings from the corner of the study. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Lou, an expert in time control from Universal Clockwork Affairs. The ruler of the kingdom isn't aware of the possible danger, but I'm here to ensure a smooth transition for the upgrade. The Starrings and the planet must be ready to endure the energy shift that will occur. You must be Maximojo and Glitta, and a backup trio, I see." "I also have backup," he said. "A bird? Its wings are huge. It could have fast surfing moves, too," thought Maximojo. Glitta curiously flickered around the orange-tailed parrot perched on his shoulder. Lou had dark eyes defined by silver brows and an ageless face framed by silver hair. His sturdy body leaned forward, and in a self-assured voice, he continued to speak. Maximojo knew he was here for something other than the timekeeping upgrade. "And we don't need to concern our ruler, Captain Daltoid Swaggelot, with the transition," McFee said to the man, a stranger who had just shown up at his door. It struck him. How did he find this place without Manny and get past the creepers? Lou didn't provide any clues. "Your estate was well hidden indeed. I couldn't locate it on the country map. Well, I'm here now, And here you are and the Mojo team, he said, his unlit pipe hanging from the corner of his lips. Maximojo said, Lou, you already know about my team? Meet my friends on this mission. Woofster, Meowlen, and Whinniston. Top dog backup assured, Woofster said. This is my friend Meowlen. I'm honored to meet you in one of my lives, she said. Whinniston pawed the floor. We've got everything covered, appointed by our alliances, you know. Maximojo, McFee said. The stargazers informed our ruler of a concern about weather pattern changes. As his advisor, he knows I'll take care of its cause. I've known of your stellar technology for quite some time. You can assist me by sending the Starrings into the future to get used to the incoming gravity in advance. I'll join them to ensure their safe return. Certainly, McFee. But Maximojo was uneasy. His tail drooped as he thought, but they could burst back into solar flares across the galaxy and disrupt the future. But why would you need to accompany them, Master McFee? Surely they took shooting star classes when they were little sparks, Meowlen said. I'll ensure steps are taken to stabilize the atmosphere and its weather patterns on their way back. As you know, it's not possible to assist in the transition from here, McFee said. Glitta flickered around the study and looked at the pictures on the wall. She lit up the stars in one frame and recognized its galaxy of origin. She twinkled and thought, these stars form the same pattern as where I live. Why would Plaxo, my home star, be useful to them here? One starring, named Sparky, caught Glitta's eye and sent her a loving spark. She knew it was a signal for help. You look familiar, Glitta said silently, glittering back. Please help us, Sparky said. Prepare the others, Glitta said, flashing on and off. We must free the Starrings. This visit is critical for starlit order in the galaxy and the future of the universe, Glitta thought, blinking the blue moon signal to Maximojo, who winked in understanding. Maximojo, as you know, time is of the essence. Shall we begin? McFee said. He glanced over at Lou and thought, as soon as I reached out to the council, Lou showed up at my door. I've waited a long time for this chance to destroy Maximojo and his cosmic power. I knew if I planned it right, he'd be sent on this mission. I'll dispose of Lou and the others, but keep Glitta. She'll be useful, just like the Starrings have been since their capture. However, the cosmic duo's plan was also underway, but they couldn't inform the others without McFee catching on. We're right on schedule. It's time to begin, Maximojo said as his device lit up. He motioned to his team to stand back. He programmed the polymatrixer for a telomere to appear in the study. Glitta made star-like patterns on the ceiling to serve as space markers. This star system would guide them so they could secretly break free from McFee's control. Bright light poured in through the walls. The rays began to turn themselves into a funnel at sonic speed. Everyone watched as a golden ball popped out of the funnel's top. Filled with liquid crystal, the sphere transformed into a telomere. Sparky flashed, signaling the escape plan to the others. The Stargate is now active, Maximojo said. McFee gestured the Starrings to follow him. He touched the telomere and was drawn through the light into the other side. One by one, the fairies popped into the future. We'll cross star clusters again soon, Sparky said to Glitta, sending a spark of thanks from the other side. Is it safe to come out? We have a kingdom waiting for us, Woofster said from behind a chair. And what now? We just have to wait until they return, I suppose, Meowlen said. She lowered her rhinestone shades. They're probably trying on celestial designer ropes by now. They look like fashionable flares. Whinniston said, what if the Starrings get lost somewhere in outer space, or get sucked into the black hole Glitta talked about? And think of the risks of space surfing, especially among those bully rocks. They could get caught up in the past with this time change coming in. If any of those things happened, we'd really be in trouble with your superior, Maximojo. You've read too many stories, Meowlen said. The Starrings are just getting ready for a new way of life around this place. They have a stellar opportunity to transform. The telemirror made a loud cracking sound as it glowed in many colors. A hand poked through the shimmering light, followed by the sound of suction and a snap. McFee, unconscious, was blown back into the study alone. Surprised, Woofster said, "Weren't the Starrings supposed to come back as supersonic flares to do their gravity thing around this place? Did we mess up my only chance to be a hero?" The Polymatrixer's screen lit up. Mission update. Starring escape achieved. Next, Kingdom of Kavalon. The palace. The captain and his wife await your presence. Success! And we're back online with the council, too, Maximojo said. It appears the Starrings have altered the gravity field, so it can self-adjust without them after the upgrade. They also made a fast escape across the horizon. They're free now. Glitta lit up the room as everyone circled around her. Another journey, another beginning. How exciting, Meowlen said. Ahem. I knew all along about the secret escape plan, Woofster said. Maybe we should leave now and not disturb the sleeping, Whinniston said. It's time for an exit strategy, Lou said from the far corner of the room, his arms crossed. McFee awoke to their voices and lifted his face up to the horse breathing heavily on him. He couldn't understand how he lost consciousness. Maximojo helped him up as the others got ready to leave. How are Maximojo and his friends going to get out? McFee is waking up. Now, Claire, they're the cosmic duo, and they have heroic powers. And with Woofster, Meowlen, and Whinniston, and Lou, they'll come up with something. Let's see. Where was I? Oh, yes. Now this is the scary part. He looked into her widening eyes. With Maximojo by her side, Claire moved in close to read the words. Chapter 9. Rutty's Gang. The castle loomed in the distance. Rutty and his gang were getting ready to capture the Mojo team. "They've never met a rat like me," Rutty said. "I've got this urge to destroy those heroes from Plaxo. I can't control myself. Wham! Take this, Maximojo." He struck a fist in the air and spun around. "Yaha! Rutty! Gotcha!" The others crouched low to dodge his flying claws. "Once we take them underground, they'll never be able to look up at the stars again." Rutty sank his feet into Lecho's head. "I'm the nastiest rat that cosmic canine will ever meet, and also the most handsome." Smelka agreed with a timid squeal. His nose twitched as he spotted the skunk sprawled out. "You've relaxed enough, my stinky sweet. Get our secret weapon off the ground." Smelka wobbled to her feet, with her tail tucked under to hold all her scent in. "Victory is at my whisker tips. Let nothing slip out. We need it all," Rutty said. Smelka's eyes were filled with worry. She knew a lot depended on her abilities. "Here's a little something to add more fuel to your load." Rutty picked up an old stick bar, a Kavalonian treat that was poking out of the sludge, and tossed it to her. She crunched away and broke another one of her teeth. "Rutty likes them chipped, to give me a crooked look," she said to Lecho, and her backside lifted. "A little to the left, Smelka," Lecho said. He gave her a push toward Scrapsy. "Relish every morsel," Rutty said. "You'll be needing it. You never know when you'll get the next one." Smelka thought, Rutty's always right, a rat true to his word. "Rutty, let's get them." Rutty sprang back onto Lecho's horn and spun around. Scrapsy secured himself onto his scales, and Smelka coiled up in his tail. The lizard moved fast towards the castle, and Rutty spotted Manny guarding the estate. "Anyone who lurks alone after dark is looking for trouble," Rutty said. Manny walked alongside the fence to inspect the estate grounds. He stood on his hind legs to get a better view. This evening he was being more careful, as he had a hunch Woofster might be watching from behind a tree or from the window. He thought about the visiting dogs, one supposedly from space, and the other a local commoner. He said aloud, "Woofster puts on a tough act, but it doesn't fool me. He thinks he knows everything because he rubs shoulders with space heroes. He's read too many stories, and it's made him believe Maximojo's a cosmic canine. As for that glittering fast talker with huge wings, she's just a colorful butterfly with a bright smile." He gave it some more thought. Maybe there's such a thing as a dog from outer space, who sort of looks like one of us and hangs out with a chatty fairy wand with sparkly hair. But if they're actually sent on heroic missions, why are they here? Anyway, I know I'm a smart dog with a top job. Life is pretty good on this side of the fence. I bet they don't have guard posts like this way up there. He paused. Not much time left before sunrise. "It's just you and me," he said to the moon. "Our routines never seem to change much. I wish something exciting would happen." In the stillness of the night, he heard rustling sounds on the other side of the hedge. "An intruder? Has my wish come true?" Manny crinkled his nose. "Could it possibly be?" He bared his teeth. "At last. I knew if I wished long enough, something would happen. Duty calls." He leaped over the bushes right into the trap. Lecho jumped on top of him. Scrapsy latched onto his neck and stung him. Manny's yelps rippled across the swamp, surrounding the castle. Smelka scurried around in circles, anxious to release her load. "Patient, my potent sweet. Your turn will come," Rutty said. A shadow looked on from the upper floor window. "Master McFee!" Manny's last yelp echoed all the way into the distant woods. He could no longer move as his tail fell to the ground. "That should keep him still for a while," Scrapsy said. "Retisico, Scrapsy! Keep your pincer snapping. We've only just begun." Rutty pumped a fist at him. "You're a true scorpion of our underworld, the cruelest stinger in the land." Lecho, frustrated at not getting in on the action, started biting his tail, accidentally ripping it off. "Bored, are we?" Rutty said, sharpening his claws on the lizard's teeth. "You're the slimiest lizard who ever slithered in a swamp. I need your tail intact, my swatter." Scrapsy clipped Lecho's tail back on, and he whipped the scorpion into the air. It was all part of their routine. Lizards always seem to lose their tails, one way or another. "Full range back in motion, back and swing," Lecho said. "Slither on," Rutty said. Lecho slipped into the swamp and dipped below the surface. Smelka and Scrapsy climbed up to join Rutty on top of his horn. Lecho slid out of the mud and into the bushes. Rutty watched the spot where the upper floor window was supposed to be. He felt the moment approaching. "Retisico! Aha! It showed its face," he said. The window moved over into its spot on the wall, and twisting vines surrounded it. "Things are going to get steamy inside," Lecho said. He crawled into the open and spotted a feast of spicy leaf plants, furry berry bundles, and flower blossom mold in bloom along the castle wall. "Those smell even tastier than stick bars," Smelka said to Lecho. "We don't have time for fancy snacks. Stick to the leftovers from the garbage cans in the city." The thought made Rutty drool. "Speed it up," he spat, his spittle freezing into pellets in the icy air. "Whoops," Smelka said, as she tried to spit too. She swayed a little with the effort, and her stomach grumbled. "Hold tight to your secret weapon. You'll get your chance," Rutty said. But it was too late. His eyes lit up in anger after he realized she had dared to release a drop. Lecho took off fast. Sweat beads froze on her nose as she went wobbling after Lecho. "Wait up! We're a gang. It was only a small scent bomb," she said. "Don't leave me alone again. You're immune to them anyway. Rutty said you should get used to it, and that I smell nice." The gang crept up to the spot beneath the window. "Now," Rutty said. Smelka wrapped up in the lizard's tail as Rutty climbed into his spot on his horn. Scrapsy latched onto the lizard's ear, his stinger still quivering from subduing Manny. Lecho zigzagged across the castle wall and then went straight up into the thorns. Everyone hung on as he slid under the window ledge. "Watch out for those snaky sliders that followed us," Rutty said. There wasn't a creeper in sight, but the vines were climbing up the wall fast. Holding on to the ledge, he lifted himself up to look inside. Lecho's tail whipped around and flung Smelka into the glass. As she slid down, Scrapsy grabbed her ear, dangling her by his pincer. Lecho's feet had good suction to the underside of the ledge, but he lost his grip when a slider grabbed his tail. Lecho, Scrapsy, and Smelka all tumbled down, landing in the sludge at the side of the swamp. Rutty and Lecho's tail were left hanging on a branch. Inside, Lou turned toward the bang. He moved the curtain aside to look out, and his eyes met Rutty as the rat swiftly moved into hiding. Rutty grabbed the sliders that had tangled him up and shook them. "This is my surprise attack, not yours," he said. Lou felt something was wrong. "For a moment, I actually wondered if I was imagining things," he thought. He turned back to the window and banged his pipe on it. "Who's there?" No one replied. There was a thunderous crash. Lou silently questioned his idea to be hands-on for this mission. Rutty let go of the branch, landing on Smelka, who broke his fall. "That's that, and here's your tail, Lecho. Don't leave it behind again." Scrapsy readied his pincers to clip it on. "I've got another chance to jab away." "Retisico, just as I planned. We've got them trapped inside. They can't escape now," Rutty said. The gang crept around to the other side of the castle to get ready for carrying out their backup plan. Rutty turned to Smelka. "Just to make it clear, I jumped to make sure you weren't left alone near the swamp. Terrible things lurk under its surface. You should be grateful, my sweet." She was, of course. Claire came out of her hiding place in the far corner of the room. "Rutty and his gang are a mean bunch, Grandpa." "They're nasty, but maybe someday things will be different for all of them." "Grandpa, you're right. There's always a chance to be a good guy, even in a make-believe story." "Make-believe? Is that so, Claire?" She paused and gave it some more thought. Chapter 10. Leaving So Soon. Woofster paced in circles around his friends and took charge. "The study feels empty without the Starrings, but I'm glad to know they're brightening up the night sky. Now duty calls. It's time we're off to the palace. A kingdom is waiting for us, Maximojo," he said. It made him nervous to look at McFee, who stood there blankly as if waiting for something, and Lou, who was in the corner with a parrot on his shoulder, also with an expectant look. Glitta looked out the window to her starry friends. Whinniston was spooked by a loud bang on the front door. She looked down and lit up the front step, and Sparking said "Sparkafras" in surprise. McFee rushed down the stairs. Everyone piled behind him just as the door creaked open. Isn't it a little late for more guests?" Whinniston said. "It's probably only Manny," McFee said, still wondering how he got knocked out. "The Starrings served their purpose and are no longer needed. And Maximojo fell right into my trap," he thought. He glanced outside in the cool air. Woofster looking over his shoulder. "I don't see Manny," Woofster said. "Maybe he's visiting a neighbor," Meowlen assured him. "Neighbor? Look around," McFee said. "The property extends far beyond the forest, all the way to the docks." He heard scratching noises at his feet and kneeled down, pointing a finger at Smelka, wrapped in tree bark. "Now what have we here? It must be an orphan who needs some care." He lifted the skunk up, and her face filled with panic. "Orphan?" She jumped out of McFee's hands. Smelka ran toward the pipe the gang had emerged from earlier. "Safety lies below the sewer grate for skunks like me," she said, repeating what Rutty had told her over and over. Lecho caught Smelka in midair and spun her around. "Leaving so soon?" He wrapped her in his tail and lunged past McFee. Scrapsy darted into the hallway, pincers flying. Rutty slammed the door shut and whirled around the staircase. The gang stormed up the stairs after the Mojo team, who ran back to the study to figure out their next move. "I can't hold it much longer," Smelka said. "Easy does it," Lecho said, flipping her over. Next, Rutty rattled her nose to make her angry and jumped aside. "Now let it go," he said. And she did. Stink bombs began to explode, funneling into thick smoke that spread throughout the study. Glitta sent out laser beams to cut through the clouds. "Maximojo, I bet that patrol dog is behind this," Woofster said. "He tried to act clever, Manny, the know-it-all, but he doesn't fool me." Lecho barreled around the corner and knocked him over, moving in on Maximojo. "No one escapes this lizard, especially the heroic kind," Lecho said, swatting the space dog off his feet. Maximojo was thrown into a bookshelf above the fireplace. He grabbed hold of it for support but lost his grip. He landed hard on his knees, swung himself upright, and went after the lizard. Smelka pulled out a few berries she had stashed behind her ear and popped them into her mouth. Fully charged again, she unloaded one round after another. Glitta encircled Smelka and Lecho with high beams. Confused, the lizard started to chase his tail, which fell off, and knocked the skunk over. Scrapsy pinched the tail back on. Maximojo dived under the swatting tail. Woofster, distract the striped one scurrying around. Whinniston, corner the lizard and scorpion. "I'll find their leader. Oh, I smell a rat," he said. "Look at my heroes go. Duty calls." Woofster took off in circles around the room. Standing in the far corner, McFee noticed the chair where Lou had been sitting was now empty. Using his cosmic power, he sent an idea to Rutty's mind with a snap of his fingers. "Rutty, enough already. Capture them." The rat stopped, thinking he heard someone giving him instructions. Impossible. Am I hearing things? No one ever dares to tell this rat what to do. But it's a good idea. "Ratisico, enough! Lecho, Scrapsy, finish the job." He pulled Smelka to follow him and advanced on Maximojo. Rutty held his leathery tail like a sword. "Now you're mine, Maximojo. No one can beat my gang." "How did you know we were here?" Maximojo said, scanning the room for McFee. "You've misjudged the power of the cosmic duo. We'll never be defeated, as we do such incredible good in the universe." "Give it to that rat and his gang. Wham!" Woofster said. Rutty darted between Maximojo's legs as Lecho tackled him to the ground. "Watch out, Woofster," Glitta said, aiming her beam at the skunk, who was also taking aim. "I know all about skunks and how to achieve victory," Meowlen said, rolling up her sleeves. "This is my cue." She sprang up on the windowsill, ready to pounce on Smelka. "Coming right over to help you," Whinniston said, but he slipped, knocking her off the sill and landing right on top of her. "Winnie, get off me! You've ruined my heroic move." Just as I suspected, a slippery floor. He rolled off and nuzzled her helmet back on her head. "Winnie, tackle the lizard while I say hello to the skunk." Meowlen had been a galactic warrior in another lifetime. She began her march towards Smelka, purring, "You're one tough stinker. Now come to Meowlen." She flung the skunk over the chair, emptying her supply. "Victory! One down." Lecho moved in. Scrapsy scrambled onto Maximojo, latching onto his solar-powered collar, which threw him back with a shock. "What a stinger!" he said, scrambling back up, pincers flying. "Where's Glitta?" Maximojo heard McFee say, but he could no longer keep his eyes open. "I'll never be defeated. I have Mojo and lots of backup." "Victory for the Scraps," Scrapsy said, clacking his pincers as he delivered the final sting. Claire looked into the stuffed animal's eyes. "You're my hero, Maximojo. What went wrong?" "Being mischievous and full of adventure, he'll win some and lose some, but he's still a hero inside," said Grandpa. "To us heroic ones." Claire gave a high five, meeting her grandfather's hand in the air. She pulled open a bag of marshmallows and put 3 on a stick over the fire. One was for Maximojo. Chapter 11. The Dark Cave. "Maximojo, are you awake? It's me, Meowlen." He laid slumped over the bedrock and didn't stir. She touched his crystal collar, and the crystal flashed. Jolted, Maximojo opened his eyes to find himself tangled in a web of spider nests. "Looks like I've got myself in a bit of a mess," he said. Beady eyes watched as he began pulling the sticky threads off his coat. The spiders began to swarm in. "A spider invasion," Meowlen said, her white fur standing up at the sight. "They're in every galaxy and on every planet I've ever been. I've seen their scheming moves against others. They spin their threads even in space, building webs between floating debris to trap unsuspecting space travelers." A long-legged spider made her way up onto Maximojo's nose. He stared at her as she said, "We don't like visitors. Heard you had a big scuffle and lost." She lifted a leg to eye level. "Can't you see the little ones are sleeping? It looks like you're tangled in my affairs. But don't worry your curls about it, Fluffface. There isn't much time left in the shrinking dungeon anyway. You, your other furry friends, and the man in the corner must have been quite a concern to be disposed of here. Now hush. I mustn't be disturbed. Very busy." "Shrinking dungeon?" Meowlen's ears flattened. "My alliance must be notified." "There must be an update error. We're expected at the palace by now." "I'm taking my webs elsewhere," the spider said, working fast to unravel her threads. She threw a line over the cat to collect the dangling nests on the other side. Other spiders began gathering their webs and swarmed to a crack in the wall. Maximojo picked a few strands from his face, saying, "Is everyone okay?" He stood up and tripped over Woofster and Whinniston, who were sprawled out on the damp floor. He reached up to touch the wall. "Water is seeping through the rocks. We must be well below sea level. The water's pressure may not give us much time to escape. The walls are beginning to crumble." He scratched his head and reassured himself everything would be okay, even though they were in serious danger. "Sorry to bother you at a time like this, but we need to have a dog-to-dog Mojo talk. This is a dungeon, isn't it? And what's this all about being squashed by the walls? Woofster said. Woofster, the Starrings escaped, and so will we, Maximojo assured him. Now just stay still, Winnie, Meowlen said, combing out the webs in his mane. You're the most majestic horse of the dungeon. Easy on the tangled hair. Whinniston's lips quivered as he spoke. You're Winnie the warrior now, Meowlen said. Being crushed with no way out makes me skittish. Pardon me, did you say warrior? He flung his mane over to the other side. I saw most of what happened, and you put up quite a struggle to protect our team, Winnie, Meowlen said, and her eyes turned blue. You kicked the big scaled one when you tripped again. He whacked you hard, but you fought back and kept on kicking. A real team warrior. It gave me enough time to empty out their secret weapon. Woofster said, I would have covered you, Meowlen, but I was at the other end of the room with Maximojo. Well, what I really mean is, I watched my heroes give it to those stinkers. Wham! I'm not sure how I was knocked out. Hard to admit, I was, being Woofster and all, but I put up a good fight too. He said to himself, Woofsy woof, wait till the other dogs read about me. Woofster, former guard dog, trapped and doomed. I can see it now. Lou was in the far corner. He hadn't missed a move of the gang's attack. Water dripped onto his head. Maximojo, he said, wiping his face. If we got in here, there must be a way out. And there's not much time left. Feeling powerless underground, Lou looked around the stone enclosure. His keen senses were still intact, and he was relieved the parrot had escaped. Not to worry, I've only experienced victories in all of my lives. Lou was right. There must be a tunnel or a door, Meowlen said. She changed out of her pinstripe jumpsuit and matching headband to overalls and sturdy boots. I came prepared. It might be a long walk to Kavalon. Where's Glitta? On it, Woofster jumped up to sniff around. Glitta, it's safe to turn up your light, Maximojo hollered, then thought, without Glitta, we'll never find our way out. She has to be here somewhere. I just know it. I'm sure the authorities somewhere have been alerted, so we should be rescued soon, Meowlen said. Would the ruler of the kingdom know we've been captured, even though we haven't met him yet? Whinniston said. Surely he receives planetary affairs updates, Meowlen replied. She saw a sparkle coming from under the horse's mane. Glitta flew out bright as ever. Sniffed her out just in time, Woofster said. When I saw the gang capture you and the others, and the look on McFee's face, I hid, she said, sparkling. Whinniston struck a pose against the wall, proud she had chosen him as a hiding place. Maximojo's shoulders dropped in relief. You always find the best hiding places. The wall began to crack from the pressure. He turned, and with all his strength, steadied the wall. Glitta acted fast. She drew in an electrical current from the air and passed it through her body and out to the device. Maximojo's collar lit up in rainbow colors as he switched on the polymatrixer. The device flashed. We're now hooked up to a radio wave in outer space, Glitta said. Maximojo saw a faint signal on the screen. Council, can you read? Mojo, Mojo. The incoming response read, It appears you have been taken captive by a smuggler we've been looking for. You were off the radar, but we've located you now. A recent Galactic report indicates that the sewer gang has plans to take over the kingdom during the installation of Collapsis. The gang is unaware McFee controls them. Is that Lou with you? And where's the parrot? Advise an update. Council out. A vibration shook the bedrock of the dungeon and knocked everyone to the ground. The signal was gone. Grandpa put the book on his lap and looked up to the sound of the wind blowing against the window. "Looks like we're snowed in, Claire." "We need a space ferry. She would have beamed her way out by now," she said with a giggle. "Let's find out about Captain Daltoid Swaggelot, the ruler of Kavalon. I have a hunch he may be the reason our heroes are in this spidery mess." Thinking about this, Claire stretched a marshmallow between her fingers. Chapter 12. Captain Daltoid Swaggelot. Captain Daltoid Swaggelot stepped onto the balcony. He overlooked the gardens in blossom and the courtyard. The palace glistened from the evening frost, which began to melt in the sunlight. Birds chirped their songs as a gust of wind swept by. "That's quite a breeze this fine morning," he told the wind. "The weather patterns have changed in Kavalon. I remember something similar taking place during a certain eclipse a long time ago." The memory slowly started to come back. "I wonder if Clarenette would approve of me talking to the wind. My wife always knows what's best for me." The ruler enjoyed the beauty of his kingdom and breathed deep to draw in its richness. He felt a surge of energy as he looked over at a mountain. Incoming moonlight shone through a dark mist, descending on the countryside. "It appears morning has just sped past us and turned into night. Time is picking up speed." He looked out to sea. Tides crashed against each other and rose into a pillar. Being a captain at heart, he knew the sea was a mystery. He leaned on the rail to track a wave as it rushed up onto the rocky shore. "Is this a sign of my fate? A calling that I missed at sea?" The sea calmed and the fog lifted. The sun broke through to a blue sky. My imagination got the best of me. Perhaps Clarenette sprinkled extra spice on my breakfast crumplets. She always surprises me. He looked around, smiling. Clarenette stood in the doorway that led onto the balcony from their private quarters in the palace. She stepped toward him, adjusting her hairpin lovingly. Captain Swaggelot reigned over the land. The ruler of Kavalon was distinguished and strong. Everyone admired his black hair and how it kept his eye patch in place. His exposed eye was a beautiful hazel hue. The patch told a story of his life at sea, where one journey had ended and another began. He had only a vague memory about his final day at sea. During his last voyage, the captain encountered pirates who planned to steal the treasures his ship carried. Huge, scaly creatures with webbed feet hoisted themselves over the stern of the ship. The captain was heroic and fought back, but he was struck down. The battle played over and over in his mind to this day. I remember waking up on the shore of a strange land to a beautiful smile. Clarenette, a stranger to me then, took care of my wound and made me my favorite berry tarts. She seemed to know more about me than I can even remember. There was a twinkle in her eyes, and when she pulled out a hairpin that held her hair in a bun, I knew we'd be together forever, he recalled. Entranced by her charm, he found that his dream came true, and she won his heart forever. At the time, the people of Kavalon didn't have a ruler, and after he got better, they gave him the scepter of the kingdom for his bravery on the mysterious seas. The coronation and his wedding were both grand affairs that graced the land. Clarenette had a passion for needlepoint and used silks woven from rare gems. The stones were found in caves located in the hillsides far from the kingdom. She would surprise the captain by crafting eye patches in every color imaginable. She decorated each room in the palace in cosmic style, with celestial ceilings and a crystal staircase that spiraled up to the skies. The captain's presence empowered all the citizens to be the best they could be. He relied on his advisors, who oversaw matters in his kingdom. His most respected authority in the Department of Mining Explorations and Land Projects was none other than Rutland Redkin. Rutty. Rutty was pumped from his victory. The gang scurried along another passage on the return to their underground castle. They banged on the pipes, but the noise wasn't heard in the bustling city above. Using his spy screen, Rutty counted the captives and knew someone was missing. "Where's the sparkling wand, Lecho?" "I unloaded everyone into the dungeon, and she wasn't there. I forgot to tell you. She was hard to contain and must have slipped away when I stuffed the others in the sacks." Smelka spoke up. "It wasn't his fault, Rutty. He's tired. Lecho looks exhausted from carrying the prisoners from the secret entrance in the mountain into the dungeon." "Who said anything about being tired?" Lecho said. "And I also had to carry you back, too." "That fancy cat knocked every drop out of me, but my last blast made everyone dizzy," Smelka blurted out. "Look who's trying to take all the credit," Lecho said. "You're just a skunk with not much of a weapon," Scrapsy said. "Not like my pincers that never ceased to pinch. It was this scorpion who stung the space dog." The scorpion darted into the pipes and vanished in the dark tunnel. Rutty followed, sliding down the chute, bottoms up. He was reaching for his spy screen, just as Lecho slammed into him. Rutty slapped the lizard and spat. "You knocked my spy screen down into the pipeline. And stop sliming me with drool. Grab it, Scrapsy." "Did you see Maximojo's curly top flatten?" Lecho said. "Your sting was right on target, but my wax knocked him out." "As I said, my sting, my win." Scrapsy pinched the screen and bounced back up. He slid it behind Ruddy's ear and sprang onto the lizard, trying to get a pincer inside his ear. "Give it up," Lecho said. "Never. This stinger will always have it in for you, even though I'm not sure why." Scrapsy darted away. "Rutty, I relish nastiness. It brings a grin to my face. Lecho, get to your watch post in the mines." "Beat it," Rutty said. "I'll find that glitter wand myself. The heroic Maximojo and the others will soon be crushed in the dungeon. They're in for a treat, and it's not space cakes." A long time ago, during the installation of the present timekeeper, Planet Zalturn rotated on its axis and flipped over, and a disaster occurred. A kingdom called Treptolon and its race, the Treptolonians, who had lived on land, collapsed inward and now lay below the ancient water system. And the kingdom of Kavalon mysteriously appeared in Treptolon's place. Another race, known as the Mammalians, also lived deep inside the planet. At the moment Zalturn flipped, both races froze in an ice flash that swept across the galaxy. When the ice melted, the Treptolonians and Mammalians were enslaved in separate areas underground and ruled by Rutty and his gang. But little did the gang know a cosmic force controlled their nasty ways. Master McFee was this force, and he used space putty to create figures of the gang, which he manipulated to make Rutty and the other members do his dirty work. In the underground of slavery, every rock had its place. Glowing spark flies lit the caves, which were filled with gemstones, and rivers carved out caverns and tunnels. Vegetation flourished along the plateaus, and rocky cliffs kept the slaves from the outside world. Treptolon's royal castle, which once stood under the sun, was now suspended above a swamp and upside down, beside Lecho's watchpost. Treptolonians were smart and agile creatures, with coarse hair and big eyes. As predecessors of future monkey species in the Milky Way, they had strong hands and clawed feet to move them swiftly over steep rocks and dangerous terrain. Though they were a courageous race, they didn't remember their past or its freedom. Now they were only nameless slaves, forced to mine Zalturn's precious gems, under the fist of their overseer, the one called Rutty. Lecho was the slaves' taskmaster, and Scrapsy would threaten to sting them if Lecho hissed in their direction. Among the Treptolonians, one youngster stood out. He was bold, curious, and adventurous. Although no slave was allowed to have a name, he called himself Kelcius-Kol, a name he had heard in a dream. Not only had he taken on a forbidden name, but he had even begun to form a secret miners' movement for his fellow slaves. The miners knew of his name among themselves, and the two eldest also knew they had a name, but kept it secret, even from Kelcius, his nickname. The others were surprised at his boldness and admired him, while the slaves accepted the hardships. Kelcius somehow knew things could be different. He's going to be someone important someday, the other slaves agreed. In the dungeon, the Mojo team slowly got up from the damp bedrock. Still shaken from the energy surge, Woofster walked along the inside wall of the dungeon in the musty air and stumbled on an uneven board on the floor. Maximojo, over here! I believe I found a way to get out. Woofster banged on the plank, and it moved. You're a pro, Woofster. May I? Meowlen hooked a claw under the door's hinge and rattled it, her ears perking up. Move aside! Winnie coming to the rescue! Whinniston gave a fancy back kick to the door. He reared and stomped on the wood, which shook loudly under the blows. Woofster put his ear to the ground. Listen, do you hear something? He said, but the others only heard the faint echo from his pounding. There must be a tunnel on the other side of the door. Whinniston, give it all you've got, Maximojo said. Everyone else stand back. Things might get messy. Winnie's here. No need to sweat it any more, the horse said with nostrils flaring. He slammed down hard. The rock around it cracked, but the plank remained intact, water seeping in. Here I go again with warrior might. A spider poked out through the keyhole in the door. Wait, not another move. Hold your blows, big fellow. Fast, fast. Whinniston looked around, thinking he had heard something, and gave the door another kick, just missing her. You clumsy thing, said the spider. I have a busy schedule. I went through this with Fluffface. You no good captives are making such a ruckus. Relish your last moments in silence. You're not alone in the underworld. She began checking corners for nests. Sorry I forgot you, precious ones, the spider cooed, and she snatched the last few bundles. She marched up the horse and stood between his eyes. Have I made it clear? Keep it quiet. Hush, hush. Whinniston, covered in sweat, spooked and reared, hitting his head on the ceiling. Meowlen, annoyed that the spider had scared her friend, went after her. By the time she scratched at the keyhole, Widow Wynder, the scheming spider, was gone. I know how old Maximojo and Glitta really are. They're probably very old like you, Claire said. Like me, Grandpa said, stroking his chin. They're young at heart, so no one really knows. Space heroes never age the way we do. It's their adventures that keep them young. Perhaps I'm timeless too, like Maximojo. Now let's meet Kelcius-Kol. That's a good idea, she said, wondering how old Grandpa really is. Chapter 13. Kelcius-Kol. Bang! Kelcius-Kol heard the distant noise. Bang! There it was again. Always the curious one, he slipped out of the cave and lifted himself onto a ledge. He raised his pointy ears, straining his neck to listen. He scrambled around for a bit, but couldn't contain his thirst for adventure. He went into one cave after another and tried to convince the others to come out with him to investigate, but no one would join him. "Let's have an adventure. We'll be back before Lecho arrives," he said. Everyone he spoke to refused. "Pretend you never heard anything. You'll get us all in trouble. Let us rest." Although he was breaking the rules, Kelcius was driven by an urge that was saying, "Get on with it. Go. Forbidden adventure, here I come. If no one else will come with me, at least I have my little friend, a button bug. You should also have a name. I will call you It." The bug was a soft, pliable, and reliable friend. "I am Kelcius-Kol, independent and proud to stand on my own 2 feet." He pounded his chest, kicking a leg up for fun. Rolled up in a little ball, the button bug bounced around on his head. Since It had become friends with Kelcius, he felt he could adapt to any situation, since he could change into any shape he could imagine. It believed, like all button bugs, he could be useful in the adventure. Kelcius began to climb a narrow path between the cliffs. The others had warned him about the caverns below. Now their words echoed in his head. "Never look into a pit of no return. You'll recognize it by the vapors rising up from it. It'll make noises to lure you to look in." "Is this the pit of no return?" he said, sniffing for clues. Kelcius carved out a rock chunk and dropped it over the side. He heard the rock splash, followed by a sizzle. A puff of steam rose under his snout. "Yes, this must be it," he said, sneezing as It hung on. He rushed on and came upon a hole. He put his ear up to it. "The banging noise is on the other side of this hole," he said. It popped up and bounced on his head to agree. Spark flies circled all around. "Looks like they're trying to warn me, but there's no turning back now." Kelcius crawled into the entrance and pulled himself through it. He came out on the other side, high up on a ledge and right below the trapdoor that was keeping the Mojo team trapped inside. Bang! The noise shook It out of its hiding place, and the bug landed between his eyes. "We made it, but we're far from home," Kelcius said. "We've never been in a forbidden area. See, nothing has happened to us so far. And Lecho is nowhere in sight." It was also curious like his big friend. The bug popped onto the door. It, turning sticky when nervous, stuck to the surface. "The banging has stopped now," he assured Kelcius. The bug molded itself into the shape of a key and glided into the opening to see what was on the other side. "I've never seen anything like it," It said. He turned around in the keyhole to get back to his friend and unlocked the bolt. The door flew open and whacked Kelcius, sending him into a tumble. Being an agile miner, he was able to hook onto the side of the ledge. A space cake bounced over him as he barely hung on, swinging. "Kazeez!" Kelcius said in surprise as he watched It disappear far below. In Kavalon, Captain Swaggelot organized the agenda for the general meeting with the advisors of the kingdom. It took place in the palace during the 3rd phase of each moon cycle, but the sun and weather patterns had been erratic. He decided to discuss the matter with the official stargazers. The clock in the city square chimed, and the captain entered the room. The advisors took their seats. "Rutland, you're on time for a change," the captain said, struck by Rutland's recent behavior. He's turned a shoulder to the other advisors and shows up late in untidy clothes and with an alleyway attitude, he thought. The captain proceeded to calculate the numbers as he looked over each of his advisors' reports. The kingdom was in the process of allocating funds for upcoming projects. Rutland was in deep thought. I've had a hectic schedule, with little rest, busy days filled with work in the kingdom, and my own nasty plans to take care of. Now he's worried about fund allocation. I bring more wealth to this place than he knows, and yet he's still not satisfied with how the money's being spent. I have matters to attend to in the mines. Brushing off the dirt from his sleeves, he mumbled under his breath. Arguing about silly matters, a waste of time, which I assume Maximojo has run out of. The captain waved a map. Master McFee has not arrived yet, but it appears Rutland has a special request. He turned to him. Why do you seek my approval for the expansion of mining explorations offshore? We have priceless resources in the mountain regions around us that should be excavated first for their riches. Our kingdom needs this wealth for a growing population. There's no need to mine other continents. Are you trying to send us to sea to conquer other lands? The waters can be dangerous, as I know firsthand. Everyone turned around to the patter of feet. A dog at my meeting? That's a first, McFee. Explain yourself, the captain said. McFee raced into the meeting with Manny, who was no longer the dog he once was. He didn't want to leave Manny alone with a swollen nose, courtesy of Lecho's tail, and matted fur from the sting. The moment he entered, Manny's sniffer went wild. He spotted the gang leader from across the room. Both froze when they made eye contact. Although the rat had changed into his official advisor's disguise, there was no fooling this dog's nose. Rutland slowly lifted himself up from his chair so he wouldn't startle the dog, but it was too late. Manny lunged at Rutland, tackling him to the floor. The shape-shifting rat gave a twist and slid out of the dog's hold. Forgetting where he was, he ran out of the room on all fours, with Manny in close pursuit. The captain stood speechless as he watched first the dog and then one of his advisors give chase. Manny, stop! McFee ran out of the room after him, his silk weave scarf flapping behind him. It got caught on the door. The captain picked the scarf up and examined the symbol woven into it. A spider, he said. I've never seen anything like it before. Manny chased Rutland out of the main entrance, over the garden beds, and past the guardhouse. McFee ran after him, but Manny disappeared into the streets in pursuit of the gang's leader. Rodent hair began to appear under his fashionable suit, which was torn into shreds. He dropped the clothes and shoes in a garbage can and picked up speed, scurrying into an alley. Rutty took a last look over his shoulder and shrank into a small rat. Not just a rat, but one with a big purpose, and strong like the captain. Rutland Ruddy Ratkin, the future ruler, he assured himself. Rutty noticed a nearby pack of rats chattering away. Alleyway commoners. How could they not be impressed with me, the future ruler? They sniffed, encouraging him to come over. I'm a hero to all the rodents in the land. He gave them a grin and slid between the great bars. McFee caught up with Manny, who was growling at the sewer. McFee dragged him off. That rat hasn't seen the last of me, Manny said to himself. So you got roughed up by my gang. Patrol dogs must control their temper in the kingdom, McFee said. Later, he advised the captain that Manny had suffered an accident at his estate and he wouldn't be joining him again. McFee was convinced Manny had somehow become independent, breaking free of his control, and dreaded the thought. Could it be because of his encounter with Maximojo? Claire asked, Grandpa, is there really such a thing as a button bug? It is Kelcius-Kol's best friend, and he'd do anything for him. Claire, I'm your button bug now. You're being silly, Grandpa. There's a whole world under our noses we don't even know about. That's true, and maybe we're just about to find out. Chapter 14. The Underground World. Ahem. Make way. The last warrior kick did it. Sniffed it out. Follow me, Woofster said as the trap door hung open. Eager to leave, the Mojo team dived in all at once and got stuck. They hung upside down above the ledge. Maximojo was jammed between Meowlen and Woofster. Lou was squashed in the center, and Whinniston managed to poke his muzzle out. Glitta beamed out first and flittered just under Maximojo's head. Looking up, it said, That creature has so many faces. The long face covered in hair is making a funny noise. Kelcius pulled himself up onto the ledge. Could it be a multiple-headed creature? He placed his clawed hand over his eyes and lifted his fingers apart to peek. Glitta sparkled, saying, Hello, when she saw him. Look, it's a huge sparkfly with arms, Kelcius told it. Maybe it's from the forbidden world Smelka told me about, the land of sunshine. Kelcius and Smelka had become secret friends ever since they had met at the waterhole. I'm courageous Kelcius-Kol now. Rocks crumbled over the edge from his outburst, and the sound echoed from cliff to cliff. We found out who's making the noise. Let's go back to our cave now, it said. What if the creature jumps us before we make it to our escape hole? We must get back before everyone wakes up, the bug said, bouncing around. We can take another route, but it's a long way down. Kelcius threw a rock over the side. There was a long silence before it echoed back. Lou and the others watched the commotion below. Why don't they just help us onto the ledge? Meowlen said. The big one has strong-looking arms. He can yank the door off to give us more room to get out. We can't risk another delay. I have an idea, Lou said. Meowlen, Woofster, squeeze over. Whinniston, don't move. Lou slid another arm through to jump out just as it crawled across his nose. A curious bug on Zalturn? How surprising. He gently brushed the bug off but was still stuck in the middle. Kelcius caught his friend. Where did you learn to get into trouble? From Smelka? Even I want a daring adventure. Make way for it. Kelcius put the bug out of harm's way. Now stay still while I figure this out, he told it. I'm courageous too. It poked out and snapped back under Kelcius's armpit before he could say another word. Button bugs are incredibly curious and stubborn. Everyone back up and stay clear of the inside walls, Maximojo said, as the others drew themselves back into the dungeon. Maximojo lowered himself into the exit, his back legs dangling above the ledge. He let go and landed under the door. Not only is there a curious sparkfly, but there's also a creature with floppy ears, a shiny nose, and a crystal gemstone around its neck. This face seems to have separated from the other ones, he said. What if Lecho jumps out from behind a rock? It said. This reminds me of a time I wheeled a cart of gems to the far side of Rutty's castle, he said. I sneaked behind a rock where Lecho couldn't see me from the watchpost. I saw Rutty pick up some stones and rub them together. It created a spark that turned into a huge flame. The glow of the fire stirred every part of me. I felt I had a bigger purpose. It made me somehow remember being in my very own castle. I know that doesn't sound possible, but it's true." Kelcius watched Glitta move around. She isn't so scary looking after all, with her sparkly hair and arms and wings that never seem to stop moving. "It's a good time to whistle, but not too loud," it said. Kelcius agreed. He crawled out of his hiding place and began whistling the slave miner's march through the hole in his forehead. It was a tune passed down by the eldest of all the miners. It brought them a feeling of hope and joy while they worked. A little braver now, Kelcius shouted up, "Claw your way down like we do." All they heard was a screech. Maximojo reached for his device to confirm the whistle's origin. "Glitta, this creature speaks the language of the lost civilization of Treptalon." Maximojo crouched low, bending over to stare into the stranger's face and speak to him. Kelcius squeezed his nose tenderly and said, "Kazis, friends?" The Mojo effect instantly kicked in. Kelcius now heard familiar words, and everyone could speak with each other. "Are you a Treptalonian?" Glitta asked him. "A Trepta what? I'm Kelcius-Kol, a slave miner with a name, and proud of it. I named myself after the temperature of our world, as I heard it in a dream." Then his voice dropped to a whisper. "Actually, it's a secret, because having a name is not allowed. Do you have a name?" "Well, it's an honor to meet you, Kelcius-Kol. Maximojo is my name, and you are a Treptalonian, and a courageous one. My friends up there are Woofster, Meowlen, Whinniston, and Lou. You already met Glitta, flickering above you. We're from a place far from here, and on a mission to help your world." "Call me Kelcius. We're friends now. This is the only world I know. But in your world, is a mission like an adventure?" "Yes, it is, Kelcius," Maximojo said. "Would you like to help us? You must know this place, inside out." "Kazis, we're part of a real adventure now," Kelcius said. It bounced up and down. "It looks safe for everyone to come out," Glitta said. "Your friends should jump fast," Kelcius said as a loud cracking sound echoed through the caverns. "The ledge is wide enough for all of us. Stay clear of the crumbling walls. Jump now." Maximojo gave the signal to Woofster. "That's the command I've been waiting for. You're a top dog space hero," Woofster said, gesturing to the others. "I'll take the lead, good at it," Whinniston said as he squeezed out backward and lowered his hoofs on solid rock. Woofster steadied his hind legs, looking down between them. "Allow me," Meowlen said, and holding pause, they jumped the short distance. Lou held onto the sides of the opening and landed feet first. "Looks like we all made it. All aboard," Whinniston said. Glitta felt an energy surge run through her. "Wait, there it is again," she said as her body rattled from the vibration. "I'll be right back." She sped away to find the source of her unease. Glitta soared deep within the planet and whirled around huge mountains. She tucked in her wings and glided into an opening that led to the other side of a cliff. Zooming along, she sent data through a light beam back to her team. A trail of rainbow glitter painted a beautiful landscape over mountains with steep cliffs, passages, and echoing caverns. Waterfalls overflowed with sparkles, covering the once gray world she was leaving behind. It appears this place was not originally built underground, and there's an upside-down castle to prove it. It seems to have settled on a rock foundation below the pipelines. "There's a whole other world deep inside Zalturn," she reported. "I'll find the gang who interfered with our mission." Her brightness alarmed the snapheads in the swamp below the castle. Their eyes reflected her light above the water's surface. They snapped at her as she flew by. Ever playful, she enjoyed a good game of catch me even if you can't, It gave her the chance to practice her wand-like moves. The snaphead said, "How did this intruder slip past us?" Jaws smacked shut in the sludge as they watched her soar over the drawbridge. "I've just picked up on the power source again. It's coming from the mountain that vanished off your screen, Mojo. It must be close to this castle," she transmitted. The shadows in the window didn't notice Glitta flittering around as she used her solar energy to record any activity, sending it live to the polymatrixer. "The coordinates are registered now, and the gang who captured us is inside the castle." "There's that overgrown sparkfly again," one snaphead said as Glitta swirled around them. "It got away again!" They snapped at each other as her light faded in the distance. Glitta's findings appeared on the device. Maximojo projected the images of Rutty, Lecho, Scrapsy, and Smelka sitting around a table. Ruddy's arms waved as he discussed something. His voice gradually became clear. "Let's go over the plan once more. The Swaggelot affair will be one he'll never forget. The handsome Rutland Radkin will escort Clarenette to the palace gardens during the new moon celebration. I'll give her dark cosmos wine, formulated just for this night, and she'll become putty in these arms. All of you will hide in the bushes and wait for my signal. Lecho, you carry her away. At last it will be just the two of us. And my gang, of course. Kavalon will be gone, and the underworld will rise to its glory again, will rule the land forever." Rutty pushed himself away from the table. "Lecho, Scrapsy, beat it. Go to your post. I've got things to take care of. Smelka, we don't need you now. I'll be back later." Maximojo couldn't believe what he was hearing. Celebration? Clarenette? The ruler's wife! He realized this mission was much bigger than he was led to believe. The moon was now nearing its final turn in its cycle. Would there be enough time to save the planet? "This dungeon isn't going to hold up much longer, and we're under it. We need to get to the palace. Glitta will catch up to us," Maximojo said. He stumbled over Woofster, and Whinniston broke his fall, Meowlen in his mane. They were all tangled up together. They were the Mojo team, after all. Glitta carried on her search for an exit. She rounded a corner and came to a stop. There stood a huge mountain, smooth as crystal. The sight made her shake as she sparked, saying, "It's Vanishing Mountain. I've never seen anything like it, and it must be our way out." She saw a boarded-up entrance and sent X-rays inside the mountain to see what was behind the planks. Seeing it was safe, she took aim, and with a gamma ray that shot out of the top of her head, blew open the entrance. Puffs of smoke floated away, revealing an open area of sparkling treasures that even lit up Glitta. She soared straight up the main tunnel of the mountain. Its walls glistened from the light seeping through the cracks along the sides of a hatch at the top. She pushed it open and fresh air rushed in. "I can see the sun and blue skies," Glitta said, twinkling, and took a picture of the gardens. Birds were chirping, and she quickly recharged in the sunshine. Refreshed, she went to get the others as the exit picture flashed on Maximojo's device. "I knew Glitta would find a way out," Maximojo told the others, waving the device in the air. Glitta sped past the castle on her return, shedding tears of joy, light-filled orbs that bounced everywhere. One such glow ball made it to the watch post. It exploded on Lecho's horn. He jumped. "An intruder?" he said irritably. Glitta raced around the last corner. She saw Kelcius standing tall on his back legs beside Meowlen. She covered her bright smile, sparkling about her discovery. Kelcius rubbed his eyes, but still could not see past her shining face. He soon began to lose his grip. Heroically, it sprang around and gripped him from behind. What are friends for? It said with a sigh. Claire squeezed Grandpa's nose. Kazis? Friends? He smiled and tickled her. I knew Glitta would find a way out. That's why they're the cosmic duo. And by the looks of it, you and Maximojo make a good team too. Everyone should have a name and be proud of it, Grandpa. Just like you and me. Let's find out about his search team before Lecho does. Chapter 15. The Search Team. Elsewhere underground, it was mealtime for the slave miners. They huddled over stone bowls of hardy plants and berries outside their rest caves, next to a waterfall that carved out the cliffs around them. The miners sat in a circle wondering what to do. He sneaked out of his cave to find out what was causing the banging noises. He told me the same thing. I just went to sleep. An adventure, he said. And it was calling his name. The miners piped up all at once. Calling his name? Kelcius-Kol. That's what he said. The two oldest miners were startled to realize that, like their friend, they wanted to say their names aloud. But where these names came from, they couldn't be sure. They just popped into their heads. They didn't dare tell the others of their names. Maybe the noise he heard was from the other side. You mean the Forbidden Land? Everyone gulped. No one ever could survive if they fell into the pit of no return on the way. They all looked up into the shadows of the only world they could remember. He would have taken his best friend. Everyone started turning over every stone. The bug is nowhere to be found. He'll get us all in trouble. We must take action. A missing miner is a concern for all of us. This time he's gone too far. They all agreed. Lecho had divided the slave miners into two groups, according to their size and flexibility. They were called the benders and the backers. The benders were skilled at bending over to break open the geodes with their claws. And the backers were very strong and carried the heavy sacks on their backs. A search team was formed from 5 of the top miners from each group. They set out together, knowing they were breaking the rules and could face dangerous consequences. For some reason, I was also feeling a little adventurous, and I made these crystal shards into swords to protect us. Miltonia, a bender and the eldest of his race, said, "We must be brave." They all agreed and followed Kelcius' scent, which led them into a forbidden area. Even the spark flies are nowhere in sight. We must find him before Lecho does, Sutrina, the oldest backer, said. We must hurry. The ruler of Kavalon needs our help, Maximojo said. He projected a map of the kingdom for Kelcius to see. Kelcius moved his fingers through the image. This place of sunshine looks familiar somehow, he said. I know a way off this ledge, but it might be a tight squeeze. Glitta twinkled knowingly and went to the hole, and with one blast, she widened it and lit up into a spot beam. Each one made it through the passageway. On the other side, Meowlen told the new member of their team, "Join me on Winnie so we can talk." Glitta led the group to Vanishing Mountain. "Kelcius," Meowlen said, "you're quite a brave fellow. May I call you Sir Cole? There are many worlds outside the mines. I had my own queendom a long time ago. I was a kind ruler to everyone in a land with sunshine and flowers and rolling hillsides. Kavalon reminds me of such a place. I belong to a secret miners group. I'm the leader and the only member. Everyone else is scared to join." "You are Sir Cole, indeed," she said. Always prepared, Meowlen tilted her miner's hat and straightened her designer belt, which held a hammer and chisel. Anything you need to know, you can ask your friend Meowlen. Kelcius was glad she shared his thirst for adventure. Lou was fascinated by this world hidden from the Council's radar. Taken by the landscape, he stumbled and sent rocks crashing down the cliff. He hoped no one heard and caught up with the others. They hiked up a slope with winding turns. "The palace awaits," Glitta said, twinkling at Kelcius. But the entrance she had blasted open earlier had already boarded itself up again. "I've got it," Kelcius said, as he sliced apart the boards with one claw. "Such a strong coal miner," Meowlen said. "Ahem. Step aside, Kol. Where I'm from in the east, they're always looking for woodcutters," Woofster said. Kelcius held it against his heart. "I'm feeling right here. We have another adventure in the land of sunshine." "And your mining days may be over soon," Meowlen said. Her uncanny intuition told her this. He felt something stir up in him at that moment. You missed a few." Whinniston kicked the pieces aside. "You can always count on me." Glitta lit up the entrance inside, and their faces shone from the reflection. Meowlen was dazzled by its radiance, and it made Woofster a little dizzy. Whinniston poked his muzzle in between them to look around. Kelcius looked up at Maximojo, who told the group, "Check the ground with each step to make sure it's sturdy. Move fast and stay close. This mountain isn't what it appears to be. From what I've seen since we arrived, it can vanish at any time. We'd be lost forever if it doesn't return to where it stands now." High above them, the Mojo team felt the warmth of the incoming light. "There's only one way out, and it's a steep hike up through the center of the mountain. But we can do it. Let's go," Maximojo said. "Remember to keep your voice low," Kelcius said, looking at the crystal icicles that hung off the sides. "They can shatter from loud sounds. It would cause a cave-in, and we'd be trapped inside." Lecho ran in circles at his watchpost. Another one of Glitta's orbs had landed on his face and burst into stardust, lighting up the swamp. He vaulted off a rock pile and began chasing his tail. "That does it," he said. "I'll get to the bottom of this, once and for all." Smelka and Scrapsy watched from behind the window bars in the castle. The snapheads were restless and covered in glitter left by the intruder. Until now, nothing had ever escaped them. Rutty was at the docks on official business. Lecho returned to the castle and sent a message to his spy screen from an emergency device inside. He stomped around hissing. Frustrated and not knowing who could be making trouble, he felt an unusual urge to take charge. He marched over the drawbridge, with Scrapsy and Smelka clinging to him. Not far from the castle, he saw many tracks leading toward the forbidden place. They stormed off in pursuit of the intruders. Rutty, wearing a huge coat and hat to appear bigger and tougher, faced the dark figure on the docks. They were there to take care of business. "Such a damp night, but I always enjoy a good chill in my bones," the smuggler said. "Now what surprises do you have for me?" "A selection of our finest gems," Rutty said. The smuggler opened the sacks. Rutty stared hard, but he still couldn't see his face. He never had, despite all their dealings. Lecho's message finally arrived, and Rutty's screen started to rattle. He dropped the sacks at the smuggler's feet to read it. "Use the secret entrance. We'll be waiting for you. Urgent matter. Lecho." Who's telling who what's urgent? Rutty felt something was terribly wrong. He told the smuggler he had to take care of something and ran off. Vanishing Mountain sounds like a beautiful crystal palace, Grandpa, said Claire. It may be a palace somewhere, but here it's very mysterious. What do you mean? It has a strange way about it, like it has a mind of its own. I have a hunch it's from out of this world. How about I make something special on the open fire? She opened the fridge to get the butter as he poured the kernels into a popcorn popper and secured the glass lid. Tell me more about Vanishing Mountain, Grandpa. With a bowl of popcorn in front of them, he scooped up a handful and with the other hand turned the page. Chapter 16, Vanishing Mountain. The search team of miners picked up on a familiar scent from hair wedged between some rocks. Kelcius knew to leave a trail, one said as their strides turned to leaps and bounds. The path sloped down around the bend, and the group came to a stop at the sight of a mountain. I've never seen anything like it. It shines like gemstones, Meltonia said. He reached out to touch the markings carved on the rock, and it gave him a shock. A backer saw the planks on the ground. Only Kelcius has the skill to do this, he said as the planks began to cover up the entrance. Lecho does random spot checks in our caves. We must hurry before he finds out we're gone. The group slipped under the last board before it sealed itself shut. They looked around in wonder as the light from the peak brought the gem clusters to life. The group squinted at reflections on the walls. Sutrina was inquisitive and strong. He broke off a gem and split it open with a sharp twist. I've never seen anything like it. He crushed the cluster into dust. This place may not be stable either. Over here, it looks like a main tunnel, and it goes straight up. But to where? Another backer, who was an expert tracker, sniffed around. Look, these tracks are from Kelcius. But look at these other prints. They're not Lecho's. Keep your weapons close. If Kelcius is still in here, he's not alone. Meltonia said, This must be Vanishing Mountain. The others looked at him, and their ears pricked. A secret story was passed down from my ancestors. I was told to never forget it, so I would always remember who we are and where we came from. I was sworn to secrecy until the end of time, and I believe this time has come, so I'll tell you what I know. Everyone moved in, eager to hear. He began. We were not always slave miners. We're a powerful race called the Treptolonians. Our ancestors were free and roamed up there as a way of life. He looked up. And we still have our freedom. It lives deep inside us, but we can only find it when we want adventure. This urge must have awakened in Kelcius. I believe he may hold the answer to our past, as he brought all of us here. The storyteller before me told me of a hidden chamber within this mountain, where someone from another race does secret things. He never said what happened inside, only that creatures like us would never make it back out. And here we are, where we shouldn't be. The group moved around, unsure of where they were. And, he continued, I was told of another race, somewhere within Vanishing Mountain. No one had ever seen them. One time I heard rumbling under our caves, and I wondered who could have made such noises. This place was said to have many caves and passageways. Meltonia picked up a rock and banged it on the wall next to him. Kaziz, the story is true. It's hollow. I'm going to try something, but get ready to run fast, Sutrina said. He sent out a sonic boom, something a skilled miner would only do if he was in danger, as it could cause a cave-in. The sound blew open a hidden entrance. This route runs alongside the main tunnel. Let's split into two groups, Meltonia said. You backers will go into this passage. We benders will go straight up. Keep alert and check for Kelcius in every hole. If the stories are true, the ground may vanish under your feet and appear somewhere else. If you don't find Kelcius within 1,000 leaps, return here and we'll leave. We have the others to protect also. If Rutty finds out we're gone, we'll all be punished, and even worse, fed to the snapheads. The benders carried on up into the mountain. Sapphire pillars stood along the crystal walls of the tunnel. On the other path, the backers soon found themselves in front of a door. "Stand back," Sutrina said. The door opened with a sweep of his crystal sword. The backers curled their toes around the edge of a steep staircase and looked around for any trace of Kelcius. They all began to lose their balance. "Kazeez!" each one of them said, tumbling down the stairs. Lecho moved fast on the cool, rocky surface. Travel was quicker underground than above ground in the heat. He was snorting hard as he followed the scent until the trail ended. "Who dare to enter this forbidden place?" he said. "Runaway slaves, maybe," Scrapsy said, snapping his pincers at Smelka. "Whoever it is will never have the chance to crawl out when I find them. How dare they break the rules? Even Rutty doesn't know what happens behind certain walls inside this place. But I should be allowed to, because I'm a tough guard. I will someday. Rutty said maybe if I'm extra mean." "He told me that too," Smelka said. Lecho kicked some dirt on the tracks. "There are many intruders inside these walls." He shot a disgusted look at Scrapsy. "We'll stir each one into stew and feed them to the snapheads. Better yet, I'll force each one to make the bricks for the special tower we're building." He slapped his tail against the ground, which threw Smelka off. Lecho gave the planks a hard blow, and he barged in with Scrapsy, leaving Smelka behind. "I'm tired of being picked on. I have feelings too," she said. Scrapsy climbed up onto Lecho's horn to scope out the area. When Smelka realized she was alone, she panicked. "Wait for me!" She got hold of Lecho's tail, and he flung her on his back. "I knew you wouldn't miss out on the capture," Lecho said. "By the looks of the trail, I say they're moving fast." Again he wondered who the intruders might be. The slaves are not courageous miners. "They know who's in charge at my watchpost," Lecho said. "I remembered there was a strong one. Stubborn, but I showed him who's boss. I heard a rumor he may even have a secret name." "Rutty said anything's possible for a slick rat," Smelka said. "So maybe the slave with a name is Slick." "Could someone from our gang be involved?" Lecho said. "Tempted with the right snacks, you might be, Smelka. I was only in this mountain once before when I carried the sack containing Maximojo and his friends to the dungeon. Could it be them? No one's ever broken out from the dungeon." A thought came back to him, and his scales turned an angry mustard purple. It must have been the captives lurking around the castle. Is it possible they're more clever than us? Smelka said, "Yes, quite possibly so." Lecho's tongue darted out at her as he lashed out at Scrapsy, hissing, "Crusty Face, go check on the dungeon. We'll wait here." "What are you waiting for?" "I'll make sure the trapdoor is sealed shut." Scrapsy bounced away on his tail at top speed. "Crusty what?" he said. "I'm a top-pinching scorpion, and the prisoners must have already met their fate." "Faster, Crusty Face. No time to waste." Lecho's voice echoed. The scorpion bounced harder. He scaled along the side of the ledge, backtracking every step since they had left the McFee estate, and entered the secret entrance in the mountain peak. When he arrived, the trapdoor hung open. He sprang about on his tail until he sank on the ledge, pincers by his side. This wasn't part of the plan. Scrapsy rushed back to the others. They're gone. We should have finished them off at the estate. Smelka must have something to do with their escape. That orphan is always looking to help others. It was my victory sting that got the dog. Remember? He said. Smelka pleaded, I'm innocent. Lecho's scales flared in ghastly colors. She couldn't have done it on her own. It's that space dog and his chattering wand, he said. Lecho marched up the tunnel and into a side passage, and the others followed. Rutty will be furious when he finds out the prisoners got away, Scrapsy said as he bounced onto another path, pincers flying. They'll regret ever breaking out. Lecho skidded to a stop. Wait, I lead around here. For the first time, he had been left behind by the scorpion and looked at Smelka. What are you waiting for? Get on. I still may need you. They chased after Scrapsy. Rutty hurried off the docks, leaving the smuggler and his unfinished business. His coat and hat flew off as he ran through the gutters of the city, panting as he said, What could possibly be happening beneath the city? Lecho must be attending to matters I don't know about. Why is everyone becoming so bold and independent? That lizard sent his message long before I arrived at the docks. So even my spy screen isn't working right. What's a rat to do in a world of stellar technology? A local storekeeper spotted him and swatted the rat with a broom. Rutty flipped over and got back on his feet. He raised a fist and squealed, Do you know who I am? I have a life outside of garbage cans, you know. In fact, I have my own castle, gem mines, and a gang to do my nasty work. You'll be sorry you ever touched me. I warn you, lower your weapon. The storekeeper chased him down the street, and he made a quick escape into an alley. Ratisico, victory! I lost him. I'll have his store shut down for improper pest control at the next general meeting. He'll be sorry he ever tried to mess with me. He swung over a fence and into a garden. I'm the slickest rodent in the land, Rutty told himself, looking around to make sure no one was watching. He plunged through the hatch of Vanishing Mountain. Grandpa stopped and took off his glasses to rub his eyes. Are you okay? Claire said, playing with a few burnt kernels left in the bowl. I remember now. We're coming up to a scary part. I can handle it, Claire said. She touched the collar for protection, and he reached out to touch it too. Chapter 17. The Secret Tunnel. The sun shone across the palace gardens. Delicate blooms framed the lush lawns, welcoming the warmth. The solstice was fast approaching, and soon celebrations for the change of season would be held in the city square. As well, there would be a new moon affair at the palace. Bells chimed through the morning mist and cast halos over the hedge of red gushberry bushes. Clarenette picked a few berries as she passed by with the captain, enjoying a stroll in the gardens. Daltoid held Clarenette close as a cool breeze swept by. They stepped off the walkway and onto the grass. He heard piercing cries from the other side of the gardens. Just listen to those high-pitched birds, he said. It's strange how the silver-tipped calversons are circling over the kingdom this season. The gardens are so lovely this time of year, Daltoid, Clarenette said to her husband. She bent over to pick some flowers for her reading room. She admired the eye patch he had chosen for their walk. Sky blue is so becoming, and it matches your jacket. She smiled as she put a flower in his lapel. You are talented, my love. Tomorrow at dusk, the celebrations begin. He looked into her sparkling eyes. Clarenette's love filled his heart. Scrapsy bounced in front of Lecho and Smelka and stopped. Hear that noise? It sounds like Maximojo and the others are headed right into our trap. You picked the right route, Scrapsy, but we can't take all of them on without Rutty. Lecho pointed to a ledge. Let's hide under here until they pass, then tackle them one at a time. The Mojo team came rushing by, but Lou had stopped to admire the carvings on the wall. When they spotted him, Scrapsy spun around. He's all mine. It was my lock they broke open back at the dungeon. He waited for Lecho's signal. Now, Scrapsy, get the intruder, Lecho said. Scrapsy sprang off Lecho's horn and onto Lou's back. Startled, Lou tried to reach him, but Scrapsy was right between his shoulder blades. No one can escape the Scraps, he said. I'll make this right before Rutty returns. Lou threw his back against the wall, but Scrapsy was ready for his next move. He locked his pincers together and leaped onto his face. Lou trembled, and his lips opened as he said one word. Maximojo! And the scorpion slid into his mouth. Lou's voice shattered the crystal icicles, and the sapphire pillars began to shake. The noise was heard throughout the mountain. The inside walls began to crumble, and as the Mojo team scrambled to find shelter, diamond, emerald, and ruby clusters shattered. The ground split open to reveal a steaming lava pit. Make room for Winnie! The horse tried to squeeze between Meowlen and Woofster, watching the hole widen below. Kelcius slid under a ledge to take cover from the shattering gems. Lou, where are you? Maximojo fought his way back through the falling rocks, Glitta beaming through the dust. They found Lou with his hands around his neck. His cheeks puffed out as he pointed to his mouth, unable to speak. You're under attack. I've seen this before. Maximojo grabbed him around the chest and gave him a firm squeeze. Lou coughed hard as he started to change. The buttons on his shirt popped off, and his pants tore apart. He was now encased in a hard shell, and tentacles sprouted from his legs. Eyes appeared on his head, and sharp pincers replaced his hands. The invasion of a snappy scorpion, no doubt, Maximojo said. Glitta confirmed it with her X-ray view of Lou. I'll have to remove the invader from the inside out, Mojo, she said, revving up for the battle. No one can defeat me. I'll never turn him loose. Scrapsy clacked to the others through Lou. Rutty had made his way down the tunnel, dodging the falling rocks. Rutisico, what are you waiting for? He said to Lecho on the underside of the ledge. Smelka was shivering on top. Let's get him! Rutty ran up to Maximojo, who was trying to get Scrapsy out. Lou swung at the rat with his pincers, but the tunnel could no longer contain him. A loud crack echoed throughout the mountain as it shook and trembled. We must rescue Kelcius, one miner said as they kept out of sight. The Benders, familiar with the dangers underground, knew what that sound meant. They all rolled into balls to protect themselves. Lou gave one last cry and shattered the walls, and the bubbling pit beneath the bedrock erupted. Everyone rocketed out the top of the mountain. They landed scattered across the palace grounds. Rutty peeked out from a flower bed and waved Lecho and Smelka over. Lou had landed in gushberry bushes beside Maximojo. Mojo, prepare for the rescue, Glitta said. She turned into a solar beamer, pried Lou's jaws open, and plunged inside. His fork-like tongue darted around, but couldn't stop her. She moved in on the scorpion's hiding place and flared at him. Lou's eyes glowed as he began to contract. Your invader is trying to find a way out, Lou. Let's make it easy for him. Now this may pinch a little, Maximojo said, as he shook him upside down, holding him tight until the shell cracked. Lou let out a large belch. His shell split open, and the pincers flew across the gardens. Scrapsy was ejected into the air, followed by the glittering fairy. "Oh, my gang must be watching." Scrapsy looked around wildly and bounced out of the gardens. Glitta latched onto Maximojo's space pack as the cosmic duo took flight. Maximojo's tail propelled them rapidly across the palace grounds as they chased the scorpion to find its leader's hideaway. Now back to his proper size, Lou lifted his head to check his body parts. Everything was still there. Relieved, he let out a giant burp, right into the face of Captain Swaggelot. "All it takes to become a giant scorpion is a little imagination, right, Grandpa?" Claire said. And one angry Scrapsy. Lou was lucky the cosmic duo was around to save him. She nodded. "I hope the captain is nice to Lou, even though he's a little weird." Weird? Maybe a little odd, being an expert in time control and finding himself in a messy situation. Claire stared at Maximojo on her grandfather's lap. "Did he just give me a little grin?" she wondered and replied. "Grandpa, if we're all a little odd and smile more, it'll make the world a really fun place." Chapter 18. The Dark Forest. "My, who do we have here?" Clarenette said. "State your purpose in our garden, sir," the captain said, looking at the scruffy fellow in torn clothes. "Sir, I am asking you for the last time, what is your purpose in our gardens? You are on private property and are trespassing on my land." Barely able to speak, Lou said, "Really not sure. I appreciate your hospitality for letting me rest for a moment, but a warm drink would set me on my way." Outraged at his response, the captain said, "I am Captain Daltoid Swaggelot, the ruler of Kavalon. Guards!" But just then, a dog, cat, and horse, covered in volcanic ash, approached. They looked a bit confused, and they were staring at Lou. "It looks like this wanderer is their friend, and they seem to be concerned." Clarenette scooped up the calico cat. "You're shivering, and you don't even have a collar. Are you lost? My name is Clarenette. Would you like a bowl of milk, cute little one?" She turned to the captain. "Can I keep her?" "Cute? Little one? Milk? Cosmic bubbly, perhaps. Meowsy meow meow. We'll catch up another time," she thought. Meowlen sprang out of her arms as fast as any heroic feline would. "A collar is not fashionable. Maybe a diamond necklace or tiara for an occasion like this. Oh, freedom, here I come." She jumped onto Winnie's back. Lou realized he was interfering with the mission. While the captain was sizing up the cat, he got a burst of energy from behind the clouds and quickly vanished out of the gardens. "Make it an unforgettable departure, Winnie," said Meowlen. "I simply adore dramatic escapes. Now the palace awaits us. You can always count on the warrior types." Whinniston galloped away in long strides, Woofster right behind him. The trio vanished into the nearby forest. By the time the captain looked over, the stranger was gone too. Clarenette gave him a loving smile, and his concern faded away. "Strange things can occur before a new moon, Clarenette." Daltoid looked around, trying to convince himself nothing unusual had just happened. Changing the subject, he cleared his throat and asked, "Are all the details taken care of for tomorrow evening's affair?" "We got away just in time," Woofster said. "But it was a close call, and who was Lou talking to? Wait, the lady in the garden must have seen me, Winnie the warrior, saved my friends from a dangerous situation. Where's the rest of our Mojo team? Our heroes, Maximojo and Glitta?" "They headed in the other direction after the scorpion," Meowlen said. Maximojo told us to wait in the forest for them. Something's not right about Lou. Our heroes rescued him, and he left us without even saying goodbye. Now that her mood had changed, she put on something dressier and combed the dirt out of her fur. I'm going to inspect our hideout, Whinniston said as his hoof pushed into the ground and stomped around. He bolted into rodeo moves around the trees and tripped on a stump. We're safe for now. Just no fast turns in the woods. Hidden dangers, you know. They heard a familiar woof. Anyone around? Manny appeared from behind some trees. Yo, there you are. I should have chased you all away when you arrived at the estate. Look at all the trouble it's caused me. I ran away the first chance I could. The gang was planning to destroy you, and me in the process. I put up a good fight, I suppose, he said, eyeing the group. My master and the rat are in on this together. Rutty does McFee's dirty work in disguise, and is helped by his gang. It was a Starring who saved me that night. After they took to the skies, the one who called herself Sparky rescued me. With a flash of her light, my eyes opened, and I regained my strength. I jumped the fence and made a run for it. Now I have nowhere to go. So how about it? Can I join you? He said, anxious to be useful again. Knowing they might need extra backup, Meowlen said, Welcome to the Mojo team. I just knew Manny would join their team. Those Starrings are really special to help a planetary dog in trouble, Claire said. Grandpa looked up at the ceiling lamp hanging from a wood beam. Perhaps we wouldn't be here either without the star fairies in the sky. He ruffled his granddaughter's hair and continued. The Swaggelots continued their garden stroll. Their legs brushed by Kelcius and almost knocked him over. The couple didn't even see him as he raised his arms and shouted up, Watch your step! I'm Kelcius-Kol! At the sound of his voice, other heads began to appear from between blades of grass. Unaware of what happened, the couple walked past the pond and entered the palace door. We've been looking all over for you, the group of benders said. They gathered around the adventurous one, crystal swords still held at their sides. An eager miner said, The rest of our search team, the backers, are still in the mountain and could be trapped by the cave-in. Kazeez, oh no! Kelcius sent out a boom to let his big friend Maximojo know there was trouble. Outside the palace grounds, Maximojo was on his way to the forest when he heard the call for help. The duo swerved around in flight and touched down in front of Kelcius and the other miners. Are you all right? Maximojo said. The rest of our search team is trapped inside the mountain. Please help them, Kelcius said. They'd followed us into the tunnel, looking for him. We must rescue the others. Otherwise, it could change the future, Mojo, Glitta said. Maximojo located Meowlen and the rest of the Mojo team on his radar screen. They're safe in the forest for now. Well, it looks like a reliable patrol dog has joined our team, and it seems Lou never made it into hiding with the others. It's strange that he said he was from Universal Clockwork Affairs. What's strange about that? Glitta said. I never heard of such an authority in the Cosmic Federation. I wonder who he really is. I'm sure we'll cross paths with Lou again. And let's hope the rest of the team will wait until we come for them. They're well hidden among the trees, and if they leave without us, it could change the outcome of our mission. But first, we must find the missing miners, or should I say, the lost Treptolonians. It's our duty, he said. Glitta powered up under the sun and held onto his pack, wings by her side. Meowlen is sending images of space cakes over the polymatrixer. She heard about the party at the palace, and she may not wait in the forest for long, Maximojo said, as he swung open the hatch. "This is the only way in, and it looks like the tunnel narrowed after the eruption. Be careful of falling rocks." A little worried and a little hungry, he climbed down into the mountain. At the palace, a general meeting was about to start. The advisors entered the room and took their seats around the table. They started to arrange their papers as Clarenette sat beside the captain. "It's an honor to hold the scepter of a kingdom," she said. "It was your wish to do so, even before you were a captain at sea. Remember?" Daltoid was puzzled by her words, but he got distracted when McFee entered alone. "I'm sure Rutland and McFee are embarrassed by the dog chase during our last meeting," the captain said. "Let this be a warning for all of you. They could have lost their position in the kingdom due to their behavior." In chasing Rutland into the streets, Manny abandoned his patrol post and all his duties at the estate. "He's not the dog I groomed him to be," McFee thought, "but he did lure the cosmic duo into my trap, as well as others in the past. But I didn't expect him to betray me and leave. He seems to be showing signs of independence, like Smelka. I need to find Manny and dispose of him. I'll deal with Smelka too, when the time is right." Rutland rushed into the room in dirty clothes. He hurled himself into a chair and began scraping the dirt from his hands. The captain watched in disbelief. He turned to Clarenette. "I wonder about Rutland Radkin. He's been acting unusual lately. Actually, there are other peculiar things occurring in the kingdom." "Daltoid, stranger things have happened in Kavalon during festive times. Why not extend a formal invitation to Rutland? He's been a dedicated advisor to you." After the meeting, the captain took Rutland aside. "Clarenette would like you to join us at our private affair in celebration of the new moon. You would be our honored guest. You're respected throughout the land, and we appreciate the contribution you've made." He paused. The captain realized he didn't even remember appointing Rutland as an advisor in his kingdom. An eerie feeling crept over him. Putting this disturbing thought aside, he said, "Clarenette baked gushberry pies, and I believe there's one with your name on it." "Ratisico, count me in. How can I refuse you and the gracious Clarenette?" Rutland said. "It will be my honor to attend. I'll bring wine made with berries and blossoms from my garden. I saved one bottle for a special occasion. I'll be there when the skies darken." "Ratisico?" the captain said to himself. "Grandpa, I hope the captain realizes that Rutland can't be trusted, and I wouldn't want to be trapped in an underground shaft like Kelcius's friends," Claire said. "It's only possible if you decide to become a miner someday. Do you know what you want to be when you grow up?" "I want to be the best I can be. I have a purpose, too." "I do, too, Claire." Chapter 19. The Palace Celebration. The backers awoke at the bottom of the staircase, with their crystal swords spread across the floor. A telescope hung over the side of the platform to observe the shaft below. The 5 miners looked around and scooted across the floor to the edge. Each one peered over, taking their turn to speak. "Kaziz, hello," the youngest backer said. "I see something moving below us." The echo carried far into the pit. "What could that be?" said another, pointing a finger. All eyes turned to the chest on the floor. Crash! They looked up at the door as the suspended staircase fell into the shaft. "Oh no! How will we get out now?" one said. "Look, over there on the far side. I've seen Lecho using a telescope like that from the watchpost above the mines. If he can do it, so can I," Sutrina said, feeling a little daring. He curled up its stand to peer into it. "There are many creatures below us." He zeroed in on a small gray one who stood out from the big creatures with curved tusks. Their eyes were set wide apart on flat faces. The hair around their faces framed their wrinkled skin, which helped to protect them from the cold. The backers all took turns watching, curious about every move the creatures made. Maybe they're miners like us. They've got huge jaws for miners. If Kelcius were here, he'd climb down and ask. With those chains on their legs, one wrong move and they'd all fall, Sutrina said. The large creatures walked along the shaft floor, and the small ones balanced on the narrow ledges, where the caves lined the walls. When they came out of the caves, their carts were empty. The carts are unloaded over there, so it might be our way out, one backer said. Then another replied, but Lecho might be on the other side. This must be where he is when he leaves the watchpost. An idea came to another backer. If those creatures tell Lecho we sneaked in, he'll throw us to the snapheads. It's better to stay hidden and wait for the others to find us. Everyone agreed until one of the group caught sight of a cave on the other side of the shaft. A light glowed in the opening. Kaziz, look! If we could get inside the hole over there, it might lead us to our caves, but we can't leap that far. The lit cave shone on the creatures, stomping the crystals into pieces. The piles were scooped into sacks. Clouds of sparkling dust caught the light and cast little rainbows on the shaft walls. Sutrina lowered the telescope and said, "This must be the other race we were told about." He looked at the chest again, moved toward it, and reached up. With a twist of his claw, he flung the lid open. The others scrambled up the sides for a look inside. They stared at 4 vessels, each containing a figurine floating in liquid. Looking closer, another said, "These look somewhat familiar." He reached in and tossed each vessel out onto the platform floor. Sutrina picked up the vessels and examined them. Each had a diamond plug in the top. He popped their plugs, blew away the foam, turned them over, and shook hard. "They're stuck," he said, squinting into the open end of one. "This one has a big, earless head and a long tail." He picked up another. "Look at the huge pinching claws on this little one. Wait till Kelcius sees these things." The liquid poured out, but the figurines were still jammed in the vessels. "Shake them harder," the others said. When he did, the figures inside plopped out onto the floor. The others passed around the little statuettes. They were made of tacky clay and became soft to the touch. One figurine, with a white stripe along its back, slipped out of a miner's grip and rolled away. It stopped just before it fell over the edge. It let out a faint cry. "Get out if you can," the figurine said softly. But no one heard. The miners became intrigued with the whiskered one, who wore a belt. It squirmed in their claws. "This one's a slippery character," they all agreed. A determined miner yanked on its tail, while another tried to make its nose flat. "Let me try," one said, eager to show off. "Twist it like this," another took over. But after each try, it just snapped back into place. The builder backer, known for his carving skills, twisted the pointy-eared figurine's head. "It won't even break apart, whether I turn it around or stretch it out this way. We can crush a stone into dust in one hard crunch, but these things can't be broken," Sutrina said. A loud sound echoed up through the shaft. "Yawoop!" Only the most extravagant affairs took place in the palace. All the nobility and elite throughout the kingdom were invited, and only the finest chefs were brought in for the celebration. Woodwind and string musical instruments set the mood for the gala. The sun set behind the palace as everyone arrived in formal attire. The ladies wore gowns with beaded lace trim that draped along the polished marble floor. The men wore Kavalonian weave jackets and signature caps with a snug fit. Clarenette elegantly descended the staircase in a pink gown. She touched her hairpin, which held the formal display of braids and curls in place atop her head. It was a childhood gift, and she was never without it. As she walked to Daltoid's side, Clarenette smiled, and everyone was shown into the dining room. Golden-gloved servers stood by. The tables were filled with delicious creations to satisfy every palate, served with the finest wines from across the country. The aroma of hot and cold platters, of spiced and savory delicacies of the land, and vegetable pies lingered in the air. A row of chandeliers cast sparkles over a long table of fruitcakes and creamy chocolates and tart berry pies. The guests awaited the signal from the captain. He raised a torch and lit the candles to usher in the new moon affair. "Enjoy the festivities of this special evening," he said. "I would like to make the first toast to the captain and his charming Clarenette," Rutland said, before clinking a fork against his goblet. Without warning, he flipped on his head and began bouncing on the floor, out of control. A hushed silence fell over the room. Rutland toppled over onto his back and got up fast, as his nose flattened against his face. An unseen force flipped him onto his bottom. He covered his head with his jacket so the other guests couldn't see as he pulled at his nose until it stretched back into shape. Everyone was convinced he was putting on a show and cheered him on. "Go, Rutland, go! Something's got a grip on me," he said to himself. Rutland ripped open his jacket, gasping for breath, and dived headfirst onto a chair and flopped over. He felt something grab him by the backside, pulling at his pants, as his head twisted around. "Oh, my!" exclaimed one guest, putting a hand over her mouth. Rutland put his hands on both sides of his face to stop the strange force, but his arms sprang out to the side. Sweat rolled off his forehead. Outraged and embarrassed, he thought, "Rats don't sweat. Rats are tough and cool. I'm being made a spectacle of, but by whom?" He steadied himself on the table and vaulted off onto the floor. He stood up and bowed, not knowing what else to do. "What a wonderful performance," members of the crowd said. "Thank you, but no need for that," he said. "I have many surprises in store. There may be more to come." He shrugged, hoping it wasn't true. Unsure if another attack was going to happen, he managed a small smile for the crowd and struck a casual pose beside a marble statue. Some of his features remained distorted, but he hoped it wasn't too noticeable. Outside in the palace gardens, clouds rolled in, casting shadows on the lawn. The gang waited for their signal. Lecho's scales curled and Scrapsy fell off his horn, his pincers drooping. Both lay sprawled behind the hedge. Smelka was busy practicing her moves. She felt something sneaking up on her from behind. "Who's there?" she said, overcome by a strange sensation. "Leave me alone, Lecho. You're asking for trouble from Rutty." But when she looked around, he was nowhere in sight. "Everything's whirling around," were her last words as she rolled over into a bush and fell into a deep sleep. Lecho, struggling to keep one eye open, watched her spin across the grounds. "That stinker," he said, his voice slurring. "Don't know why Rutty keeps her around now." Scrapsy stumbled over the lizard's face as his jaws slammed shut. They both passed out. "Rutland the rat can really sweat." Claire bounced on her knees. Remember, he's being handled by the lost miners inside the mountain. Maybe he actually deserves to sweat a little during that performance. This stomach needs a little something after watching all that exercise. How about I make us something to eat? Claire propped Maximojo up on the kitchen counter so he could be close by as she helped prepare dinner. Grandpa carried the plates to the couch and set them on the table. He mashed the potatoes with a fork, took a bite, and began. The mysterious vessels. Chapter 20. The Mysterious Vessels. McFee heard the cries of the giant creatures, called Mammalians, in the shaft. The sounds echoed throughout his castle. He held the arms of his chair and rose, a dark cape draped upon him as he flew from his study, down many stairs, and into a long tunnel that led to an entrance into Vanishing Mountain. The backers heard a door slam and turned to discover McFee, standing tall in the dimly lit cave they had been unable to reach. "How dare you break the rules and find a way to get past Lecho? Who are you to disturb my other slaves?" McFee said, looking at the chest on the floor. "And what have you done to my precious vessels?" "Kazee! Help! He's big and scary," the youngest said. The group of miners crept to the edge. One tucked the nearest figurine, the tiny skunk, under his arm to show to Kelcius. They linked arms and formed a chain. Sutrina gripped the side of the platform, and the others slid over him, each hanging on to the legs of the one above him. He pushed off from the top as they swung around like a rope around the pillar that supported the platform. "Trying to escape? There's nowhere to hide now. I never imagined slave miners would become so ungrateful and roam where they shouldn't. I saved your ancestors from destruction, and now you dare to trespass in my secret mountain?" McFee stretched his cape wide and swooped across the shaft to stand next to the telescope. His hood flew off as he focused the scope on the miners spiraling down the pillar. They gained speed with every turn, stirring up a crystal dust cloud. "Yawhoop!" The Mammalians sent out alarms as they watched the little creatures descend into the shaft, the only place they could call home. "We should have waited until Kelcius returned on his own," one said as they got near the bottom. They let go of the pillar and dropped to the ground. McFee's mouth twisted into a sneer. He frightened a group of Mammalians by snapping 2 fingers. They began yanking at the chains around their legs, trying to break free. "Tremendous display of fear. They're under my control. Destroy those creatures now," he said. Straining to take big steps, they moved towards the backers trying to scale the wall, who began to slip and just clung on. Satisfied he had disposed of the slaves, McFee waved his hand at the chest on the platform, and the figurine of Rutty floated into it. He spotted the Lecho and Scrapsy figurines on the floor. "They'll need to be retrained to guard the slaves from ever escaping again. And where's my innocent Smelka?" He looked down into the shaft. There she is, snuggled up in a Treptolonian armpit. Does Smelka really believe she can make her own choices? I gave her a purpose as part of my gang, but I can destroy her just as fast. Or better yet, strip the skunk of her stripe and scent. She'll lose her identity forever. He held up the ruddy figurine. Where were you when the slaves escaped from their caves? Why was Lecho not on guard? Where was Scrapsy? He tightened his grip around the figurine. Are you in a bit of a squeeze, Ruddy? Foolish puppet. You help me with my gem smuggling operation because I control you through this little figurine. And this ruddy rat Rutland Ratkin can sweat if I will it. He began to smooth out the dents on the figurine's face. You're not ready to be disposed of yet. I still need you to look respectable for Clarenette. After your work is done, you'll awaken and discover you and your gang were under my control, and the kingdom will be mine. Next time, I'll make sure my puppets don't have feelings and can never make decisions on their own. I misjudged the influence of Maximojo. I've heard about his effect on others, but now I know it's real. Manny was ruined too. It'll never happen again, as this is that pesky space dog's last mission." With another wave of his hand, the figurines of Lecho and Scrapsy rose up off the floor. He grabbed them in midair. "You both need a touch-up after those slaves handled you." He smoothed out the lizard scales with a finger and squeezed the scorpion's pincers to a sharp tip. "You won't remember a thing, will you?" McFee moved their heads up and down as if they agreed. "Time for everyone to get back to work. Obey now." McFee stuffed the 3 figurines back into the vessels, and cosmic liquid poured back in as he plugged the seals. "I'll melt down Smelka's statue, but not just yet. Such a pity my skunk was ruined," he said, smashing the skunk's vessel into pieces. As Lecho and Scrapsy slept on the palace grounds, the figurines of each watched McFee on the platform, and the memory of what they saw began to fade in their dreams. McFee took one more look through the telescope at the miners on the wall as the Mammalionians waited for them to tumble down. Now back to important matters. A flash of light from above cast McFee's shadow on the wall. A space dog and his sparkling friend were headed straight for him. Maximojo landed on all fours and swung himself upright on the platform. "How did you get out of the dungeon?" McFee's face filled with anger. "It's clever how you got the council to distract us from our mission, but we have our own reasons for visiting you as well. The Starrings didn't lure us into your trap. They tricked you into your own demise. Did you really believe you could destroy us?" Maximojo said. McFee removed his hood. "You're a space-surfing pooch on your last heroic escapade. Maximojo, I've waited a long time for this chance." "We're the cosmic duo and will never be defeated," Glitta said, emitting lightning bolts that passed right through McFee and hit the wall behind him, bursting into flames. The flames rushed into his hand and turned into balls of fire. McFee aimed them at Maximojo, who sprang up over them and flipped over onto the platform. Glitta sliced them like a sword and trapped him in a radiation field. He weakened the field with his force, enabling him to break free. "We'll meet again soon." He wrapped the chest in his cape, spun like a top, and vanished in a puff of smoke. When the air cleared, a one-sided coin spun to a stop where he had stood. Glitta and Maximojo stared at each other, and he picked it up. The coin flipped out of his paw. It landed face up, showing McFee's face. "Starriola! Wow! I knew it, Mojo!" McFee is the cosmic pirate who made his presence known when we arrived. He's the ancient force disguised as a space coin we were warned about, Maximojo said. "And it looks like your radiation affected his powers after all, Glitta." He put the coin into his pack. "I'll dispose of him in an obsolete black hole on our way home. Now to rescue those Treptolonians." Kelcius arrived at the top of the door. The rest of the search team of benders crowded in behind him. "We're a team and here to help you," Kelcius said. Maximojo looked up, impressed at their courage and bravery. "We located your friends, Kelcius. They're safe down below. Glitta and I will bring them up. Stay where you are. It's very dangerous around here." Catching the air in her wings, Glitta held on to his collar as Maximojo jumped off the platform. "Kazeez, look at that!" Kelcius caught sight of a glittering object darting out of Maximojo's pack. The coin faded into the opening of the cave on the other side of the shaft. "There's a lot of funny-looking spark flies around lately," he told the others. It agreed. "To my charming Clarenette," Captain Swaggelot said. He raised a goblet, and everyone stood up. "And also for the most tasty gushberry pie ever baked in my honor." Rutland clinked the captain's glass as he felt a few whiskers sprout on his face. He bowed to the guests and excused himself. Puzzled, he slipped out the side door. "I thought shape-shifting only happens when I will it to," he thought. He looked across the grounds and whistled to alert his gang. "Where's Smelka?" His eyes darted around and whistled again, but still no skunk. Now that's odd. Not at all like her. She always responds first. My gang would never disobey me. Rutty straightened his jacket and stepped behind a row of bushes and tripped over a mound. Curled up under his chin, Lecho and Scrapsy stirred. He got up, saying, "Why weren't you on alert?" Lecho, unaware of what had happened to him, said, "I didn't recognize you looking big and all dressed up." The words came out sounding jumbled because only one corner of his jaw was moving properly, and his eyes were half shut after the miners in the shaft handled the Lecho figurine. "You're supposed to be on duty. Get up, you lazy lizard. Where's Smelka?" "Over there somewhere," Lecho said, pointing to the bush she had rolled into. "I haven't seen her," Scrapsy said as he noticed strange marks on his face. "Are you okay?" "Ratisico, of course I am. Just planning my next move. What are you looking at?" he said to the scorpion. Scrapsy darted behind Lecho. "The capture of Clarenette will succeed. But I, the ruthless Rutland Ruddy Ratkin, will do it myself," he said, wiping some mud from his hand. "Find our stinker and wait for me under the sewer grate." He turned and with long strides made a grand entrance into the palace. "My, what a performance you gave," Clarenette said to Rutland. "It was my pleasure to amuse your guests." "Thank you for all the work you have done in the kingdom. The captain has kept me informed." He kneeled before her. "We haven't had a moment to become acquainted in a less formal way. Would you care to join me for a walk?" "Certainly, Rutland. You're acting anxious tonight. Is something on your mind?" "Some of the workers didn't show up at the site. I had to dig a trench with my own hands." Rutland turned his hands over to show her it was covered in dirt. "May I tell you a little secret? We're making the tallest watchtower ever built, and guess whose name will be inscribed at the base of it?" "Mine? Surely there are others more deserving in the kingdom," she said. Thinking about Daltoid's desire for a better kingdom, she swept her hand across her face to hide her smile. "No one has done more for the citizens than your lovely self. Naturally, the captain had chosen me to be in charge of construction." Rutland tugged at his lapels and leaned in. "I know the finest builders in the land. I'm sure you understand it's also been a challenge to keep within the captain's budget. We both know he's famous for keeping a tight rein on finances. Let's keep this our little secret." "Of course. I would never ruin his surprises. The captain always had big dreams." Rutland pulled a bottle out from under his jacket. "This is a blend made for occasions such as this. Let's have one more toast outside in the gardens." Rutland extended an arm. Clarenette slipped her hands into lace gloves. "Since you are our guest of honor, it would be my pleasure." She waved to the captain across the room as they walked to the side door. In the foyer, they passed portraits of previous rulers, arranged in order since the first stone was laid in the kingdom. The last portrait was of Captain Daltoid Swaggelot. He was dressed in armor decorated with medals and wore a gushberry-colored patch over an eye. It was undated. "He looked so proud in front of the shipyard," Clarenette said, admiring how courageous her husband appeared. Rutland imagined his own picture hanging in the empty space at the other side of the corridor. He picked up 2 goblets and led Clarenette to the far corner of the gardens. to a courtyard hidden among tall bushes. The captain went to the upper floor, feeling something was not quite right. He moved the curtain aside and watched the two disappear off the path. He never took an interest in the personal affairs of any of his advisors, including Rutland Radkin. But something dawned on him. How is it possible I really don't know who he is or where he lives? Where have I been? At sea? He trembled at a more disturbing thought. He left with Clarenette. Alarmed, he reached for his sword. Guards! The celebration was over. Why is Clarenette going with Rutland? Doesn't she know something's wrong with him? Claire said, putting her hair up into a bun. Not only is she the ruler's wife, but she's also pretty and smart. Catch! Grandpa tossed a few pillows at Claire. She dodged them by jumping onto the floor, then looked into his eyes. Grandpa, really, we're serious now. She took off Maximojo's goggles and placed them on the bridge of her nose. Let's hope she has a plan too. I agree. Something's not right here. Grandpa wore a serious look and lowered his glasses. Chapter 21. Charming Clarenette. Meowlen relaxed into a cat stretch to watch the sunset. She sent thoughts of delicious treats to entice Maximojo to hurry back to the forest. Woofster was restless, waiting for further orders, and out of boredom, Whinniston chewed on a tree. A change of scenery with something fancier might be nice. Meowlen examined her polished nails. She had chosen the color lunar licorice to honor the new moon. It's getting late. Perhaps we should go to the palace. Without our heroes? The horse's ears tilted forward. Listen, sounds like trouble. I could feel it in my muzzle. Just look at these nostrils go. It must have something to do with the captain. Like our schedule says, direct from Maximojo's superiors in outer space. Stand back, fellows. I'm top dog. Well, at least when Maximojo's doing his mojo stuff elsewhere. He gave us orders to wait for him. Manny's on watch duty, Woofster said, sniffing out every tree. Manny called out, My duty begins at the tip of my nose, Woofster. That horse is right. It looks like trouble on the palace grounds. He jumped off the tree stump. I've got a keen ear for that sort of thing, Whinniston said, and the best place for heroes is up here on my back. Manny called out to his fellow canine. Yo, you're needed over here on patrol. Woofster came closer to the noise, his heart thumping fast. Got the scent? Lift your nose up, dog. Now you're learning the tricks of being a top patrol canine. I smell real danger outside the forest. Can you sniff it out? Woofster got his nose moving. I'm on it. Nothing beats this sniffer. I feel it in my bones. There's real danger after dark. Whinniston listened to the sounds getting louder. His front hoof lifted off the ground, ready to go. Those cries make my coat ripple. Maybe we should inspect the area. Maximojo and Glitta must be in trouble, too. Our alliances sent us as backup for good reason. Winnie, being a hero is her calling. Shall we? Meowlen said. He held his head high as she leapt on, the two guard dogs on his rump. Winnie the warrior is officially on duty, Whinniston said, and stepped out of the forest. McFee sat in his study, staring at the mist taking shape in the middle of the room. He waved his hand, and a hologram came into focus of the palace gardens. What a shame to destroy Clarenette, too. It's time to speed things up, Rutland. You're taking too long in the courtyard. He held the Rutty figurine in his palm, saying, Repeat after me. Hey, lady. Rutland almost dropped the bottle. "Hey, lady, it's time to get on with the plan." The words came out of his mouth as if he was a puppet out of control. He swung around, confused by feeling the breath of his smuggler from the docks. Clarenette was surprised at his outburst. "You're funny tonight, Rutland. I really must get back to the captain and the rest of our guests." High-pitched cries filled the air. A huge bird swooped down and startled him. "It's only a caversin. They feed on the berries of our gushberry bushes in season," she said. As she turned to leave, Clarenette heard the sounds of a horse trotting out of the forest nearby. The Mojo team sneaked up to a palace window. "It looks cloudy inside," Whinniston said, his breath fogging up the glass. Meowlen scratched the window frame open and looked in at the crowd dancing to the music. My alliance should have requested a formal invitation. She was dressed in a midnight blue silk gown and diamond tiara. Whinniston's eyes followed the captain's every move. He looked so familiar. "I'm sure I've seen him before." I remember. He was talking to Lou in the gardens earlier. But he also reminds me of Madame Kindle for some reason." "Captain Daltoid Swaggelot from Kavalon is dreamy. He's so distinguished. The lady who offered me milk is Clarenette, but I don't see her anywhere," Meowlen said. She became distracted by a familiar voice in the distance and noticed moving shadows behind a hedge. "Can you lift me a little higher over the bush, Winnie? Everyone inside the palace is so beautifully dressed, but no one compares to the lady standing in the courtyard. I can hardly take my eyes off her gown. Such a lovely shade of pink. And those lace gloves are out of this world. I can't see her face just yet, but the other one looks dangerous, swinging his arms everywhere." "She just said the name Rutland," Meowlen said, and moved in a little closer. "Oh, it is Clarenette. She's wearing a crystal hairpin. I noticed it the moment she picked me up in the gardens. Look how it lights up her face." "Did you say Rutland? You mean Rutland Radkin?" Manny said. He took a look to make sure. "Yes, it's that rotten shape-shifting rat." He growled as he picked up Rutty's peculiar scent. Manny's cheeks shook as he bared his teeth. "Now he's in my trap. Woofster, instincts like mine will never fail you." "Ahem, you bet. I've got instincts too," Woofster said. "You mean Rutland is also that ruthless rat from the gang?" Meowlen said. "That's him all right, that two-faced rat," Manny said. "He has a nasty smell, and so does the rest of his gang. I'd remember him anywhere in any disguise. I'm going to handle this battle alone." Manny took off to the courtyard across the palace grounds and to the hedge. He looked through the bushes, one eye on Ruddy Rutland and the other watching for the scorpion. "You look elegant tonight under the stars," Rutland said, twirling Clarenette around. "Let's have our toast to welcome the new moon before we go in." He began to feel pressure on his head. "Something has come over me. I can't seem to control my urge to. I can't resist." He touched her hairpin and was thrown back with a forceful shock. Surprised at his impulse, he gave her the goblet, and she smiled graciously. "To the kingdom of Kavalon and to you, Clarenette." After one sip, her eyes fluttered and she fainted into a flower bed. "Retisico, victory, and to our future together." In the distance, the guards mounted their horses at the palace stables and awaited a signal from their ruler. Rutland heard the captain's voice over the sound of hoofs. He lifted Clarenette into his arms to carry her to his underground castle. But before he could take a step, Manny leaped into the air and landed in front of his legs, growling, as the transformed rat lifted his foot. High above them, the clouds parted to allow the spacecraft to watch the next move. "It appears everything is falling into place," the commander said. "Let's check on Daltoid." The rest of the council agreed. Back in the shaft, Maximojo floated in front of the miners, with Glitta around his neck, fully extending her wings and keeping him level. She waved a hand to beckon them over. The backers just clung to the shaft wall, startled by the furry creature and the glittery fairy lighting up their faces. "We don't have much time. Hurry! I can take you to safety." Maximojo motioned for them to crawl into his paw. "This flying creature must have been sent from the larger ones below. We're going to be their snacks," a backer said. The rest began to panic and wished they never ventured out. "Starriola, I have an idea," Glitta said. She beamed a spotlight up to Kelcius and the others waiting at the door. "Kelcius, let your friends see you." Jumping up, he shouted, "It's me, Kelcius-Kol, to your rescue." He puffed up his face as big as he could and sent out a boom. The whole shaft shook. Miltonia and Sutrina caught sight of each other. "Kelcius-Kol, it's you. We should all have names too." "That's our friend, all right. It's safe to proceed," Sutrina said from below. The miners loosened their grip, crawled up Maximojo's arm, and sprang into his pack. Rainbow splashed on the inner walls as the duo soared up to the door. Kelcius jumped around, so excited to see his fellow miners that the door shut and separated him from the rest of the search team, the Benders. Rocks came crashing down from the bang. Dangling from the door handle, he pulled himself back up. The button bug, a bit shaken up, popped out of its hiding place. "Are you okay?" it asked. "I've got a firm grip," Kelcius assured his friend. Maximojo was thrown to the other side of the shaft. He grabbed hold of a small protruding ledge midway up the shaft and lifted himself up. The mountain shook hard as the Treptolonians were thrown out of the pack and onto the ledge. Maximojo's legs got pinned under a boulder, and Glitta blasted the rock into pieces to free him. The Polymatrixer sprang into action and announced from his pack, "Maximojo, your backup team is at the palace on schedule. It appears they left without you. You were supposed to meet up with the ruler of Kavalon, Captain Swaggelot, to prevent the kingdom from being overthrown. It may be too late now." "The palace? My team? We've never failed you yet, Commander. I'm just a little stuck right now, but on my way. Mojo out." Maximojo turned off the device as his nose went on high alert. "Is that my favorite treat I smell? Mojo, not at a time like this. Watch out for that falling rock." It was too late. The device was knocked out of his paw. A force spiraled it up the shaft, and it faded from view. The Polymatrixer was gone, and with it, their only means of communication with the Council. "How's Maximojo going to make it to the palace now?" Claire asked. "Looks like we'll find out in the morning." He poured their nighttime hot chocolate into the mugs. "Grandpa, can you give me a hint? Just make a wish before you close your eyes and ask your friend." He reached out to pat Maximojo on the back. Grandpa woke up to the smell of coffee brewing. Claire sat cross-legged with the book on her lap, Maximojo beside her. "I've made breakfast for us. Cereal for me and toast and eggs for you," she said as he walked into the room. "I've also baked some cookies." "Space cakes before dawn? So you heard from your friend last night," he said with a smile. Grandpa fed the fire until it roared and plunked himself into his favorite spot to drink his coffee. "That's good. Now for that sneaky widow Wynder." Claire's eyes widened. "Really? The spider?" She put down her spoon. Chapter 22. Spider Widow Wynder. The noise in the shaft disturbed Widow Wynder. "Intruders must be dealt with. I have nests to attend to, and weaving classes to teach. Spin, spin. Could it be a certain trouble-making space dog and his flashy friend? Could they have broken out of the dungeon?" Widow Wynder crept out of a rock pile and raised a leg. "My underground world has been disturbed." She bared her fangs, slid between the small crevices, and marched on. "It better not be who I think it is. Busy, busy schedule." Every leg was on the move. She called to the spiderettes in a raspy voice. "Girls, get a leg on. Upper shaft. Below hidden door. Troublemakers. Fast, fast." She led the swarm towards the noise. They poked through a hole into the shaft. Widow Wynder froze with one leg up and said, "Be still. Very, very still." She watched Maximojo and a bunch of miners huddled behind a rock, her eyes bulging out of her head. "They stole one of my master's figurines. It's the striped one in the gang. An adventure trophy? Only we can be sneaky in dark places." Widow Wynder reassured the others. "I'll bring the intruders to my master's chamber, and he'll dispose of them once and for all." The spider puffed at her body to appear big and sauntered over. "Escaped? Not so smart of you to come here, Fluffface." Widow Wynder climbed up Maximojo's curls and swooped onto his nose just as he moved the last rock. "Where are the other captives? I knew all the banging in the dungeon would lead to no good." She stared right into his eyes, but he didn't take notice until she swung up to his ear. "Rumor has it a lady has gone missing from the palace grounds," she told him. "Perhaps a big bad rat took her. You might need that lady to make sure everything goes smoothly in the kingdom. But she may be hiding in a corner, and I know just the spot." Maximojo finally heard her chattering. "What lady?" "Glitta, we must get the miners out of the mountain and catch up with our team." "We're running out of time, Mojo." Glitta beamed a bright light, and it whisked the spider into a spin. "Sparkleface, you haven't seen the last of me," she said, threatening Glitta with her fangs. She threw a sticky line and sprang back onto Maximojo's coat to begin the climb again. "I'm Widow Wynder, a keeper of dark secrets. I know every crack and crevice in this mountain. Can I interest you in a secret that can help you? Someone is trapped in a secret cave." Maximojo flashed his collar to signal Glitta. He realized who the lady might be. Glitta dived into the shaft, her voice echoing back to him. "On it, Mojo. I'll go see who it is." "I thought you and your flashy friend were a team." Widow Wynder dangled in front of him. "And she left you? A loyal sparkfly wouldn't desert you in times of danger." "Glitta may need me to help rescue the lady," Maximojo realized, and he called up, "Kelcius, the miners will be safe until I get back." He jumped into the pit and outstretched his forelegs. His fur caught in the dusty air, carrying him to the bedrock below. "Look at Fluffface go after her. Maybe she's figured out who it is." "Girls, get with it," Widow Wynder said, waving to the spiderettes. "Follow that sparkler and her flying dog." The spiderettes cackled to each other and gathered their webs and the little statue of Smelka. They cast their threads over the side, and the chase began. Kelcius hung from the door handle and looked on. Feeling brave, it took action and stretched into a rope. The bug secured itself to one side, then sprang across the shaft, latching on to the opposite ledge and forming into a tightrope. "I'll go first," Sutrina said. They linked their arms and walked across the stretched-out button bug. Kelcius reached out and clawed onto the leader in the chain of miners. The door flew open to reveal the faces of a startled bunch of benders on the other side. "Hold on tight," Kelcius said as he yanked hard. He flung the backers to the other side of the door. "We have everyone now. Let's get back to our caves before Lecho finds out." "Aye, a daring button bug at last," it said. It snapped back into a ball and stuck itself onto Kelcius's forehead to be in the lead. All the miners climbed back through the tunnel, retracing their steps. They exited the mountain from the underground entrance. "This way. I know a shortcut," Kelcius said. When the spider said a lady from the palace was missing, I knew it must be the ruler's wife, and the sealed room must have a small entrance only a spider could access. Could it be some sort of hidden chamber? Glitta thought, spiraling around the pillar that supported the platform. Since they were covered in glitter, the Mammalonian's eyes shone as she swooped by. They started to remember their past and rattled their chains looking up. "Please help us escape too, like the little creatures on the wall," a spotted one said. "Even though you weren't mentioned as rescue in our update, I'm sure the Cosmic Federation wants you to be free to roam again, and I know just the heroes to set you free. Our team will be back soon. I must go now," she replied. "Hey, wait for me, Glitta. It could be dangerous," Maximojo said, following her into the shaft. A faint cry echoed in the dark shadows. "I think I hear Clarenette, Mojo." The sound grew louder as Glitta narrowed into a beam and slid into a crack in a curved wall. "Where's everyone going without me?" Widow Wynder said. "It looks like the dog's flashy friend is going to my secret spot. She isn't allowed in the chamber alone. Wait for me. Come on, girls. Get some swing in your spin." The spiderettes slid fast on their unraveling threads. Maximojo landed next to a waterfall that poured into a pool of sparkling crystals on a plateau that jutted out above the Mammalonians. Widow Wynder and her swarm touched down right behind him. "It was a wise choice to fall into my trap. Escape was never a choice," she whispered, savoring the venom inside her mouth. She threw a sticky line onto the wall, climbed up, and swung across to his face. The spider crawled inside Maximojo's nose. Claire put down her half-eaten cookie on a napkin and looked up. "Grandpa, how is that possible?" "It's a Maximojo adventure, so be prepared for anything imaginable." "But in his nose?" She covered her face. "Is that all for now?" He sat back and slowly closed the book. "You must read on Grandpa at a time like this." Claire brushed Maximojo's fur away from his eyes. Chapter 23, The Hidden Chamber. Glitta popped out of the other side of the crack and found herself in a stone chamber. She was struck by a powerful force and flapped around to untangle her wings. She said with a spark, "That energy surge has gone after us ever since we landed here. It's coming from here. We have to disable its source before the timepiece moves into place and seals the fate of Zalturn. It could create a universal disaster." She heard a faint voice coming from the far side of the room saying, "I'm Clarenette." She lit up the area to see a big table and chest, and a lady in a torn gown curled up against the wall. Starriola! Only Mojo can get her out. If he ever finds a way in. Maximojo whacked the side of his face to try to expel Widow Wynder as she latched on inside his nose. "I'm not leaving so soon," the spider echoed inside of him. He started to howl, and what came out instead was a clankety-clank noise that sounded like his invader. He shrank to spider size, and his fur peeled away, revealing a hard spider shell. Fangs popped out of his mouth. Many eyes appeared on his head, and feelers replaced his floppy ears. "Regret not being squashed in the dungeon now?" the spider said. "My shiny armor suits you, but let's make it a little wider." Widow Wynder stretched out his sides and marched him to a wall around the corner. "Leg it, Space Dog. Allow me to escort you into the chamber. There's a lady waiting for you," she echoed in his head. One of the spiderettes jumped inside the mouth of the Smelka statue they had carried with them, and the skunk figurine shrank to spider size. The others crawled fast to keep up with their leader. Maximojo thought, "This must be where Clarenette is, and it's the only way into the chamber from inside the shaft. I hope Glitta recognizes me." He felt an urge to throw a line up at a crack in the wall. Widow Wynder calculated the angle to the opening, as Maximojo spun his way up by a thread to the opening. He drew his legs in and pushed through the narrow space. He landed on his head, nearly crushing his shell. He looked around in the cave-like chamber. "One of McFee's doings, no doubt," Maximojo said, clanking. Glitta flashed at him on the wall, and he was relieved. "You're clumsier than expected," echoed in his head. Widow Wynder crawled out from between his fangs to see how much damage had been done. The spider looked around before backing up into his mouth. "That was a tight squeeze, but you're where I want you." Glitta flicked the spider into the air and whisked her away. "Clever move. Nasty, nasty," Widow Wynder said with a clank, flipping herself over onto her legs. Maximojo began to transform back into his normal shape. "You found a way in. Now we need to find another way out, Mojo," Glitta said. She flickered around, priming his coat with little sparklets, until the curls took hold. Widow Wynder sauntered across the floor to a crack, turned and said, "Where did you get those glittery wings? They look ridiculous in the dark." Sparks began to fly as Glitta went after the spider. "Easy, Glitters. No need to get upset. I brought Fluffface to you, so be grateful. Now come on, girls." She dashed back into a crack in the wall. She didn't want to be around when her master performed his work. The spiderettes dropped the tiny skunk figurine beside the chest and swarmed out of the chamber. The Smelka figurine grew once again to its full size. "Nobody makes fun of my wings," Glitta said. She sent a warning beam at the exit, where all the spiders had gone. Maximojo had never seen her so flared up. Muffled cries came from the corner, and Glitta shone a spotlight to reveal the lady. Her hair, no longer in a bun, fell below her shoulders. "Look who I found, Mojo." Surprised to see her, he said, "You must be Clarenette. We were on our way to the palace and ran into a few obstacles." He kneeled down to show respect. "I knew you would find me." She touched his chin in gratitude. Maximojo wondered how she knew, as it wasn't on his mission report, but he was distracted by the pattering sounds coming his way. Glitta lit up the floor. "It's that black rat," Clarenette said. Rutty blinked at them, thinking, "I don't know how anyone got into this place, including me. The last thing I remember was carrying the lady to my castle." He heard a noise and turned around. "Something's rolling around inside that chest." He climbed up the side to look inside and was startled to see little figurines of Lecho, Scrapsy, and himself. Rutty panicked. "It looks like my gang and me." He reached in to touch the one that looked like him as the Smelka figurine tried to move on the ground. A loud crack came from the ceiling, and they all looked up. An object dropped through a hole and clinked on the floor. They watched it roll and stand on its edge. It was the space coin, and it spun to a rest, face side up, and began to transform. Fingers appeared from the edges of the metal disc, and the coin expanded. Cracked in the middle, it grew into a towering figure wearing a spiderweave hooded cape that covered the head and most of the face. Maximojo's nose twitched, and he stepped back. "He sure kept his promise, Glitta." McFee turned to Maximojo and said, "As I said, this is your last adventure. My spider led you right into my trap. You surprised me, Maximojo. I thought you were much more clever. You won't escape this time. My world would be a better place now without the cosmic duo." "It sounds like the smuggler," Rutty said. He had no place to hide. "You really don't remember me, do you, my little Starring?" McFee said to Glitta. "It was a long time ago. You were only a little spark back then." He reached out to touch her, but she flared back. Glitta felt a tiny tug at her memory, but the picture wasn't clear in her mind. "It was a solar flare raid. I was known then as Emperor McFee, and I led the raid. We got several sparks and put them in space pods to use for controlling other solar systems. But one of them slipped through our fingers. Can you guess who it might be?" It all came back to her. "I remember everything now. The raid, the escape, and wandering around alone until you saved me," she said, twinkling at Maximojo. "Yes, Glitta," said McFee, "and ever since, you two have been inseparable. Until now. You were the brightest solar flare I've ever seen. And when you grew up into a space fairy, the possibilities of putting you to my use were endless. And I grew to regret not capturing you, even more when Maximojo began reporting our galactic smuggling operations to the Cosmic Federation. We were caught and sent out to wander aimlessly among the asteroids. It took a very long time for me to become the powerful force I once was. All because of your heroic ways, Maximojo." "Don't take another step!" Glitta flashed warning flares. "Do you understand now why you had such compassion for the Starrings, and how I used them to lure you to me?" Glitta glittered, remembering she had a twin flame. "Sparkafras! I get it now. It must be Sparky." I knew she looked familiar. "And I tricked the council into sending the cosmic duo to Zalturn, knowing Glitta would be drawn to help Sparky to freedom. I knew that you, Maximojo, wouldn't be able to resist such an important mission as preparing the way for Collapsus to be installed." McFee slipped off the cape, revealing scaly skin and side fins. "He's a big snaphead," Rutty squealed, looking over the side of the chest. McFee pointed at the table, and a container appeared on it. The chamber shook, awakening winged creatures that swarmed out of the walls and encircled Maximojo. "Watch out, Mojo!" Glitta targeted the flyers with power rays, but it didn't stop them. The magnetic force got stronger and spun Maximojo like a top. Maximojo's collar wouldn't turn on to counter the force. Glitta's defenses were also weak. She was pulled into a web on the ceiling, and it short-circuited her powers. Widow Wynder had woven it to trap her. "My solar power is running low, but I have an idea, Mojo." Glitta sent out a distress signal to the whale, who would join them in the cornfield. "I feel so dim," she said, letting out a twinkle of hope. The flyers captured Maximojo. They dropped him into a huge container filled with a space liquid. The container sealed shut and turned into a viewer box on the table. It was still dark in the palace gardens, where the gang had fallen asleep again. Smelka woke up, and her dreams of tumbling into a hole drifted away. Lecho and Scrapsy also awoke and climbed out of the dirt. They heard a rumbling noise coming from the palace gates. "Is the party already over?" Lecho said. "I don't recall what happened. Where's Rutty?" He looked to the palace. "Look, it's the captain on his horse, leading the guards in a charge, and they're coming right at us." Captain Swaggelot shouted above the thundering hoofbeats. "Guards, find her! She can't be too far! Clarenette!" "Rutty must have captured her without us," Lecho said. Smelka looked at him. "He would never abandon us for the lady, would he?" Lecho leaped up. "Let's get out of here before we get trampled. Rutty must be waiting for us back at the castle." Scrapsy jumped on him. They took off before the guards could see them. Smelka tried to catch up and stopped. "I'm so tired of being left out. That's it." She went back to the gardens. The sun set and rose and set again. The captain and the guards were still searching for Clarenette throughout the land. Daltoid returned to the palace broken-hearted. Backtracking through the gardens, he saw something shiny on the ground. He dismounted and picked up the crystal hairpin. "Clarenette never went anywhere without it. She's been taken against her will." He inserted it in his coat, and the guards lowered their heads. As he stood up, Daltoid saw 2 goblets on the ground, the very ones he had seen Rutland carrying when he was with Clarenette during the celebration. He held his sword by his side and crushed them under his foot. As they headed back toward the palace, their horses trampled over the hatch leading into Vanishing Mountain. Poor Daltoid. I wish he knew Clarenette is safe, even if she's trapped inside the planet, Grandpa. Grandpa looked solemn. They have to find a way out soon before it's too late. They may need extra backup now from the outside world, as it's getting very dangerous for all of them, even Rutty. I actually don't like Space Coin McFee, and this Maximojo agrees. Claire gave him a hug and hoped for the best. Glitta is sparkling with ideas. I believe she may have found a way, said Grandpa. Chapter 24. The Turbulent Sea. The more I focus on that night, the more unclear everything becomes. Is Clarenette really gone forever? And who really is Rutland? Many days had gone by, and Daltoid's heart was filled with sadness. He had lost the desire to reign over Kavalon. He stood on the balcony watching the sunrise and felt the sea calling to him. A flock of calversins flew by. This must be a sign. I have made my decision. The kingdom deserves a better ruler. On the next full moon, I'll give the scepter of the kingdom to Master McFee. He will rule the land, and I'll go back to the sea. Daltoid had a magnificent ship for his journey. The night Clarenette disappeared was the same night the retiring timepiece stepped down, making room for its successor, Collapsus. It snapped into place and began to keep track of everything. The sun tripled in size during this eclipse and flared across the land, forcing the kingdom's citizens to take cover. Zalturn's poles switched into place, and the planet moved back into its orbit around the sun. The landscape changed throughout the land. The castle of Treptolon flipped right side up in a cornfield with a watchtower. It had the name Clarenette inscribed on its base. This was the tower Rutland had told Clarenette he was building on that faithful evening, under the influence of his master. The installation was a success, and this marks a new beginning, the commander said, as the others reviewed the process among themselves. The secret chamber lost most of its power, so the planet can move freely. Zalturn is now officially registered with the Cosmic Federation, thanks to McFee alerting us to its coordinates. I wonder how Maximojo is going to complete the mission now, the second-in-command said. The Galactic Council all agreed that time would tell. Time might have passed, but not the memories. One morning, Daltoid realized the birds had stopped visiting and the bird bath was still full. He held the railing and stared at the gushberry bushes in the gardens. They were burnt from the intensity of the sun. Overcome with sadness, he walked away and heard, "Daltoid!" Only Clarenette called him by his given name. He turned around to find a parrot perched on the railing. Its eyes were framed with orange-tipped feathers, and the sun reflected off its smooth, curved beak. "Awk!" it cried. "Well, who is this gracing my balcony? I thought I heard you say my name." Intrigued by the visitor, he said, "I'm Daltoid Swaggelot, and clearly you're not my Clarenette, or you'd be bringing me my breakfast crumplets, sprinkled with extra spice." Feeling a strong connection to the bird, he looked out to sea. "Join me, parrot, and discover a life beyond the kingdom." Daltoid didn't know it, but the parrot remembered what had happened the night his life changed forever. "Tonight is the evening of the full moon," Daltoid said, taking long strides through the palace on his way to meet with his successor. McFee raised his eyebrows in surprise as the captain approached with a parrot on his shoulder. They entered into the royal study, and the guards closed the door. Daltoid sat first, motioning McFee to sit opposite him. "Master McFee, you've been a loyal advisor to the kingdom. You've taken on a lot of duties, especially regarding the change in weather patterns. Our stargazers advise me our planet's landscape has changed. New land has emerged overnight, creating new bodies of water. This may affect the security of Kavalon when we export to other lands." A strange feeling came over him. It struck him that no delivery ship had ever returned, nor ever set sail. How are our mining exports sent out? He wondered. He changed the subject, as it made him uneasy somehow. "Your first meeting has been arranged," he said, handing McFee the record book. "You will meet with the map makers to make the necessary changes for our official records. See to it proper funds are set aside to develop new farmlands. Advisors have already been appointed to replace you and Rutland Radkin." Uttering this traitor's name, the captain became silent briefly, then said, "The decision has been made, Master McFee. Please stand." He picked up the scepter that lay next to him, extended it over McFee's shoulder, and said, "I appoint you ruler of Kavalon." Master McFee accepted the long-awaited honor with a bow. Daltoid stepped aside and removed his eye patch, replacing it with a tattered one he had bought at a second-hand shop. The time came for the captain to take his leave. Citizens gathered from every corner of the kingdom to watch the launch of the most glorious ship ever built. The ship shone in the sunlight and hummed with an electric current that would allow it to glide through water by moonlight. Large gemstones were set into the bow, and a figurehead of Clarenette that faced out to sea. A replica of her crystal hairpin glistened from its head. "All aboard! Pull up the anchors! We're setting sail," Daltoid said to his crew. He crumpled up the old navigation maps and threw them to the wind, as they were no longer useful. "The emerging waterways will take us on a dangerous journey into unknown waters. We'll only be able to rely on our compass, the sun, and guidance from the wind. Prepare yourselves for anything," he said. The crew pushed the ship away from the docks and raised the sails, which filled with the morning breeze. "Farewell," the crowd cried, and it echoed throughout the land. Daltoid waved goodbye, knowing he would not return. The ship sailed out to sea, and the shoreline soon faded off in the distance. He touched the hairpin on the front of his jacket. "I'll never be defeated again, anywhere, on land or sea." He looked through his telescope at a mountain that had emerged from the sea. The parrot flew onto the wheel and tried to change the ship's course. "So you like to sail the other way, far from that peak, and who are you to give an order to the captain?" "Awk, Zelzo, awk!" "So your name will be Zelzo. Everyone needs a name. You are an unusual bird." The next morning, Daltoid held the compass steady, but it would not magnetize in these waters. He wiped its crystal face with his sleeve. It had salted over from the strong winds that skimmed across the sea. He turned to the crew. "Yesterday evening, there was a mountain in the distance, and we should have reached it by now. How is it possible for such a peak to just vanish? We must have shifted course. Steer the ship around. We have to navigate by instinct." He shouted to Curtin, one of his most trusted crew members. "Keep a good watch up there. It might appear again with the shifting of the tides." He turned around, and curiously the kingdom was still in full view, as if the ship had never moved. "Captain, the winds are getting stronger," Curtin said. "Looks like a storm is fast approaching." Daltoid watched the compass needle spin around and around. The compass slipped out of his hand, shattering into pieces. The sound jogged a faint memory. "The compass was a gift from my wife. How did I forget? It was Clarenette who sent me back to sea. She gave me the compass before she went outside with Rutland. She must have known this was all going to happen, and she wants me to find her." Daltoid leaned over, looking for his reflection in the sea, but the skies had darkened, and no shadow appeared. "Curtin, secure the mast and lower the sail," he called out. The skies opened with a rush of hail that beat against the deck. Ice stones pounded down as fiery hail bounced off the deck and the hull. The diamond studs glowed and the propellers jammed. A strong undercurrent grabbed the stern. "Make sure all hatches are locked down." Daltoid's voice cut through the rain. Thunder clapped and lightning bolts struck the sea. "Awk! Take cover," the parrot said from under the ship's wheel. "I've never seen a storm quite so fierce," Daltoid said to the parrot. He tried to steer the ship, but the wheel wouldn't move. "Nothing will sink my ship. I won't be defeated again." Daltoid shaded his face from the downpour. The frightened crew turned their eyes upward as the Starrings streaked across the darkness. They formed themselves into patterns, creating a constellation to help navigate the ship out of danger. "Daltoid is lost at sea in a terrible storm," Claire said, wrapping her arms around her knees for comfort. "Sometimes we just have to trust that everything will work out okay." Feeling hopeful, Claire picked up a glass of milk from the table. Flickering flames from the fireplace lit up its polished surface and their faces. Grandpa held his childhood friend and remembered a special moment he had with his grandfather, who said to him, "At least Daltoid has Zelzo the parrot with him." Comforted that he too was not alone, he cleared his throat to speak. Chapter 25. The Sealed Box. Deep beneath the water's surface, McFee's chamber shook from the crumbling rocks. Its power source was slowly weakening. Maximojo spun around in a cosmic liquid he could breathe in. He put his forepaws against the glass on the inside of the viewer box to stop the spinning. "It appears to be the spot I was just standing in," Maximojo said as he elbowed the glass. But how did I get into here? He looked at the dim outlines of Clarenette and the rat. Glitta was jolted by an electrical charge that gave her just enough strength to free her wings. She spotted the viewer box on the table. McFee was nowhere in sight. Maximojo flattened his nose against the glass screen. "Can you hear me?" she said. Maximojo motioned her to do her stellar beamer moves. She flittered around and steadied her aim, but the beam bounced off the screen. Floating to the floor, Glitta pumped her wings to ignite a flicker and sent out another signal for help. Clarenette stepped over to look inside, but Maximojo's image began to fade out. Another face came into focus and turned into a most hideous sight. McFee's grin stretched across the screen. "Clarenette, I am so glad you're here to watch the demise of the great Maximojo. Surely you know me. We've crossed spaceways a long time ago. I've seen the powers your hairpin holds, and I want the activator it disguises. Rutland should have been more careful with you. Such a careless rat. He used to carry out my orders precisely, but since this heroic pair showed up, everything's changed." Clarenette just stared blankly. "I've heard of this Mojo effect, where everyone starts to understand each other and feel compassion and make their own decisions. The members of my gang are now independent of their figurines. They will soon be destroyed." McFee swirled his cape over his face and exploded out of the box. He now loomed over Clarenette. "You know what I want. Now give it to me. It will be mine for eternity." "It's gone. It must have fallen out in the courtyard on the palace grounds," she said, touching her hair. Daltoid had given her the hairpin when they first met long ago. "You'd never be without it. Where is it?" McFee said. The banging grew louder. McFee saw a tiny hole in the chamber wall. In the palace gardens, Meowlen heard a whistling noise coming out of the bushes. "It sounds like a swarm of insects." She rolled down the bug net in her visor and handed Winnie a swatter. "Not to worry," he said, and took it in his muzzle to bat the air. "It seems to be bug-free now. Those pests must have seen I was coming." "Manny, listen up," Woofster said. "Yo, laying low, keeping up the patrol watch from down here," Manny said with his head in the grass. Meowlen turned to Woofster and said, "He's still embarrassed about his run-in with Rutland. When he saw him carrying Clarenette, he leaped up to attack, but was thrown into the hedge with just one kick." The whistling grew louder. "Hey, it's me, down here," a voice said. Manny peered under his nose. "I'm Kelcius. I don't believe we've met. Kelcius-Kol, that's my name, and I'm proud of it. Who might you be?" He parted the grass and saw his friend Meowlen looking down. "Kelcius, a surprise visit?" Her ears perked up. "I'm so glad I found you. Everything was different when I returned to our caves with the others. We all became courageous with Rutty and his gang not around. We went out and gathered coal from behind the castle. We struck 2 rocks together until they sparked and lit the coals, just like I've seen Rutty do," Kelcius said. "Imagine our own fire." Our caves lit up and came to life, and so did we. We're Treptolonians, and we all have a name now. Our world of slavery is over. He thumped hard on his chest. "Sir Kol is back and at your service. Everyone, follow me. We're running out of time to save Maximojo and Glitta. They're trapped in a hidden chamber." The button bug popped off his friend's head and swung onto Whinniston's face. "It has the right idea," Kelcius said. Whinniston arched to appear bigger. "Rescue is my middle name, or it would be if I had one." "Can I come too?" a voice said. Smelka came out from under a pile of leaves. "Well, look who's here," Manny said. "So you want to join the Mojo team?" Woofster stepped in. Move aside, I'll handle this. To the skunk, he said, you sure know how to defend your gang. You're a real stinker. Do skunks have an official alliance? I don't know if I do, Smelka said, wringing her tail. I'm an orphan. Rutty saved me from a fierce dog in the alley. I didn't like being alone, so I went with him. My name is Smelka. Manny's eyes lit up. A fierce dog, you say? That's me, all right. I was trying to save you from the rat before you were taken into the sewer. Smelka remembered the dispute between the two, and her eyes swelled with emotion. You really cared about me? I still have the mark to prove it, Manny said, showing her the scar. Someone gave me a second chance in one of my earlier lives, so I could prove who I really was. Meowlen said, Smelka, look at you with your fabulous stripe. We need all the stink bombs we can steam up. And besides, you're loaded. Your life will be different from now on. Come on, Kelcius said. We have to hurry. Meowlen sprang up onto the horse in a riding suit and took hold of the mane. Everyone aboard! Prepare for battle, Meowlen said. Smelka sat up front with her. What a lovely coat. But we must chat about those nails of yours. It stretched into a rope and swung itself up to the horse's ears. Kelcius grabbed hold of it and climbed up to the top. Whinniston steadied himself to look back. Everyone's counting on me to get on with the rescue. Manny and Woofster jumped aboard as he broke into a gallop and jumped over a fence under Meowlen's tight rein. Kelcius waved his crystal sword and let out a boom. We're off to save our heroes, Woofster said. Whoa, Kelcius said, mimicking Woofster. A little louder, Sir Kol. He can't hear you. Meowlen put a claw in her mouth to whistle. Whinniston came to an abrupt stop, with one hoof over the hatch. It's Vanishing Mountain, Kelcius said. He took hold of the horse's ear and swung around it. He had seen Rutty do the same on Lecho's horn when the rat was out for victory. There was a serious cave-in after our heroes went back in, Kelcius said. What about Rutty and the gang, especially the one with the fast tail, Woofster said. You must mean Lecho. The rest of the gang doesn't know it yet, but Rutty's also trapped inside. One of the spiderettes told us. She's our insider now. Seems like changing sides is becoming common, Kelcius said, looking at Smelka. Not everything underground was disturbed, but our castle and the watchtower built for Clarenette is gone. The door seems to be stuck, Meowlen said. Whinniston stomped on it, breaking it apart. Woofster jumped in to pry the planks up. Easy does it, we're not alone, Kelcius said. Dust flew out of the opening. They looked into the tunnel and saw many eyes squinting in the sunshine. Our miners are clearing a wide enough path for us below. My, there are so many of them, Meowlen said. She put on goggles and tossed Smelka a trendy jacket and eyewear. Throw these on. It's best to be prepared for underground rescues. Smelka wiped away a tear. No one's ever given me anything but stick bars, she said, fastening the jacket up to her chin. What an adventure, Woofster said. My mojo is kicking in, after all. Yo, Kol, by any chance, did anyone see a scorpion below? Manny looked around. Miltonia, calm and wise, popped his head out and said, Keep it quiet. Voices travel far down here. Lecho and Scrapsy are wandering around, lost, since their castle is gone. Sertrina jumped out too. Hey, Kelcius, we've begun breaking through the outside wall of the chamber. By the sound of the noises inside, something bad is happening to your friends. Excuse me, are you sure the captives are our heroes? Woofster said. That never happens in any of the stories I've read. Widow Wynder and the spiderettes tricked them, Smelka said. It was part of a backup plan Rutty told us in the castle the night he told us about Clarenette. Miltonia signaled a swarm of sparkflies to light up the tunnel and waved everyone inside. With it secured, Kelcius jumped in. "I'll be right behind you, Kol boy. Keep up the good work," Woofster said. He made sure he was in front of Smelka. "Yo, wait up!" Manny stepped in after Woofster, cheeks flapping. Whinniston followed, crawling on his knees until the tunnel widened. Meowlen and Smelka entered in deep conversation. As the rescue team made their way into the hidden world, the Treptolonians shoveled fast to clear the path. They whistled the miner's song and raised the pillars into place for support. "How many of you guys have been hiding under my nose?" Manny said. "I patrolled the estate every night and never picked up on your scent." "Our whole race resides here," Kelcius said. "Or at least we did, until everything began to change in the underworld. But once we rescue your friends, we're leaving the mines forever." Kelcius led them around the shaft through a small tunnel to the far side of the chamber. The Mamelonians sent out cries for help. "Ya whoop! Don't forget us!" Kelcius tapped Sutrina on the shoulder. "We must come back here to free those big creatures." "So they can freely roam once again," Sutrina agreed, and said to them, "We'll be back. Treptolonians keep their word." They arrived at a clearing. "Behind this wall is the chamber. Maximojo and Glitta are trapped inside," Kelcius said, as a miner leaped into the open from around the corner. "The entrance is almost wide enough. Just a few more blows should do it," the miner said, eyeing Whinniston. "And the big creature can lead the rescue." "This calls for an expert, and you're looking at him," Woofster said. "This guard dog knows how to do a surprise tackle. I'll also keep a watch on the horse. Sometimes he spooks." The miner signaled the others as they hammered and dug away, their claws working at top speed. The noise echoed throughout the pipelines, startling Lecho and Scrapsy below the sewer grate. "What's all that banging?" Lecho said. "We've waited long enough for Rutty. The noise must have something to do with that space dog. Nothing has gone right since he showed up. I have an urge to take care of this myself." He raced along the pipes with Scrapsy stuck to his horn. "We don't need Rutty anymore. He betrayed us and took Clarenette for himself. As for a certain orphan, she'll regret the day she abandoned us." "The skunk is all mine now," Scrapsy said. Lecho moved fast over the rocky ground toward the noise. "Smelka better watch out," Scrapsy snapped, both pincers closed. "Wait till Lecho and Scrapsy find out Smelka's part of the Mojo team," Claire said. "They're in for a surprise. I knew she would run away. The Mojo effect is slowly working its magic on everyone, on the planet and inside it, Claire. Even Daltoid is changing somehow. Have you noticed that, Grandpa? It looks like the Turbulent Sea is stirring something up in him." "Grandpa, are you talking about mushy love stuff?" "Ah, that sounds about right. And this story stirs me up too." With his finger, he outlined the cosmic duo on the book's cover and became lost in reminiscing. He opened the book. Claire flipped the page and said aloud, "Chapter 26, and read the first line, and Grandpa carried on. Chapter 26, The Torpedo Escape. Clarenette looked into the viewer box. Maximojo was rattled from all the pounding. The opening into the chamber widened with every bang. "I need to find Daltoid," she said. "But without my hairpin, we can never leave here." Maximojo faded from view as a picture came into focus of waves crashing against a ship and Daltoid battling the storm. Clarenette's heart ached from wanting to be with him. Maximojo came back into focus, just as he felt someone else behind him. He turned to see the whale and the pod of dolphins. the same ones who had shown up in the cornfield. "We're also cosmic wonders, whether we're surfing the spaceways or at sea," the whale said, his tail smashing against the sides. "We've been waiting a long time outside the Golden Gates for Glitta's signal and are bubbling to go." He expanded in size, pushing Maximojo up against the glass. "Your clever ways can never destroy my plan," McFee said to Maximojo. Rutty watched each of the figurines dissolve into a puddle. He looked at his reflection in the remains of his gang and himself. "I'm still somewhat nasty looking, but somehow a sensitive rat with feelings." He knew life would be different from now on. "We've done it," Kelcius said, as the entrance blasted wide open. "Whinniston, prepare to charge, trample around, and make lots of noise. When you've freed your friends, take off as fast as you can. Smelka, you stand guard here." He turned to Miltonia and Citrina. "Go to our caves and get your families. Bring them up into the land of sunshine through the tunnel. Stay hidden. I'll catch up later." "Kazeez, hooray! A new life awaits us," they said. "A skunk like me on watch duty," Smelka grinned, thinking of Rutty. Still loaded with scent from waiting in the gardens, she released a tiny blast to practice her aim. "What are you waiting for?" Woofster said. "Let's get on with the rescue," Whinniston replied. Meowlen jumped up between his ears, pointed her tail to the entrance and said, "I'm a frontline feline." Woofster, Manny, Kelcius, and It piled on top of the horse and shouted in unison, "Charge!" Whinniston poked his head into the chamber, saying, "Anyone home?" McFee towered over him, and he spooked, his upper lip quivering. Excuse me, maybe I've entered the wrong cave. So sorry to disturb you. I'm looking for my space hero with the shiny black nose. He's wearing a collar and is with a space fairy with a snappy voice. Have you seen them around?" Meowlen took hold of his ears to steer him. "Winnie, trample the one in the cape. Wait, look over there. Maximojo's in the box on the table. Quick, this way. I'll grab it while you keep running," she said, and Whinniston took off, following her lead. "Hold on, my fellow warriors," Whinniston said. He felt his mojo surging under his coat. He reared proudly and tripped, knocking over the table. The viewer box was thrown into the air as the whale ballooned inside, expanding it with all his strength. "Catch it, Woofster," Manny said. "Maximojo was trapped inside." "How did he get in there?" Woofster said, dashing around in circles under it. Manny caught a glimpse of Rutty and took off after him. Outside, Smelka heard the hissing sound of Lecho close by as she wriggled her bottom up. Just as Lecho and Scrapsy barreled into the open space behind the chamber, she let them have it. No longer immune to her stink bombs, they never knew what hit them. She popped a few berries in her mouth and stuck her head into the chamber. "2 down and I'm still steaming," she said to Meowlen. "I got Lecho and Scrapsy, knocked them out flat." She marched over to McFee on the floor, who had been sideswiped by the horse. "Stand back for one last blast. Nothing can stop me now," Smelka said, slipping off her jacket to reveal her well-earned stripe. She turned her bottom up at McFee. "No one will ever strip me of my confidence again." Covered in smelly gunk, McFee said, "This can't be happening. What happened to my timid Smelka and my powers?" He looked at his hands as they began to melt. "Her bombs never affected me before. I've lost all control. How is this possible?" He looked at Rutty racing around the room. "I'm the smuggler and also your master, you foolish rat." Covering his face with his cape, he melted into a puddle. Rutty, with Manny closing in, ran as fast as he could. "I'm a changed rat, honest," he said, dodging Manny with sharp turns. "Smelka sure got even with my smuggler. I hope I'm not next." Tired of the chase, he turned around. Manny skidded to a stop and came nose to nose with Rutty again. Okay, steady those cheeks. You're a fine-looking dog. Rutty, good news. We can work this out." Rutty pointed to McFee's liquid remains. "He can no longer control us, so let's start over as two well-mannered fellows who now have an understanding." He stroked his whiskers, waiting for an answer. From across the room, Woofster said, "I've got it," but he lost his balance. The viewer box with his hero inside crashed to the floor. Whinny to the rescue again." He nuzzled the pieces apart as Maximojo and the rest of the box's contents erupted into a fountain. Water poured out into the chamber. Glitta found herself floating in the rising waters. She felt her energy rising too and took flight, circling over her friends. The whale roared as he dived under the waves. "Ah, I needed a good stretch after being boxed in," he said as his face surfaced. McFee's cape swirled below the water. Smelka had destroyed his powers. "Never again will he control the gang," Maximojo said. "There's only one way out, Mojo," Glitta said. Maximojo swam toward the light as Clarenette hung onto his back. Woofster dog paddled and let out a little yelp as Kelcius clawed onto his ear. Manny side-stroked with his escorts, the dolphins, as Whinniston scissored-kicked to keep above the rising waters. "Keep your muzzle up, Whinny," Meowlen said. In a wetsuit, she clung to his mane, with Smelka in top spot between his ears. Everyone kept afloat as the whale grew at an incredible speed. Just when they thought they would all be crushed against the inside walls, he opened his mouth. "Jump in," he said, and the others looked at each other. "Looks like this is our way out," Maximojo said. "Watch it on your way in. Those teeth look sharp." "Count me in too," Rutty said, paddling behind them, his little legs pumping as fast as they could. He slipped in just before the huge jaws closed. "Rutty, whew, made it." The whale began fanning its tail fast. The chamber could no longer contain the water pressure, and the ceiling burst open, sending the whale and the dolphins up through the layers of rock and out into an open sea. The chamber drained down below, and all that remained was a broken table under a pile of rocks. Widow Wynder looked in through a crack. She felt sorry for the intruders. "Where did everyone go? Somehow I miss Fluffface. Must find little ones. Fast." As they climbed the path that would lead them above ground to freedom, Sutrina signaled to his friends to stop. "Wait," he said. A small group of Treptolonians formed, following him into the shaft. They approached the giant creatures and cut their chains apart. "Go now. You're free to roam in your homeland," Sutrina said. He knew the Mammalians understood by the look on their faces. "They know who they are now, and will never be in chains again," Miltonia said. "Look, their instincts will guide them to freedom." The Treptolonians hurried to go to the land of sunshine, leaving their caves of slavery forever. Just before they entered the tunnel that led to the secret hatch, they waved goodbye to the Mammalians, who were beginning their climb to higher ground. They all knew they would meet again in the future. I know it's a fantasy story, but that must be the biggest space whale ever. You're right, Claire. All it took was a little imagination and a cornfield. Claire looked deep into Maximojo's eyes. She could have sworn he just winked at her. "I believe it's quite possibly so," she said, thinking of Smelka and how her wish came true. So could her own. She winked at her grandfather. Time to Mojo on. Claire sprang to her feet to show him the Mojo walk. Chin up, she took long strides with a skip and a hop around the table. Chapter 27. The Crystal Hairpin. Gusts of wind spun the waves into a whirlpool. Hail pelted down hard on the crew. The ship was being pulled toward the swirling vortex. "Hold on tight. The storm will pass soon," Daltoid said, as a current grabbed the bow of the ship, thrashing it around. "Curtin, I can't straighten the rudder." "Something is caught in it, Captain," he replied. "Clear it away fast. We don't have much time." Daltoid threw his sword in the air, and Curtin caught it. "Captain, we're taking on water," another crew member said. "Bail out the lower deck," Daltoid said, trying to see past the rain. "Dolphins? How is it possible in these waters?" "The shadows of the waves are playing with me." The parrot jumped onto his shoulder. "Remember me, Daltoid? I'm Zelzo, your friend at sea. Awk." Daltoid thought he heard the voice of his clarinet and turned to face the parrot, which was flapping its wings against the rain. "I'm hearing things again," he said to Zelzo. Memories came pouring in to comfort him. "Captain," Curtin said, "a huge whale's under us. It's caught in the rudder. I've never seen anything like it before." "I'll go see for myself." Daltoid ran to the lower deck, touching Clarinette's hairpin on his jacket. The rain stopped as he looked over the side. "It's a horned whale. It must have been pulled into this waterway after the land masses shifted." He looked into the solemn face. "So who do we have here? A stowaway who can't hide from us? Someone your size must have been roaming these waters forever." The huge creature slapped its tail, almost capsizing the ship. Daltoid held onto the rail, lowering himself for a closer look. "I've made it as fast as I could. It was a long way up from the chamber," the whale said, as it plunged under the surface. All Daltoid heard was a series of clicks and whistles. "It's circling us, Captain," Curtin said. Everyone watched as he broke through the surface again, propelling its tail to balance itself upright beside the ship, so its passengers can be heard. "What are those mumbling noises?" Daltoid said. "It sounds like voices coming out of the whale's blowhole." The sun broke through the clouds, drying off the ship and warming the crew. How can it possibly still be morning? He was amazed at how time seemed to have stood still. The council monitored the situation. "The crystal hairpin is having an effect on Daltoid," the commander said. "It's jogged his memory. We're on schedule after all." As the whale torpedoed back into the sea, the Mojo team and the others found themselves in tight quarters. Meowlen and Smelka were thrown into a pile of fish inside its stomach. "Ooh," Smelka said, twitching her nose. "The sweet smell of the tastiest snacks," Meowlen said. "Yo, my nightmares about scorpions are coming true." Manny yelped at a bunch of sea crabs that had latched onto him. "Allow me, Manny," Woofster said, and like a pro, he picked the crabs off him. Rutty sat against the whale's ribs, across from the two dogs. "Are you really going to keep me captive? Can't we just be buddies? I'm a changed rodent, honest. If you can't trust a rat, who can you trust?" "What are we going to do with our stowaway?" Woofster said. "Let's just give him to a certain storekeeper when we get back to Kavalon," Manny said. "I heard they have some unfinished business." Whinniston tried to stand heroically, but whacked his head on the whale's backbone. I'll keep low until you need me to drop him off." "We'll find your husband, Clarenette. You have my Mojo promise," Maximojo said. "She's not the lady described in our update. Clarenette is not from this galaxy, Mojo." Maximojo raised a brow. "If she isn't from Zalturn, maybe the captain was somehow, as he knew to sail this treacherous sea." "Starriola! They're planetary visitors. The council slipped into our mission," Glitta said, sparkling. Clarenette smiled. "You're both right. and I've waited a long time for this chance." She gave the whale's belly a grateful rub. "You're tickling me," he said, bubbling. Whinniston paced sideways, getting ready for his next move, as the pair of guard dogs looked up. A beam of sunshine shone through the blowhole, and Clarenette soaked in the rays, welcoming their warmth and radiance. Her torn dress turned back into a beautiful pink gown. "Now that's a nice cosmic flair for fashion," Meowlen said. Rutty was puzzled by the change in Clarenette. He began backing away from her, wondering, "Is this the lady I carried out of the palace gardens over my shoulder? Her eyes are shining like the sun." Shielding his face from her stare, he said, "You may want to dim the light, lady. Our whale of a host is getting too excited as is. I can see you won't be needing any more rescuing. I think you'll be fine on your own. That Mojo dog and his sparkling friend will take you back to your palace. It's all been a misunderstanding." Twisting his tail, Rutty said, "Meowlen, take care of Smelka. She was never really an orphan. I tricked her because my gang needed her. I don't remember why." He waved at Manny and Woofster. "We boys can catch up later, on the next new moon, or at some other festivity. Whinniston, I'll find a ride back to Kavalon. Kelcius, you're a free miner now. You did a fine job." He spun around and zigzagged across the rows of teeth. Rutty pried his way out of the whale's mouth and climbed onto its horn. "Ratisico, I'm free! I have no one to take orders from anymore. Not that I ever thought I did." He waved up to the crew, but they didn't see him. The whale smashed the water with his tail. "Easy does it, big fellow. I'm getting off. Can't a rat be treated with respect in these waters?" Rutty was overcome with emotion. "How can I possibly be missing the gang? How unrat-like." He tossed the spy screen into the sea. "I won't be needing this anymore." He saw a ladder on the side of the ship. With a big heave, he jumped and smacked against the ship. Rutty caught hold of the last rung, his feet dangling above the waves. "Hey, you!" he called up at Curtin. "Give this fine whiskered rat a lift up, buddies? You can call me Rutland." Rutty realized he lost his ability to change back into Rutland Radkin and turned silent. Zelzo looked up in flight and said, "Got the message, Commander." The parrot plucked Rutty up and flew across the sea, the bewildered rat beneath him. High above them, the Starrings looked on, Sparky twinkling bright. Inside the spacecraft, a screen lit up, reflecting on the faces of the council. They had watched the action on Zalturn while seated around a crystal slate. The second-in-command spoke. Vanishing Mountain, which McFee used for his smuggling operation, has been sent to a holding facility in outer space. It will be returned to its proper place once its origin is known. The Cosmic Federation already approved the transfer. It appears that at the end of the last calendar cycle, Madame Kindle knew her lost relative would one day return to Zalturn, his birthplace. Her crystal casting sticks must have served her well for her to see the future so clearly, the commander said. Another council member spoke up. But what happened to the crystal casting stick Daltoid was given at birth? Haven't you figured it out? Take a closer look at Clarenette's hairpin, the commander said. It's not a hairpin at all, said another. The second-in-command confirmed it. It's also an activator. In the wrong hands, it can destroy an entire galaxy. Correct, the commander said. Now you're beginning to see the big picture. The cosmic duo also had to discover the importance of this backup team for their own future. Oh yes, and the timepiece upgrade. Maximojo's favorite adventures are the installation of timekeepers. So we added a few extra duties to this mission. He still hopes to find his mother in a lost Stargate. But this entrance can only appear at the start of a new calendar cycle. He may be in for a big treat on his next mission. They all smiled at each other. "So everything seems to be falling into place," another council member said. "Collapsus has been installed with a clean slate, and the memories that were lost during the last upgrade are coming back to the once enslaved races who are now free. The gang members are free to be who they really are and start over. Now it's just up to Clarenette to fully awaken Daltoid." They all turned to the monitor to watch her next move. "I hope Rutty, Lecho, and Scrapsy will get another chance to really be who they are, like Smelka," Claire said. "Besides, Collapsus can keep track of them if anything goes wrong now. Looks like its timekeeping skills will serve the universe's needs. Sometimes we're in situations that aren't good for us, and we may not know it right away. A new beginning can bring hope to all of us." Grandpa stood up and walked into the kitchen. Claire took another mouthful of macaroni and cheese as he sat down with his plate. Now, where were we? The Galactic Council. Chapter 28, The Galactic Council. Excitement was building inside the whale. "Everyone, follow me. Looks like it's time to leave," Maximojo said. He took Clarenette's hand, and it affixed itself onto his collar. All the others jumped on Whinniston. Glitta lit up the exit, and they piled into the whale's mouth. "Get ready to fountain," he said, bubbling. They were blown out of his blowhole on top of his head. As they flew through the air, it stretched back into a rope and lassoed the stern of the ship. The bug secured itself as Maximojo took hold of his other end and swung Clarenette onto the deck, right into Daltoid's arms. It let go and ballooned into a bug boat on the water. "I've got it from here, Sir Mojo," it said, almost bursting at the seams as the horse and the others climbed in. "Head straight to shore. I'll catch up to my team later," Maximojo said, waving to his friends on the expandable bug. Daltoid pulled Clarenette up close to feel her warmth and touched her face. "It's really you," he said. "And you found my hairpin," she said, removing the seashells from her hair. She took it from his jacket and placed the crystal in her palm. "Daltoid Kindle, do you remember when you gave this to me?" He looked at her confused. "Kindle? You mean I'm not Captain Daltoid Swaggelot? But I was shipwrecked and woke up on a shoreline to your smile." "Try to remember, Daltoid. You felt your life was empty, and you wanted to claim your birthright on your home planet Zalturn. This is where you would have grown up into a great sea captain and ruled a kingdom. On a new moon, during a certain eclipse, something went wrong. A space gate opened between our two worlds. It was a warp in time and changed your future. But it brought us together," she said, feeling the energy of her hairpin that still held the memory. Although the Kindle family carried on, their youngest son, you, Daltoid, vanished from Zalturn and relocated on my planet, Datzonia, far away. But you always dreamed of what would have happened in your life. To make up for this cosmic glitch, the council arranged for you to live out your wish once they located your planet. Her words unlocked the memories. His heart swelled with happiness, and Clarenette removed his eye patch. "Come closer, Daltoid. You were never injured at sea or sailed these dangerous waters before." He looked into her face. "My love," she continued, "you truly are everything you dreamed of and more. Maximojo and Glitta helped us make our dream come true. Now it's time to go home. We're not royalty there either, just a happy couple living off the land. Everyone at home is looking forward to the annual harvest of our gushberry bushes and bake-offs at the upcoming new moon celebration in our world and in another galaxy. A look of peace came over his face. I don't need to be a captain or a ruler anymore. He touched his heart. I'm Daltoid Kindle, and proud to have my name. You gave this to me when we were children, Daltoid. He touched the shining hairpin. It's my crystal stick, and a reminder of who I am. Your mother placed it in your hand when you were born. It's also an activator, and it's going to take us home. Are you ready? They held the glistening crystal together. Starriola! Just look at that, Glitta said. Their legs and arms are beginning to vanish. The crew watched the couple fade into a mist. Glitta saw something floating in the water and said, sparking, It's the Polymatrixer. She skimmed it off the surface. Catch, Mojo, she said, tossing it over. You might be needing this. Maximojo caught the device. The council came online. Maximojo, you did it again. Your mission was a success. It also gave us the chance to restore the Treptalonians back to their former glory and free the Mammalonians. And, of course, to fulfill Daltoid's wish, something he always dreamed of, as soon as we could. Triple eclipses don't come around very often, and we owe Daltoid that much. The council sneaked in another romance, Maximojo said. They always do, Glitta said, glittering with happiness. Zelzo flew over the inflatable boat to guide it to shore. A wave washed the team in, and everyone jumped out. The bug, deflated, curled back into a ball, and bounced into Kelcius' waiting claw. Sir Cole, how does it feel to be a hero? Meowlen said. It's a challenge, but worth it, Kelcius said, tossing it around. Yes, it is. With Smelka by her side, Meowlen reached into her pocket and pulled out a shiny medal on a chain. Sir Cole, please step forward. Kelcius looked as bashful as a Treptalonian could. In honor of your courage in our rescue mission, and in leading your own race and the Mammalonians out of slavery, I present you and it with this medal. Meowlen hung it around his neck. It was proud to be a button bug. Full of joy, Kelcius jumped onto the highest rock. I have a long way to travel to get back to the others. We'll cross paths again, I'm sure. Kelcius winked at Smelka, waved to the others, and disappeared into the thickets. Good luck, Kazis to you, Sir Cole, everyone said. Inside the spacecraft, the council observed the outcome. It's time to dismantle the fading memories of Daltoid's wish, the commander said. He turned a dial on the control panel. The ship and its crew began to turn into a mist that spiraled over the clouds as the whale and the dolphins dived out of the waters. Let's get back to our outer space waterways, the whale said. I hope the council will call on us again for another mission. This adventure was splashingly splendid. Maximojo's collar lit up as a request flashed on screen. The council wants to meet us in their spacecraft, he told Glitta. This will be a first. The closest we ever got to them was on the opposite side of a black hole. Maybe the asteroids got us into trouble again. Now what am I going to do for space fun? Glitta twinkled brightly. You always find a way to have fun, Mojo. She held onto his pack, and the duo took flight to the other side of the clouds. A hatch slowly lowered, and Zelzo welcomed them in. Och, I'm Zelzo of Terrain Discoveries. We've been waiting for both of you. Maximojo stepped in. Glitta couldn't stop sparking at their second surprise. Lou, Maximojo said, I just knew we'd cross paths again. The odd fellow spun around in his chair. Time needed to officially pass in order for us to meet again, formally, Lou said. Maximojo and Glitta gave each other a puzzled look. Lou pulled the pipe out of his mouth and set it on the table. It began to transform into a crystal casting stick. "You're the commander?" Maximojo said. "And you also have a crystal stick?" Lou touched it. "Yes, it seems like an eternity now, but that's another story. I always wanted to watch the duo in action, not just from my screen. You see, I've read all the stories of missions previous commanders had sent you on, and I wanted to make this one more memorable." Maximojo straightened his collar. "The spider invasion was a little embarrassing. I have a reputation to maintain in the galaxies. The scorpion attack and losing my powers in the dungeon caught even me by surprise." "I don't think you'll be seeing me on any of your future missions," said Lou. "You'll be happy to know Kelcius-Kol will take his rightful place as the ruler of Treptilon, with his castle and watchtower in the Cornfield, where all the animals came to greet you." "What will happen to the kingdom of Kavalon and its citizens?" Maximojo said. In a beam of light, they've all been taken into the future, along with the other animals. The citizens are a future ruling race, and they all knew of Daltoid from the past. Madame Kindle made sure of it. "What about McFee?" Glitta said. "His ancient force was taken into a far corner of the universe. He has lots of time to think about breaking the cosmic code again, but his powers can't be contained forever. Thanks to McFee notifying us about Zalturn's existence, Daltoid's wish was scheduled to come true during this upgrade, and we contacted Clarenette to make it happen." Glitta looked up through the skylight at the sparkling stars. Lou turned to her and said kindly, "The Starrings are grateful you saved them. Being able to twinkle freely now, they've grown beautiful wings just like you. After all, you also began as a solar flare." "Starriola! Oh, my stars! I'm sure we'll all cross spaceways soon." Glitta flickered over to Maximojo's side, shading her face as she shone and remembered her twinklehood. "What about our friends?" Maximojo said. "We promised we'd join them," Glitta said. "Fulfilled promises keep order in the universe, and we always keep our promise. They're the Mojo team, after all." "So be it, my stellar wonders. It's cosmically correct according to the universal order. Your next adventure begins right now. You'll receive an update on the Polymatrixer," said Lou. "Can you give us a hint?" Maximojo said. "First, catch up with Planet Zalturn. It's speeding along to its next spot in orbit. Rest assured, the legacy from this mission will be inscribed in the history of the cosmos forevermore. Dreams really do come true with a little imagination," Lou said. Glitta revved up into a rocket and latched on. Maximojo put on his goggles and sprang off the launch pad, and the duo blasted off. "Watch out, Mojo! We're going to crash into nothingness," Glitta said, flaring and drawing her wings in close. "The space gate should open just about now," Maximojo said, as the entrance, glistening, came into view. They zoomed up and out into open spaceways, and the warp vanished in the darkness. They swerved around the asteroids that have been waiting behind the moon on the other side. It's a challenge to keep up with stellar technology in an evolving universe, Maximojo said. "But I know we can do it, and it looks like we're right on time." He veered onto an upper space track as the solar winds stirred up into a dust storm. "Drop by for a visit anytime, even if you're on official business," the moon said. "Until next time," Glitta's voice echoed on forever. An asteroid said, "In time, we'll grow up into planets and orbit in our own solar system. There must be a sun waiting for us somewhere." The group of rocks felt inspired, shrugging off their defeat. "We've heard rumors of bigger plans for space matter like us. Besides, in the cosmic scheme of things, there's always another starburst." "Mojo! Mojo!" the planets and stars called out. They spotted the inseparable duo racing through the universe as collapses ticked on. Thankful, everything was running like clockwork. That button bug and even Zelzo sure know how to be part of an adventure, Grandpa. They make a great team and triumph together, but it's not the end. And the cosmic duo did it again. I have a hunch there's more to come. And Daltoid and Clarenette may be in for another new moon affair when they get home, he replied. Claire caught a glimpse of color streaking past the window and stared at the frost-covered glass, wondering if she actually seen what she thought she had. She held Maximojo and thought, was that your friend Glitta? Maximojo and I can join them anywhere in the universe. Is there another book hiding on the shelf above the fireplace? She said, taking another look out the window. He nodded and smiled. And maybe something else. Let's find out what happens to the rest of our friends first. Grandpa took a handful of colorful jelly beans as Claire picked out the pink and blue ones. Chapter 29, The Cornfield. That was some mission. I just knew there was mojo in me looking for adventure. I'm a top dog Woofster hero now, the dog said. The Mojo team found themselves back in the cornfield where they had started, and with some new friends. Yo, Woofster, remember how to behave on duty. You're still on watch, Manny said. The two dogs stood high on a rock and looked toward the rising sun. I'm on it, sniffer alert. I have big plans for us, partner, just not sure what yet. Of course. There's more out there for a dog like me who saved the world, Woofster said. Meowlen and I have other ideas too, Smelka said, checking her nails, which were now painted in Venus red. We may rule a planet together someday, and I know just the galaxy, Meowlen said. She and Smelka strutted around the cornstalks in broad-brimmed sun hats, chatting away. A voice called out from behind them. Hey, what are you doing here? Rutty said, taking a second look at Smelka. Everyone turned around to see Rutty, Lecho, and Scrapsy standing there, a little lost. If she can be with you, what about us? What do you say, buddies? Rutty said. Look at Smelka all dressed up, Lecho said. She doesn't look like an orphan anymore, Scrapsy said. No more teasing. Let's start over. We can all be friends, Rutty said. Friends it is. Welcome to the Mojo team, said Meowlen. Scrapsy, no longer feeling the need to pinch, just tickled Lecho with his pincers. The lizard cracked a smile, feeling on top of the world, as the scales turned to a golden orange, just like the sun. The sound barrier broke and rattled the treetops in a far forest. The cosmic duo streaked across the skies and swung around to prepare for landing. We made it just in time, Glitta. I've got the gravity thing under control now, Maximojo said, as his ears flattened on his face from the pressure. Everyone looked up as he swooped in and slid into the cornfield, coming to an abrupt stop. Glitta flipped over Maximojo's head. He lifted his face off the ground at Whinniston's hoof. Ahem, I knew it, a pro. Maximojo always keeps his promise. The time warp must have buckled right on schedule, Woofster said. There's only one warrior horse that can carry all of you. Where to now, boss? Whinniston said. He struck a majestic pose as the wind tousled his mane. Ruler Kelcius-Kol strolled out of the castle and onto his balcony. What a glorious day in Treptolon, he said, filling the bird bath as the birds gathered around in the sunlight. He looked over at the watchtower and admired its beauty. The inscription sparkled on its base in the morning sun. He was distracted by a commotion in the cornfield below. Who are those strangers? He said, looking over the railing. Kelcius squinted. His eyes were not yet used to daylight. He could make out the shape of a horse, and it looked like many others were climbing on its back. Could it be? His heart was beating fast. Yes, it is. He let out a loud whistle. Widow Wynder ran across his foot, saying, "Noisy, noisy. Keep it quiet around here. My little ones are sleeping in the castle." "Now you've done it. They're awake. Must attend to them. Fast, fast." Epilogue. Grandpa closed the book. Claire jumped off the couch in her pajamas and slippers. Does he find his mother on his next mission? It's the perfect time warp for this to happen. She squeezed Maximojo, hoping he would say, "Yes, of course." Moonlight shone through the window and cast a halo on the shelf. It brought a smile to his face. "Let's hope so, but that's another story," Grandpa said. "Oh, yes, I almost forgot." He reached to the back of the bookshelf. It hid an old jar his grandfather had given to him. He picked it up and shook it, and tossed its contents on the table beside the fireplace. They formed into a beautiful crystal pattern that glistened in the dancing flames. "Do you know what these are, Claire?" She fell to her knees and could hardly believe her eyes. "Crystal casting sticks? So are you a Kindle? And does that make me a Kindle child?" She ran into his arms with Maximojo dangling from her hand. "I love you, Grandpa. That's the best story ever." He gave her a big hug. "My grandfather and I used to play with these crystal sticks in this very room." "Grandpa, did this story really happen?" Now that's a question for Maximojo and his friend Glitta. "She must be hiding here somewhere. It's getting late, and past your bedtime. Sweet dreams, Claire. There's always tomorrow for another story, right, Grandpa?" She excitedly held Maximojo close and skipped to her room. Grandpa looked out the window. His hazel eyes sparkled and the cinders in the fireplace burned out. "Looks like the snowstorm's over. We'll be able to get out of this mountain after all." He put the book back in its place and turned off the light. The end. Maximojo Adventures presents Adventures of Maximojo, A Warp in Time. Written and narrated by Julianne Bien. This book is dedicated to the spark of inspiration in all of us. Heartfelt thanks to my family and friends who believe as I do that dreams really do come true with imagination.